33.4. Jim Kwiatkowski. 32.3. 121.6. Jim Kwiatkowski. 55.4. 32.3. 121.6. Jim 30.6. 55.4. 32.3. 25.4. 30.6. 55.4. 32.3. 25.4. 31.4. 30.6. 55.4. 22.3.
All right, drivers, it is now 9:35. This is our 15-minute warning. If you want to get any battery packs, now is the time. Also, we are currently live on YouTube, Facebook, and LiveTime. If you want to check any previous results or even watch the stream in the pits, that is your options currently for our live streaming. Make sure to check us out either on the official Rock Racing Facebook page, up on the Rock Racing YouTube channel, or live time. I believe it's rock.liverc.com, and that should bring you to where you need to go. But outside of that, if there's any last minute signups, please make your way over to the booth as we will be closing signups here in about 15 minutes. And outside of that, if you got any questions, please let me know. Or
46.9.
I believe it's rock.liverc.
38.5.
And that's
30 flat.
where you need to go. But outside of that, if there's any last minute signups, please make your way over to the booth as we will be closing signups here in about 15 minutes.
28.4.
Outside of that, if you got any questions, please let me know. Or
46.9.
I believe it's rock.liverc.
38.5.
And that's
30 flat.
where you need to go. But outside of that, if there's any last minute signups, please make your way over to the booth as we will be closing signups here in about 15
27.2.
And
28.4.
outside of that, if you got any questions, please let me know. Or
Aaron Ogle. 32.2. 38.5. 30 flat. 28.4. 42.7.
Please make your way over to the booth as we will be closing signups here in about
27.2. 28.4.
If you got any questions, please let me know.
Aaron Ogle. 32.2. 27.2. 28.4. 42.7. 27.2. 28.4. 27.5. Aaron Ogle. 32.2. 27.2. 33.5. 42 flat. 42.7. 26.8. 27.5. Aaron Ogle. 32.2. 27.2. 33.5. 26.5. Flat. 42.7. 105.2. 27.5. 26.2. 33.5. 26.5. 40.8. 105.2. 27.5. 29.9. 48 flat. 26.2. 29.4. 40.8. 105.2. 29.9. 48 flat. 36.1. 29.4. 40.8. 105.2. 32.5. 29.7. 48 flat. 36.1. 29.4. 25.7. 32.5. 29.7. 36.1. 27.9. 25.7. 32.5. 33.5. Tom Bishop. 30.5. 27.9. 25.7. 125.95. 27.9. Tom Bishop.
It is starting to become that time for last calls for sign up. We are closing signups in less than 10 minutes. So
25.9.
please, once again, if you have not signed up, please make your way over to the booth and get signed up.
26.1.
We're looking pretty good today for all
35.2.
classes. Believe, let's take a look. So far, we are over 60-ish entries, I believe. So
0.5.
we are closing signups in less than 10 minutes. So
25.9.
please, once again, if you have not signed up, please make your way over to the booth and get signed up.
26.1.
We're looking pretty good today for all
35.2.
classes. Believe, let's take a look. So far, we are over 60-ish entries, I believe. So
0.5.
we are closing signups in less than 10
47.2.
Once again,
31.1.
not signed up, please
24.1.
over to the booth and get signed
Kevin
up.
Thompson.
We're looking pretty good today for all
35.2.
classes. Yes, we are. We are only at 59 entries. We only need one more entry for a total of 60. So we are looking pretty good for a nice day of racing. All classes look to be pretty much filled out, so we should be good to race all classes today. Looks like the only one we're a little light on is Sportsman Nitro Truggy. So if you are looking to run any Nitro Truggy today, please make your way over. Entries. We only need one more entry for a total of 60. So we are looking pretty good.
32
for a
flat.
Nice day of racing.
30.2.
All classes look to be pretty much
31.2.
we should be good to race all classes today. Looks like the only one we're a little light on is Sportsman Nitro Truggy. So if you are looking to run any Nitro Truggy today, please make your way over. Entries. We only need one more entry for a total of 60. So we are looking pretty good.
32
for a
flat.
Nice day of racing.
30.2.
All classes look to be pretty much
31.2.
we should be good to race all classes today. Looks like the
143.5.
light on is Sportsman Nitro Truggy.
28 flat.
If you are looking to run any Nitro Truggy today, please make your way over.
32.1.
Entry for a total of 60. So
31.4.
32 flat.
30.2.
Classes look to be pretty much
31.2.
we should be good to race all classes today. Looks like the
143.5.
light on is Sportsman Nitro Truggy.
28 flat.
If you are looking to run any Nitro Truggy today, please make your way over.
32.1. 31.28.3. 27.2. 25.6. 143.5. 28 flat. 32.1. Eric Rodden. 28.3. 27.2. 25.6. 43.3. 26.3. 28.4. 32.1. Eric Rodden. 28.3. 27.2. 25.6. 43.3. 26.3. 28.4. Eric Rodden. 27.8. 27.2. 25.6. 43.3. 26.3. 46 flat. 40.5. 35.6. 27.8. Unknown driver. Jonathan Freeland. 46 flat. 28.6. 36.86. 27.8. 27.7. Unknown driver. 29.3. Jonathan Freeland. 34.4. 28.6. 36.86. 28.7. Rob Gleason. 27.7. 35.7. 27.8. 29.3. Jonathan Freeland. 32.3. 34.4. 28.6. 27.7. 36.86. 28.7. Rob Gleason. 27.7. 35.7. 27.8. 29.3. 32.2. 25.5. 32.3. 34.4. 27.7. 33.8. 28.7. Rob Gleason. 27.7. 35.7. 27.8. 39.8.2. 25.5. 32.3.
All right, drivers, this is going to be the last announcement for signups. Signups will be closing in 5 minutes.
38.8.
Track will be shutting down as well in 5
27
minutes.
flat.
So please make sure you get those
30.1.
laps in as you need them. But once again, please, if you have not gotten signed up yet, please make your way over to the booth.
29 flat.
As we will be closing signups in 5 minutes. I want to get started right at 10 o'clock so we can get this show on the road and get everybody out of here at a good hour. Down as well in 5 minutes.
flat.
So please make sure you get those
30.1.
laps in as you need them. But once again, please, if you have not gotten signed up yet, please make your way over to the booth.
37.6.
As we will be closing signups.
29.5.
I want to get started right at 10 o'clock so we can get this show on the road and get everybody out of here
31.8.
at a good hour.
37 flat.
In 5 minutes. So please make sure you
28.4.
as you need them.
29.7.
Please, if you have not gotten signed up yet, please make your way over to the booth.
37.6.
As we will be closing signups.
29.5.
I want to get started right at 10 o'clock so we can get this show on the road and get everybody out of here
31.8.
at a good hour.
37 flat.
In 5 minutes. So please make sure
26.9. 29.7.
Please, if you have not gotten signed up yet, please make your way over to the booth.
37.6.
As we will be closing signups.
29.5.
I want to get started right at 10 o'clock so we can get this
30.6.
get everybody out of here
31.8.
at a good hour.
37 flat. 30.9. 38.3. 26.9. 29.7.
Please, if you have not gotten signed up yet, please make your way over to the booth.
37.6.
We will be closing signups.
49.9. 27.3. 30.6. 31.8. 37 flat. 30.9. 38.3. 26.9. 29.7. 215.9. 30.2. 28.2. 49.9. 27.3. 30.6. 30.9. 38.3. 26.9. 29.1. 30 flat. 215. 127.9. 30.2. 28.2. 49.9. 27.3. 30.6. 30.9. 27 flat. 29.1. 30 flat. 215. 127.9. 30.2. 28.2. 49.9. 27.3. 27.4. 43.3. 27 flat. 32.2. 114.2. 29.1. 30 flat. 215. 127.9. 30.2. 28.2. 27.4. 102.9.3. 151.2. 27 flat. 32.2. 37.8. 10.2. 29.1. 30 flat. 127.9. 29.9. 31 flat. 27.7. 27.4. 102.9.3. 151.2. 27 flat. 32.2. 107.4. 26.2. 29.9. 31 flat. 27.7. 27.4. 102.9.3. 151.2. 38.8. 107. 36.3. 26.43.9. 35.2. 34.8. 34.6. 31.1. 38.8. 107. 36.3. 26.43.9. 35.2. 34.8. 34.6. 28.7. 24.8. 1.1. 38.8. 107. 36.3. 26.43.9. 35.2. 33.9. 34.8. 34.6. 39.7. 44 flat. 41.8. 113.9. 33.8. 39.7. 44 flat. 26.6. 41.8. 27.8. 113.9. 33.8. 39.7. 44 flat. 26.6. 25 flat. 41.8. 31.7. 27.8. 39.9. 27 flat. 33.8. 39.7. 53.7. 26.6. 25 flat. 32.6. 31.7. 27.8. 39.9. 25.6. 53.7. 26.5. 25 flat. 32.6. 35.8. 39.9. 25.6. 29 flat. 53.7. 44.7. 26.5. 40.8. 29.5. 35.8. 25.6. 29 flat. 31.6. 44.7. 26.5. 40.8. 29.5. 35.8. 29.3. 25.6. 29 flat. 31.6. 44.6. 39.3. 40.8. 29.5. 39.9.
All right, drivers, it is now 9:50. We are going to be going ahead and shutting down the track. So we can go ahead and get the track prepped. Get the track all blown off, maybe a quick water, keep the dust down today.
25.9.
And give us about 10, maybe 15 minutes at most. We'll get round one up and going. I'll let everybody know once it's live, up on live time. It's now 9:50. We are going to be going
29.1.
shutting down the track. So we can go ahead and get the track prepped. Get the truck. Can I also have all members of our track maintenance crew over to the booth? That would be much appreciated. Minutes at most. We'll get round one up and going. I'll let everybody know once it's live, up on live time. It's now 9:50. We are going to be going
29.1.
shutting down the track. So we can go ahead and get the track prepped. Get the truck. Can I also have all members of our track maintenance crew over to the booth? That would be much appreciated. Minutes at most. We'll get round one up and going. I'll let everybody know once it's live, up on live time. It's now 9:50. We are going to be going
29.1.
shutting down the track. So we can go ahead and get the track prepped. Get the truck. Can I also have all members of our track maintenance crew over to the booth? That would be much appreciated. Minutes at most. We'll get round one up and going. I'll let everybody know once it's live, up on live time. It's now 9:50. We are
210.2.
shutting down the track. So we can go ahead and get the track prepped. Can I also have all members of our track maintenance crew over to the booth? That would be much appreciated. Minutes at most. We'll get round one up and going. I'll let everybody know once it's live, up on live time.
210.2.
Can I also have all members of our track maintenance crew over to the booth? That would be much appreciated.
210.2. .2. Less than 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 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 Less than 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
All right, drivers, all races are up on Rock RC, or I should say liverc.rockracing.com. So if you guys want to check on live time, everything should be live up on there. We're going to be racing race 1 of Spec Slash in about 5 minutes. I'm looking for Aaron, Brandon, Kevin, Lennon, Hayden, and Andy. And I am looking for drivers from our Pro Nitro Buggy class to marshal that race. The marshals for that race are going to be Seth, Timothy, Ryan, Derek, Levi, and John. Also, as well, drivers, we did merge a couple of classes. I'll go ahead and cover that right now. The classes we went ahead and merged are Spec Slash and Novice. That is going to give us 6 drivers for race 1. Those two are going to race together. And I believe we combined all the Nitro classes together. Yes, we did. So we combined Open Nitro Chuggy, Pro Nitro Buggy, and Sportsman Nitro Buggy all together in Race 8 in Pro Nitro Buggy. So you are going to be in those classes. We're going to score you separately, so you still get the points for the given classes, but at the same time, it's going to put everybody in the same class together. Outside of that, the only 2 other people we had to move, Jeff and Jim, we ended up taking you out of 40 plus e-buggy and put you in Sportsman e-buggy. If you'd like me to move you up to Pro, just come on over to the booth and I can go ahead and change that for you. But for the time being, we only had 2 for 40 plus, so we decided to make the move over to another e-buggy class. But I am still looking for my drivers for race 1. We are looking to start here in about 3 to 4 minutes. We're still looking for Aaron, Brandon, Kevin, Lennon, Hayden, and Andy. If you want to start making your way out into the track, start getting checked in, run some laps.
Andy Phipps.
If my marshals from race 8 want to start making their way out there, I am still looking for Ryan, Derek, Levi, John, Seth, and Timothy to marshal this race for race 1.
Aaron Ogle. Lennon Roulette. Andy Phipps. Aaron Ogle.
All right, we are still looking for Brandon, Kevin, Lennon, and Hayden to cross the line. I am still looking for my drivers from race 8, Pro Nitro Buggy with a mixture of Truggy as well, if you can start making your way out there.
Lennon Roulette. Kevin Thompson. Brandon Janishesk. Hayden Stumbaugh.
Awesome. Everybody is checked in. I am just looking for my marshals now. I'm still looking for Ryan, Derek, Levi, John, Seth, and Timothy. If you guys are already out there, thank you very much. But once we get our marshals out there, we can kick off race 1 and start off Qual 1, race 1 of Spec Slash with a mix of novice. I'm still looking for a marshal over on the right side by the A main sign, and I'm still looking for another marshal over by the Techno sign on the left side of the track. I'm going to go ahead and call an all stop on the straightaway if you guys want to go ahead and get them parked over in the corner. Make sure you guys aren't too close to the line so it doesn't double count you right off the rip. If we can just get one more marshal over on that left side by the Techno sign, we can go ahead and get this started. Start off strong here. All right, looks like we got help from little Camden over there. Thank you very much. If you want to take the end of the straightaway, I think Ryan can take the corner. All right, let everybody get sorted. All right, drivers, this is going to be a 7-minute race. Let's take it easy. Take it easy for the first few corners. You are on your own clock, so the timer starts when you start. Going to be starting a race in less than 5. And we are underway for a mix of Spec Slash and Novice. Looks like we got our 2 Novice drivers taking off early. Let everybody space herself out. Good spacing. That's what I like to see. But this is race 1, qual 1 of our points series. Race number 3. Shortened it to the best 2 of 4 rounds. So as long as you show up to either this race or the next race, even if you don't have any points, you can still be in the running depending on how you do today. All those points are going to matter right at the end. So we'll see how everything sorts out at the end of day 3, or I should say round 3. But right now it is Lennon leading us off right now on a 12.716. Andy jumping up now to that top spot with a 13.721. As we make our way around, though, our Spec Slash is starting to make their way around as well. give these guys some time and sort everything out here. Lennon absolutely ripping off at the end of the straightaway, making his way around, jumping back up to that top spot. Those two between Lennon and Andy only separated by about 7/10 on the track. Last time by, though, Andy going to take it back for that number 1 spot. Jumping back to our Spec Slash class, so we got Kevin Thompson up to that number 1 spot with an 11.716 pace, followed by Aaron with a 10.746, and Brandon on an 8.742. Right now, it is still 2 minutes down, 5 minutes left to go. Still plenty of racing left. Kevin still to the top of that board in that Spec Slash class, followed by Aaron and Brandon. Leading out our novice division, though, we got Andy up in that number 1 spot, stepping up the pace now to a 13.717, with Lennon in that 2 with a 12.704, and Hayden in with a 8.755. Let's take a lap around with our leader, Andy. I believe that is one of these buggies over on the left side. We'll catch him next time by here. Looks like we had a bit of a long lap for Kevin last time by. It's going to be a 44-second lap, but still plenty of a gap between him and Aaron. Those two separated by only about 4 seconds, though. So times are starting to get pretty close for that number 1 spot for Spec Slash. Looks like Andy just came across that line. That is your red wing buggy at the end of the straightaway as he makes his way underway by the Swerk sign. Getting a bit swirly. Almost gets caught up with Ryan, but gets by. Makes a nice inside pass on that Slash. Making his way now through that triple section. As he comes down that tabletop, coming through that tricky off-camber section. Gets a little swirly once again, but gets it back underway. Finally making his way. Oh, man. Car coming out of nowhere. Trying to make their way around that double-double. As he comes back through now down the straightaway. That is your leader. Oh, man. Bit of trouble on the straightaway. Keep it outside on the straightaway. Derek is all over it. Got one more coming up behind you. All clear, all clear. Looks like Lennon now is actually going to take over that number 1 spot, though, for our novice division. Stepping up now to a 13.731 pace. Looks like Andy last time by going to drop down to that number 2 spot. Made a few bobbles. Looks like he's got a pretty solid lap going here, though. Going to step it up and back it up with a 33-second lap with 4:30 down, 2:30 left to go. Hot lap of the race going to Lennon with a 30.5 in that novice division for our Spec Slash. It looks like Aaron in that number 2 is actually holding our fast lap with a 37.5. If he can keep that pace together, I'm going to try to close that gap on Kevin. But right now, it is all Kevin in that Spec Slash right now. Looks like he's got a little bit of a long lap. I believe this is one of him coming across. Yes, it is. That is your red, black, and white truck on that left side of the track. Left. Doing everything right as he makes his way around here. With 2 minutes to go. Still, anything can happen. It is only round 1. We still have a full another round to go. We'll see how everything sorts out here. Oh, man, bit of trouble for Andy as he tries to wait, but gets caught up with, I believe, Hayden in that blue buggy. Oh, man, our leader, Lennon, taking a bit of a tumble, but gets himself back on the wheels. That is the all-clear body with the yellow wing, making his way through that back section. Over the triple he goes, decides to double single it, playing it safe. That's what it's all about, keeping it consistent. Trouble for Andy as he gets caught in that double-double. Marshall all over it, though, gets himself back underway. With 6 minutes down, 1 minute left to go. Our closest battle on the track, though, is still Lennon and Andy. Those two fighting
1
for
minute
that
left.
TQ spot for round 1 of Novice. With 6:15 down and only 45 seconds left to go, Kevin just trying to smooth sail it out there, keeping it consistent. That's what you have to do for Spec Slash. Keep it clean, keep it consistent. Just log laps out there. He's doing everything right with an 11:7:27 pace.
Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3.
As
2,
we come up on the
1.
end of the race here, everybody is still live. Keep on going until I say you're done.
Hayden Stombot done.
Hayden, you are the only one done. Everybody else is still live. Please do not go backwards down the straightaway. Everybody is still live. Everybody is still live outside of Hayden. Hayden, you're the
Lennon,
only one
done.
done. Lennon, you are done. Still waiting on Kevin, Aaron, Brandon, and Andy.
Kevin Thompson done.
Kevin, you are done. Just waiting on those 3 right now as they make their way around. These should be your last 3 on the right side of the track.
Brandon Janishesk done.
Brandon, you are done. Just waiting on Aaron and Andy.
Andy Phipps done.
Andy, you are done. Just waiting on Aaron. That is your last truck as he comes across.
All drivers are finished.
And all
Aaron
drivers
Noble
are
done.
finished for our round 1 of Spec Slash mixed in with Novice. Taking down the Spec Slash class is going to be Kevin in that number 1 spot, followed by Aaron and Brandon. For our Novice division, Lennon taking over that number 1 spot, setting a pretty solid TQ with 12:7:19. Andy not too far behind, only about a 13-second gap there. That's 1 or 2 mistakes. And Hayden in that number 3
The
spot.
race is completed.
Coming out now, though, is going to be race 2 of Sportsman E-Truggy. I am looking for Carlos, Camden, David, Richard, Andy, Brian, Eric, and Luke. I'm going to be looking for my marshals from race 1 of Novice. Any of the young ones, if we can get some help for them,
Ryan
that would be
Gerber.
much appreciated. These trucks do have a lot of power.
Eric Rodden. Carlos Rivera.
As my marshals make their way out, we're still looking for Camden, David, Richard, Andy, and Luke. Ryan, are you the pink and blue buggy for Camden? All right, perfect. I'll go ahead and get you signed in with that.
Camden Noland.
All right, you are all good. All right, so we're still waiting on David, Richard, Andy, and Luke. We're still looking for our marshals out there. Gonna need a marshal up on that tabletop and probably gonna need at least 2 more for the middle.
David McGee. Luke McGee.
All right, we're just looking for Richard and Andy to make their way over the line. And I'm still looking for about 3 marshals out there. 2 for the middle and 1 up in that tabletop section. Looks like Carlos is making his way out here. We're still missing Richard and Andy. If either one of you are out there, could you please go ahead and cross the line for me? I'll go ahead and give them a 1-minute warning while I go ahead and look for some marshals. Still looking for about 2 more marshals out there. 1 up in that top tabletop corner and probably 1 over by this Beach RC sign up in the middle. And we should be good on marshals. Thank you, Jeff, up in that corner. And Tim going to help us out in the middle. Much appreciated. All right, last call for Andy. Andy, if you were out there, please cross the line.
Andy Phipps.
All right, you're all good if you want to make your way back over to the corner, and everybody should be good to go. We are looking good on marshals out there. All right, drivers, this is going to be race 2, Sportsman E-Truggy. 7-minute race, long race ahead. You're all on your own clock. Race is going to be starting in less than 5. And we are underway here for race 2 of Sportsman E-Truggy. Carlos going to be leading us off in that all-white truggy, rocking the all-white scheme. He's been killing it down here at some of our local events, I believe during our Friday and Saturday nights. We'll see how he does today. Said he's been liking the truck so far, so see how he comes around as he's ripping around right now for lap 1. Already starting to get a little bit of a gap from the field right now. Oh man, just as I say that, Carlos with an unfortunate break early on as he was in that number 1 spot. Looks like it may be a shock tower or a shock, I believe. Unfortunate break early on. Still plenty of time in round 2 though as we get 2 rounds today. So right now, I believe it is going to be David taking over that number 1 spot now. As they start to come around, Luke in that 2, Brian in the 3, Eric in the 4, Camden actually stepping up from novice, making his way into Sportsman E-Truggy in that 5 spot. Andy in the 6, and Carlos is out earlier, unfortunately. All right, right now with 2 minutes down, 5 minutes left to go. Still plenty of racing left with Luke in that number 1 spot. Closest battle on the track is going to be between Eric and David, fighting right now for that number 2. Those two separated by only about 2 seconds, but just as I say that, Eric in his hot lap of the race with a 26.8 flying out there, taking over that number 2. Now he's knocking on the back door of Luke. He's separated by only about 2 seconds last time by. Luke's starting to feel the pressure from Eric for that number 1 spot. As these drivers start to come around, let's take a lap around with your leader as he makes his way across the line. Eric and Luke, that is your 1 and 2 between these two. You're all green, or I should say fluorescent green. or yellow, whatever you want to call it, on the left side of the track, followed by your leader in that all blue white wheels as they come over that triple. Luke trying to just stay locked to his bumper, but just as I say that, gets past Eric. Now he's just going to try to put it in cruise control, get himself a nice solid lead going. Oh man, bit of trouble over in the corner. Trouble over in the corner. That was your leader. Bit of a long Marshall over in the corner. Dropping him down now to that number 2 spot. Those two's now separated by about 4 seconds. Bit of trouble over the triple. Jeff is all over it though. All clear, all clear. With 3:30 down, 3:30 left to go. Still plenty of racing ahead of us with Eric taking over that number 1 spot now. Luke throwing down his hot lap of the race with a 27.5, looking to make up some of that lost time from that mistake over in the corner as he makes his way around now. Separated by only about 4.5 seconds. Still plenty of time to take over that number 1 spot. Taking a look down our board though with Brian in that number 3. Everybody's starting to pick up pace now. Eric's starting to feel the pressure. He's stepping up the heat with a 26.5 last time by in that fluorescent yellow truggy as he makes his way over that triple. Coming down that step down now. Truck is starting to look good as he makes his way through that off-camber section. Nice line through there, through that double-double. It should be a pretty solid lap. Might even be hot lap as it comes around. Just barely missing his hot lap by about 2/10. Still a pretty solid lap, though. If he can throw down a couple of those, stretch out that lead a little bit. With 4:30 down, 2:30 left to go, the running order is still Eric, Luke, Brian, Camden, and Andy. Looks like David and Carlos are actually both out early. Eric right now just stretching that lead every time by, keeping a consistent about 27-second lap pace with a 15.704 now, stretching that lead to about 8.5
2 minutes
over
left.
Luke with 2 minutes left to go. Brian now starting to step up his own pace, starting to put a little pressure on Luke as he's only about 4 seconds back from that number 2 spot. Looking to step up early on. Oh, man. Camden shortened that jump just a little bit over that triple. Pancakes it, but gets it back underway. Keeps it wheels down. Ryan, though, cheering him on as he's making the step up from novice, but he is looking pretty good if you ask me. Absolutely ripping that truggy out there. With your leader coming up behind you. Gives him a little room. Thank you very much. With 6 minutes down, 1 minute left to go, it is still Eric on top of the board. And once again, just stretching out his lead little by little.
1 minute left.
Starting to peek into the 16-lap territory as he's on a 15.701. Just needs about a second and a half on pace. We'll see where he is this time by with a 26.7. Now only 15th 1,000ths away from that 16-lap pace. Looking to put a pretty strong round in round 1 of Sportsman E-Truggy. Trying to put a time down that's going to hold all the way through Q2. We'll see how everything sorts out here. Luke running his hot lap of the race last lap time by. Trying to keep his second place spot away from Brian. As Brian is only 6 seconds back, that spot for number 2 is still close with 20 seconds left to go. How about that? Just as I was talking about him, Eric with a 25.9, only driver to hit a 25 this race, stepping it up to a 16.725 pace.
10, 9.
As he makes his way around now,
7,
with 10 seconds left to go, trying to get his
5,
way across the line
4,
once again.
3,
Racing the clock
2,
at this point.
1.
I believe he is going to beat it. Yes, he does. He is still live, making that 16-lap dream happen. Everybody is still live. Keep on going until I say you're done.
Andy Phipps done.
Andy, you are done. Everybody else, you will be done when you cross the line. The 4-pack making their way through here. Camden Arian over that double-double as he comes around.
Camden Nolan done.
Camden, you are done.
Luke McGee done.
Luke, you are done.
Eric Robin done.
You are done.
All
and
drivers are finished.
Ryan, you
Ryan
are
Berger
done.
done.
That was race 2, Sportsman E-Truggy. Coming out now is going to be race 3 of Pro E-Truggy. I'm going to be looking for Timothy, Derek, and Jim.
The race is completed.
Going to need all my marshals from race 2 of Sportsman E-Truggy. I'm going to be looking for Eric, Luke, Brian, Camden, Andy, David, Carlos, and Richard.
Jim Kwiatkowski.
As my marshals make their way out, and these Pro E-Truggy drivers looking to make their way out too. Going to be interesting to see how this sorts out. I hear there's been some Facebook beef between Tim and Derek going on. All sorts of trash talk going on before this race, so we'll see who's going to take the crown at the end of the day. I must say it is all in good fun, but it is always fun to see a little rivalry going on between these two. Two solid drivers between the two of them. Timothy coming off, I believe, a hot TQ off of the last week's race of Pro-Am. Looking pretty good in that Nitro truck, so hopefully he can carry it over from Pro E-Truggy.
Derek Body. Timothy Brisbane.
All right, all stop next time by. All stop on the straightaway. We are looking pretty solid on marshals. Thank you very much, marshals, for making your way out. All right, we can go ahead and kick this one underway as everybody is checked in. This is going to be a 7-minute race. Make sure you space yourselves out. You know how to do it. You guys are the pros. Race is going to be starting in less than 5. And we are underway for race 3 of Pro E-Truggy. Spacing themselves out nice and evenly. That's how you get it done. You are on your own clock. We'll see how everything spaces out here, though, as we come around. It's going to be Timothy leading us off first time by with a 26.3. Derek close in tow with a 26.0. Pretty close times between these two. Jim knocking not too far behind with a 27.3. So all three of these drivers already laying down some pretty solid laps on lap number 1 as they make their way around. Bit of a bumper kick there for Tim. Pretty gnarly as he makes his way through that double-double. It's going to give Derek just that little bit of time he's looking for, trying to take that round 1 TQ. Trouble at the end of the straightaway. Keep it inside. All clear, all clear. That's going to allow Derek to get by, keeping him in that number 1 spot. Now he's just going to try to smooth sail, keep that lead ahead with a 17.723 pace as he makes it with his way around. And I'll always say this, got to give him bonus points for the OG Truggy body. Truggies always look awesome with that front nose cab. Bruggy bodies have taken over, especially in the past couple years, I believe. Roar is actually looking to outlaw it, so we're going to see a whole lot more Truggies like that in the coming months here. Oh man, bit of trouble for Timothy as he was making up some good time. Not too long of a Marshall, though. Marshall is all over it, keeping him right in tow. Just as I say that, gets stuck up on the pipe, but marshals himself, gets himself back underway. Losing just that little bit of time he needs for that 2 and 3 spot. That's going to give a bit of a gap for Timothy. Timothy going to move on up last time by for Jim. Bit of a long lap. So Timothy now on the number 2 spot with a 16.713. Derek still holding strong with a 17.721. Pretty solid time if he can keep it clean. That's going to be a hard time to beat going into round 2 if he can keep it together. With 2:15 down, 4:40 left to go. Still plenty of racing. Anything can happen. Looking to lay down some heaters even into the 25 range now. 25.4. Might even be stepping into that 24 territory. That Truggy is out there moving right now. Oh man, bit of trouble through that double for Timothy, trying to push everything he's got out of that truggy for that time. That's going to give Jim the time he needs. Last time by, that is going to move him up on now to the number 2 spot. Those two separated by only about a second and a half. I believe that was a bit of trouble for our leader. That may just drop him right below that 17 pace. We'll see how it is next time by here. It's going to be close. Last time by now, 16.708. That's going to put Jim only behind 2.5 seconds behind the leader right now. Jim looking to make a move up from that 3 spot with some early mistakes. Bit of trouble over the triple. Keep it inside on the triple. All clear, all clear. Marshall gets it underway. Nice marshalling job over there. That might just move Jim up now to that number 1 spot. Rocking that yellow wheels as he makes his way down the straightaway. Yes, it does. Now with a 16.712, Jim moving on up to that number 1. Getting it a bit wrong over the Sork sign section, but managed to get it back underway. No Marshall needed. All 3 drivers only separated by about 3.5 seconds on the track, so it is still anyone's game. One mistake is all it takes out there. With 4 minutes down, 3 minutes left to go. Who is going to lock up round 1 TQ here for Pro E-Truggy? With 2:30 now, we're going to be looking towards our next race of Sportsman E-Buggy. I'm going to be looking for Hunter, Garna, Brian, Kevin, Eric, David, Richard, Jim, and Jeff. If you guys want to start getting your stuff ready for race number 4. But how about that? Derek throwing down a 25-0, but Jim firing right back with a 25-5. Those two separated by only about 2/10 on the clock as they make their way around. Timothy getting a little wrong, getting out of the way for Derek. Now splitting the gap between these two. Jim trying to hold his lead, throwing it everything he's got. Just like I said, it gets it a little wrong over that off-camera section, loses about a second. That is all Derek is going to need. Throwing down another hot lap of a 25-8. Bit of a long lap for Jim last time by with a 29-8. That's going to drop him in at number 2. Bringing Timothy right back up into the mix. Only a second, maybe 1.2 seconds behind Jim. One mistake is all it takes in this pro class. These guys absolutely ripping out here right now. With Derek in that number 1 spot leading strong with a 16.708. Followed by Jim now with a 16.711, 25-3 hot lap. Hot lap after hot lap, throwing him down, trying to catch up to Derek. Put him only 2 seconds behind. Our leader with a bit of a roll. Carried a little too much speed over that tabletop section. Timothy right in tow, trying to keep close. That is going to be what Jim needs as he makes his way around here. This time by, it is going to be close. I believe Jim might just barely squeak out of it for that TQ spot.
1 minute left.
Right now, it is 3/10 on the track. How about that? But I believe Derek, just as I looked away, made a bit of a mistake. Timothy's going to let him by. Let him get those spots, those desperate times he needs as he makes his way around here. With 45 seconds left to go, these 3 drivers separated by only about 4 seconds on the clock. It's been a killer battle all race long. Jim moving up to that number 1 spot now. About a 2.5 second lead. Gets a bit wrong at the end of the straightaway. That 2.5 seconds might just shrink just like that. That's all it takes with 30 seconds left to go still. Oh man, Derek shooting it over. Marshalling himself. Timothy getting it wrong. Undershooting it. This is going to shake some things up here. I'm not sure who's going to be in the lead next time by here.
10, 9.
With 10 seconds left to go.
7, 6, 5.
It is still Jim
4,
by only half
3,
a second right now.
2,
Who wants round 1 TQ?
1.
It may just come down to this lap as they make their way around here. Everybody will be done when they cross the line, so this lap is all it's going to come down to for this TQ spot. These 3 making their way around here. Separated by about 2.5 seconds between the 3, trying to throw it on a good lap here.
Timothy Brisbane done.
Timothy
Derek
throwing it
done.
down. Derek done. And
All drivers are
Jim,
finished.
you are done.
Quiet Kowski
Taking
done.
over the number 1 spot, though. Holding strong from that number 3. It's going to be Jim in the number 1 with a 16.712.2. Derek with a 16.713.2. And Timothy with a 16.715. Those 3 only separated by about 3 seconds on the clock. That's how you get it done in Pro E-Truggy right there.
The race is completed.
Coming out now is going to be race number 4. I am looking for Jim, Jeff, Hunter, Gamma Rosado, Brian, Kevin, Eric, David, and Richard. This is going to be the only race that I probably need a little bit of help in the marshalling department. We had 3 marshals last race, so any volunteers would be much appreciated. I believe the rest of the races, we should be pretty covered for marshals. This is going to be the one I'm going to need a little help on, though, as these drivers start to make their way out. Any volunteers out there?
Richard Maroney.
All right, I'm still looking for Jim, Jeff, Hunter, Gamma, Eric, and David. As these drivers make their way out, I believe we might have a broken buggy early on. Might just be a wheel. I'll have to take a look here. Hopefully it's just a wheel. Oh, be careful at the end of the straightaway. Take it easy at the end of the straightaway. All clear, all clear.
Jim Kwiatkowski. Jeff Atkins.
Still looking for Hunter, Gamma, and David. Those 3 need to check in. I'm still going to need some help in the marshalling department. Going to need plenty of volunteers for this race. Any help will be appreciated. It should be the only race we need it, so hopefully we should have marshals covered outside of this race. We only had 3 drivers last race. I need about 6, maybe 7 marshals out there, as we got a pretty stacked heat here. All right, all stop on the straightaway, all stop on the straightaway. Still going to need some help for marshals. Anybody out there that can help us volunteer? We're going to need quite a few for this race so we can get it underway. Thank you very much for the volunteer. Going to need about probably 3, maybe 4 more volunteers. We're going to need 1 over by that A main sign on that right side, 1 for the tabletop, 1 for the corner at the end of the straightaway, and 1 by that techno sign. Thank you, Seth, for the help. Probably going to need about 3 more out there. Carlos, over, thank you very much. Shane looking to help out. Thank you guys very much for the volunteer help. It keeps the program moving. That's what I like to see. All right, well, you guys go ahead and get out there. Hunter, can you cross the line for me?
Hunter Stumbaugh.
All right, Gamma, I'm going to need you to cross the line for me.
Gamma Rosado.
All right, you are checked in. David, can you cross the line for me?
David Higgins.
All right, probably going to need about 1 more marshal over on that tabletop section. Derek, you think you can handle that tabletop? Maybe? I think we got the middle on lock. All right, thank you very much. All right, drivers, this is going to be race 4 of Sportsman e-Buggy. It's going to be a 7-minute race, so plenty of time for anything to happen. Let's take it easy as we do have 8 drivers in this race. Please spread yourself out. Race is going to be going live in less than 5. And we are underway here for race 4 of Sportsman e-Buggy. Bit of a mixed class as we have Jim and Jeff running for the 40-plus points. So right now, we'll see how everything sorts out. Bit of a pack start early on with all 5 buggies making their way around. Coming through that triple section. Oh, man, catching it over the triple. Derek trying to get all over it. Take it easy on that triple section. I believe there's another one by the triple. Roll the triple, take it easy. I guess it is all clear. Unless he may have left the park, I'm not sure. Shane going to take a look. Ah, there's that missing buggy. Right now, though, it is Eric leading us off with a 15-7-18, taking over that number 1 spot, though. Kevin not too far behind, only a second and a half back in that number 2. Richard in the 3, Brian in the 4, Gama in the 5, Hunter in the 6, and David, unfortunately, may be out early, unless that was our buggy that left the park. I am not sure. Oh, man, stuck under the pipe. Right now, though, with a minute 30 down, 5:30 left to go. Taking a look over at our 40-plus e-buggy class, Jim leading the way with a 14-7-12 with Jeff in tow. I believe this might be David on the left side, trying to get him back underway. Taking a look, hopefully maybe we can get that thing back going. Oh, man, Shane almost collecting a buggy to the ankle. Pipe stops it right in its tracks. With 2 minutes down, 5 minutes left to go. Believe Jim might just be out early. Unfortunately, he was leading our 40-plus e-buggy class as he makes his way down. Shane trying to get him back underway. Might be electronics issue. Oh, man, car's getting tangled. Make sure you guys space yourself out. Give yourself plenty of room. Taking a look back at our Sportsman e-buggy division, we got Brian taking over that number 1 spot with a 15-7-25, followed by Eric in the 2, Kevin in the 3. How about that? Eric actually taking over the number 1 spot now. Last time by with a 27-4, stepping up his pace about a second ahead over the leader. Oh, man, Brian, I believe, sending it at the end of the straightaway. With 3 minutes down, 4 minutes left to go. Still plenty of time in this race. Anything can happen. Bit of trouble in the triple. Roll it through the triple. Roll it through the triple. All clear over that triple. Jeff actually now with an unfortunate early leaving the park, now actually moving on up to that number 1 spot as Jim was out, I believe, about 3 laps in early, unfortunate. So we are currently looking at Jeff in that number 1 spot for 40-plus e-buggy, running a 9.715. Taking a look back at our number 1 spot for our Sportsman e-buggy, it is Brian and Eric just switching between these two. These two both on a 15.723 and a 7.25 pace, separated by only about half a second on the clock. Still trying to round up our round 1 TQ for Sportsman e-buggy. Anything can happen. Need to set down a solid time here. Let's take a lap round with our leader next time by. See if I can catch him here. Eric is in the fluorescent yellow. Where is Brian? I believe this might be Brian making his way with the all-white buggy. Yes, it is. Bit of a tumble for your leader at the end of the straightaway. Seth all over it. Gonna lose about maybe second and a half, but that is all Eric needs for that number 1 spot. A little bit of trouble over the triple, but gets it all clear. With 4:30 down, 2:30 left to go. Eric with a little bit of a long lap last time by. That might just leave Brian in that number 1 spot. We'll see how it sorts out as he makes his way down the line here. Just as I say that, though, Eric just barely squeaking out just enough time last lap. Going to put him about 8 tenths ahead for that number 1 spot. Your leader, Eric, with a 15.729 pace, followed by Brian with a 14.7 flat. Going to allow Kevin in that number 3 to start closing up time between these two. These two making a couple of mistakes or trying to close the gap just a little bit here. And just as I say that, last lap for Kevin was a 28.7, his fastest lap of the race, looking to keep it consistent out there. With 5:15 down, 1:45 left to go. It is still all Eric in that number 1 spot, followed by Brian in the 2, Kevin in the 3, Richard in the 4, Hunter in the 5, and Gama in that number 6 spot. And Jeff still leading the way for our 40-plus e-buggy division with a 9.722. Trying to secure a round 1 TQ for that 40-plus division. But Jim said he's knocking on the door for round number 2. Going to get his car all sorted. Hopefully get a good run in for round 2. Try to compete for that top spot. With 6 minutes down, only a minute left to go. Eric still holding strong on a 15.723 pace, looking to extend the gap just a little bit over Brian now. Those two separated by only about 7.5 last time by. As we start to make our way around here. That is your fluorescent yellow buggy coming down the straightaway with a bit of a hop over that tricky inside section. Coming around now through the center section. Oh man, front wheeling it. Keeping it on the wheels. Marshall all over it. Not too bad of a Marshall as he makes his way over that triple section. Got a bit of a time to play with, but don't want too many of those. So he can lock himself up that round 1 TQ of Sportsman e-buggy.
9, 8.
With 10 seconds
7,
left to go.
6, 5, 4, 3.
Closest battle on the track is still going to be Kevin and Richard for that number 3 spot. Those two separated by only about 3 seconds. One mistake is all it takes here. With everybody still live. Everybody is still live. Keep on going.
Jeff Atkins
man, somebody nosediving. I might believe that may have been our leader into that triple section. Comes away unscathed. With Jeff, you are done. Brian, you are done. Gama, you are done. Hunter, you are done. Just waiting on Richard, Kevin, Eric.
Eric Rodden done.
And that should be it. Just waiting on Kevin and Richard.
All drivers are finished.
And all drivers are finished. That was race 4 of Sportsman e-buggy. For our 40-plus division, Jeff is going to take that number 1 spot. Jim in the number 2 as he was out early. And rounding out our Sportsman e-buggy, Eric is going to take over that number 1 spot with a 15.720, followed by Brian in the 2 with a 14.703, and Kevin in the 3 with a 14.720. Richard, Hunter, and Gama all in tow between those 3.
The race is completed.
Coming out now is going to be race number 5, Sportsman e-buggy. I see a whole lot of fast names in here. Going to be looking for Jonathan, John, Seth, Addison, Daniel, Hank, Michael, David, and Luke. Should have plenty of marshals from last race, so I should be covered in that department, I hope.
Peaches. Jonathan Freeland. Luke McGee. Hank Moneymaker. John Shaw. David McGee. Seth Mr. Death Roulette.
All right, looks like we got mostly everybody checked in, just looking for Addison and Michael. I'll stop on the straightaway. I'll stop on the straightaway.
Addison Keaton.
Addison, you are good. Just waiting on Michael now. Marshals are looking pretty solid out there. Thank you guys for getting out there pretty quick. Keeps this program moving right along. Michael, if you are out there, can you please cross the line for me?
That darn Yankee.
There you go. You are checked in. Looking pretty solid on marshals out there. All right, drivers, this is going to be race 5 of Sportsman E-Buggy. It is a 7-minute race. Let's take it easy. TQ time to beat is looking to be 15:7:20, set by Eric Rodden. Going to be a 7-minute race starting in less than 5. As we are underway, make sure you space yourself out. There's plenty of drivers in this race, and I see a whole lot of fast names here. Bit of trouble at the end of straightaway for Addison. Marshall is all over it. Looking to get herself back underway after an unfortunate break in practice, but looks like she got that buggy back together out in racing for round 1 action of Sportsman E-Buggy. Oh man, bit of trouble over that triple for that green buggy. I believe that may be Seth, but gets it back underway. Believe right now, person to keep an eye on right now is going to be Hank. Hank was looking strong these past couple weeks I've been announcing here. Looking to take down some of those top spots. Been working pretty hard on his program. Got to give him some props. Might even see him in that pro division with the way he's working. But right now, with a minute down, only 6 minutes left to go. Seth actually taking over that number 1 spot now with a 16:7:09. Looking to put over a lap on TQ right now. Looking to absolutely check out early on. But how about that? Hank stepping on up now. Let's see where everybody sorts out here after all this racing. All sorts of close racing going on between 1 through 7 right now. Those 7 drivers only separated by about 10 seconds on the clock. With 1:30 down, 5:30 left to go. Seth moving on up now to that number 1 spot with a 16:7:04. Hank in trail with a 16:7:14. On the clock, only separated by about a second and a half. Still anybody's game right now. David in that 3 spot. Jonathan in the 4. John in the 5. Luke in the 6. Michael in the 7. Actually, Daniel now taking over that number 7 spot. Michael in the 8. And Addison in that 9. Hank is in that, like to call it the Rexy scheme over by that Swerk sign. Green body with some killer teeth on the front of that with a white wing. As he makes his way around over that triple section. Oh man, gets it a little bit too much break as he comes up that tabletop, but gets it back underway. Let's see if we can catch Seth next time by. I believe he's about mid-track right now. Let's see where he rounds out. Hank actually moving on up now to that number 1 spot with a 16:7:05, picking up his pace lap by lap. Looks like the car's starting to come in pretty good here. Laying down some solid heater laps here. With 3:30 down, 3:30 left to go, Hank still holding strong in that number 1 spot on a 16:7:11 pace. Only driver to do a 16-lap pace, so if he can hold it, he's looking to lock up round 1 TQ here. Followed by Jonathan in the 2, David in the 3. Bit of a long lap for David. Looks like Seth is dropping down the board just a little bit. Maybe had a few long laps here. Yes, he did. Unfortunately, dropping down in that number 4 with a 15:7:17. But as he gets it back underway, still securing himself a top 5 spot. Still put him in that aiming contention. Closest battle on the track is between Seth and John. Those two separated by only about 0.8 of a second. But just as I say that, John, Seth, and Jonathan, all 3 of them, separated by about a second on the clock for that number 2. Those spots going strong here. Hank looking to take that time to just check out early, trying to lock up round 1 TQ. Only driver on that 16-lap pace here. Trouble on the straightaway. Trouble on the straightaway. Marshall all over it. All clear, all clear. Right now, though, Hank's still holding strong in that number one with a 16-7-13. Still looking to lay down some consistent laps here. Looking to lock up
2 minutes
round one
left.
TQ with a pretty strong lead here. With 5 minutes down, 2 minutes left to go. This is race 5 of Sportsman E-Buggy. Coming up next is going to be Pro E-Buggy race 6. So I'm going to be looking for Rob, Tom, Ryan, Chad, Shane, Carlos, James, Derek, and Jim. If you guys want to start making your way out there, bit of trouble for your leader at the end of the straightaway. Gets it back underway over by that Swerk sign. With 5:45 down, 1:15 left to go. Bit of a long lap for your leader, dropping him down now to a 16-7-16 pace. Still on a pretty demanding 16-lap pace. But I know he wants to set that TQ time and hold it, lock it down. Bit of trouble coming on the triple. Just barely skates by for your leader.
1 minute
Scoots
left.
that inside line. Must have missed it. Less than a hair as he comes through. Right now with 6:15 down, 45 seconds left to go. And it's still Hank holding strong. Seth now climbing his way back up to that number 2. John, Jonathan, and David, all three of those guys separated by only about 3/10 on the clock, fighting hard for that number 3 spot. That will set them only 2 seconds back from the TQ. So that right now is, I believe, for the top 4. Oh man, bit of trouble in that center section. Addison gets flipped back over. A little help from one of the cars out on the track out there.
10, 9, 8, 7.
With 10 seconds left to go,
5,
these drivers are making their
4,
last laps. Bit of trouble
3,
for your leader coming over that
2,
triple. Gets it back underway. Tries to play it safe with the double single. Gets it wrong. Trouble in the triple. That is your leader. Roll it over the triple. Roll it over the triple. Marshall is all over it. That's going to really settle some things out here. Where is that going to leave Hank for that number 1 spot?
Mr.
Bit of trouble
Decker
at the end of the straightaway. All clear at the end of the straightaway. Seth, you're the only one done. Everybody's going to be done next time by.
Hank Moneymaker done.
Hank dropping down to a 15-7-06, dropping off that 16-lap pace, still giving him that number 1 spot
Addison
and
Keaton
TQ
done.
spot.
Jonathan Freeland
But
done.
I know he wanted that
Luke Beatty done.
16-lap pace. John, we are still looking for a finish from you. David, you are not done. And Michael, you are not done. Those are the last 3 drivers finished. Everybody else is done.
That darn Yankee done. John
Michael,
Shaw
you
done.
are done. John, you
All
are done.
drivers are finished.
And David, you are
McGee
done. All drivers are finished. All drivers are finished. That was race 5 of Sportsman E-Buggy. Bit of tough luck there for Hank, trying to play it safe with that double single. Gets it just a little short. Gets it wrong. Still secures himself a TQ spot. But I definitely know he wanted that 16-lap pace.
The race is completed.
But rounding out our order, though, it's going to be Hank taking over that number 1. Seth in the 2, John in the 3, Jonathan in the 4, David in the 5, Michael in the 6, Luke in the 7, and Addison rounding out our order in number 8. Coming out now is going to be race 6 Pro E-Buggy.
JT Keaton.
This is one of our
Sticky.
premier classes for the day. If you want to see how it's done, check out some of these guys out here. There's a lot of fast names in this race. I would love to put my money on somebody today, but there's so many fast names, I'm not sure who to put my money on. As these drivers make their way out, Marshall is starting to make their way out. Thank you very much.
Tom Bishop. Bad Chat.
Guys have been doing great, getting out there
Rob
nice and
Beeson.
quick.
Ryan Milland.
Still
Carlos
looking for
Rivera.
a check-in from Derek and Jim. Those are the only 2. Everybody else is checked in. Marshals are already filled up. Thank you very much for that. I'll let these guys get about another lap or 2 and get them underway. As we are still waiting for Derek and Jim. Jim, I got you. Just saw you cross the line.
Jim Kwiatkowski.
And just waiting for a check from Derek. Looks like we got a bit of pipe trouble over on that triple section. Tim, you want to help us out and try to get another stake or 2 in there? Yeah, I'll show you what I'm talking about. Derek, just waiting for a check from you.
Derek Body.
All right, all stop on the straightaway, all stop on the straightaway. We're going to go ahead and fix up the pipe over in that right section, and we'll get you guys back underway. I was just making my way out there to fix up the pipe, and it looks like these guys are all over it. Thank you very much for the help over there. Awesome. Thank you guys very much. I'll let you go ahead and throw that stuff down, and should be ready to kick this off for race number 6 of Pro E-Buggy. Thank you very much for the help, Seth. All right, this is going to be race 6, Pro E-Buggy. Let's space ourselves out. You guys know how it's done. Pros know how to get it done. It's a 7-minute race, so please take it easy in the first couple of corners. We're going to be starting live in less than 5. And we are underway for race 6, Pro E-Buggy. Ryan Nolan starting us off. He's been on an absolute tear these past couple weeks. Not even sure what buggy he's on at this point. I heard X-Ray, Techno, even rumors of some other stuff, but we'll see. Have to take a sneak peek in as he comes around for our first one across the line. These guys spacing themselves out strong pretty well here. Oh man, somebody getting it wrong coming over that triple section. Rolling in the triple, rolling in the triple. All clear, all clear. Ryan Nolan are leading us off with a 17.706, 25-1 first time by. Looking to take a TQ in dominating fashion early on if he can keep that pace up. How about Carlos in that number 2? Tom now stepping up to that number 2 spot with a 24.9 fastest lap of the race here. With 1 minute down, 5:50 left to go, still plenty of time. Top 3 drivers separated by only about 3 seconds on the clock. It is Ryan, Tom, and Chad. We see these names all the time here, battling each other between these rounds. It's going to come down to who can run that consistent, solid run. Take a lap around with your leader when he gets across next time by. I believe that was your leader over that triple section, getting it wrong over the tabletop. Gets him back underway, though. Marshall was all over it. That's going to allow Tom that little bit of space that he needs as he makes his way around, chasing down that number 1 spot. Tom taking over that number 1 spot now with a 17.722. But how about that? Chad last time by now with a 17.721, firing right back. Those two separated by only about 2/10. No matter what track we go to, these two are constantly battling, whether it be E-Buggy, 40 plus, any of the two. The battle between the Swarks and the AE, who is going to take it down in race number 1 here. But how about that? Ryan now stepping up to that number 1 spot. Those three separated by only less than a second on the track. Chad getting a little wrong, getting a little swirly on that tough end of the straightaway section. Giving just a little bit of a gap for Ryan and Tom. Don't count out Rob or Carlos just yet, though. Those two separated from those top 3 only about 4 seconds. So one mistake from each of these guys is all it's going to take for that TQ spot. This is how to get it done. These pro guys showing us the way here. With 2:45 down, 4:15 left to go. Ryan now moving on up to that number 1 spot. Chad to the 2, Tom to the 3 with a bit of a long lap last time by. Maybe made a slight bobble as he makes his way around here. Oh, man. I believe that was a dead buggy from Jim, unfortunately. Bit of trouble in his 40 plus. Now he's having trouble once again. Unfortunate luck for him. Marshall trying to get it back underway. Right now, though, with 3:30 down, 3:30 left to go, it is still Ryan to the top of the board. Chad still right in tow, only a second behind. Ryan trying to stretch out his lead ever so slightly with a 24-7 last time by. Ryan definitely seems to be the type of driver late in the race. You want to make sure you get that gap early because once he settles into that nitro pacing, he'll check right out. Tom getting it a little wrong, but makes his way back over the triple section. Trying to keep Chad in his sights, keep himself up in that number 3. Rob now moving on up to that number 3. 24-4, our hot lap of the race going to Rob. Starting to step up his pace quite a bit. I believe that is a dead buggy. Oh, man. Rob almost collecting the Marshall right there. Marshall with some fast reflexes gets him back underway. Still with 4:15 down, 2:45 left to go. It is still Ryan and Chad. Those two fighting neck and neck between those two. 2.5 seconds is all that separates those two. With Tom still pretty close behind. And Rob still right there as well. Still pretty tight battle between these four. Taking a look down towards the bottom here, we got Carlos in the number 5, James in the 6, and Jim is out early. Let's take a look with our leader as he makes his way over that triple section. Chad getting it wrong at the end of the straightaway. Tom's going to make his way past. That's going to close up that gap quite a bit between Rob and Tom. With 2 minutes left, it is still anybody's race. Ryan making his way down behind Rob. Past that Swark sign here. Oh, man, Chad almost getting it wrong, getting caught up with a buggy, but gets himself back underway, trying to chase down Tom to take that lead spot on the track down. Ryan managing to get past Rob that time by, though, as he makes his way down the straightaway. Rob trying to step up to that number 2 spot. Only 2 seconds is all he needs. Trying to stay right in tail with Ryan. Trying to keep himself close, throw down some hot laps. Almost, if you ask me, almost looks like Ryan is kind of setting the pace and Rob is just kind of following along. Smart decision right there as Ryan is running some solid laps. So if you can match his times, you will be quick.
1 minute left.
Doing just that with a 24-7 and 24-6 between these two. Oh, man, Rob getting a little wrong. Ryan getting a little wrong. Not doing themselves any favors. Chad getting it wrong over that tough section. Marshall gets it back on her way coming onto the straightaway. That's going to drop him now down to that number 3 spot. Tom trying to close that gap ever so slightly on Chad. All he needs to do is probably get by him for that number 4 with 30 seconds left. Rob now moving on up to that number 2, keeping it clean and consistent. About 6.5 from your leader. Going to be a lot of time to make up, hoping that Ryan makes a few mistakes here. But a number 2 for round 1 is still a pretty solid time. As those two make their way through that off-camber section, coming through the double-double now. That is your 1 and 2 if they come up on you. Make sure you give them a little room.
10, 9, 8, 7.
Giving them all sorts of room.
6,
Thank you very much.
5.
Man, Ryan
4,
with a killer
3,
whip on the left side
2,
of the track. Let's get a replay
1.
on that there. Turn to the left, turn to the right. Manages to get it back underway. Oh, man, Rob getting caught up. Ryan's going to sneak to the inside. Oh, man, Rob just getting a little bit caught up with,
Tom Bishop done.
I believe that may have been
done.
James.
Carlos Rivera done.
Just waiting for Rob, Chad, and
Rob
James.
done. JT Keaton done.
Rob with a bit of a long lap on that last one. It's going to allow Chad up to the number 2, given he doesn't make any mistakes on this last lap here.
All drivers are finished.
And that is
chat
it.
done.
All drivers are finished. Taking over that top spot, though, is Ryan on a 17.714 pace. Pretty solid time right there. Going to be a hard time to beat. Chad in the number 2, Rob in the 3, Tom in the 4, Carlos in the 5, and James rounding out our field in number 6. Looks like Shane and Derek did not unfortunately make it. May have broken out early, and Jim was out early as well.
The race is completed.
Coming out now, though, is going to be race 7 of 4-wheel drive SCT. We are looking for Carlos, Hunter, Richard, Jeff, David, Kevin, and Gamma. Pretty competitive class here for 4-wheel drive SCT. If you can get these trucks set up right, they are pretty quick. I always hear an argument, what truck is better between, I believe it is the TLR and the Tekna, are the two hot brands for these trucks right now. I gotta say, I drove one of those low seas and they were pretty good.
Kevin Thompson. Carlos Rivera.
We are still looking for Hunter, Richard, Jeff, David, and Gamma. I believe one of you guys I'll still have to check in, so if I called you and you crossed the line already, don't worry about it. Trouble over the triple. Keep it easy over the triple section. All right, give these guys about another lap out here, and then I'll call an all-stop on the straightaway. Looking for about one more Marshall in the middle here, and we should be good to go. All right, all stop on the straightaway, all stop on the straightaway.
Jeff Atkins.
All right, thank you, Derek. All right, we'll start getting these guys checked in. I still have a few of you not checked in yet. Hunter, can you cross the line for me? Hunter may not be out there. Nope, that may be right here. Hang on, he's making his way across. All right, hang on. Which one of you is Hunter here? Cross the line again? All right, there we go. All right.
Hunter Stumbaugh.
All right, Hunter, you are checked in. All right, Richard, you want to cross the line for me?
Richard Maroney.
All right, David, you want to cross the line for me?
David Higgins.
All right, and I just need Gamma to cross the line for me. Rosado.
Gamma Rosado.
All right, drivers, everybody is checked in. We are all good. All right, drivers, we're looking good on Marshalls here. This is going to be race 7 of 4-wheel drive SCT. Spread ourselves out here. Nice long race of 7 minutes. Take it easy. Timer will start when you cross the line, and you're on your own timer. Start. We're going to be starting in less than 5. And we are underway here for 4-wheel drive SCT. As we make our way underway, all sorts of carnage. Oh man, somebody accelerating, using a little reverse at the end of the straightaway, but gets himself back underway. I thought he was about to blow through the end of the straightaway wall, to keep it honest with you, but manages to pull a little stoppy. keeps himself out of that wall in that first turn. All sorts of carnage going on over this triple. Oh man, catching that beam on that single right there. Gets himself back underway. Carlos is going to be the first one to cross the line in the famous all-white scheme. Looks like we have another all-white scheme truck, so make sure they don't get these two confused. Rob trying to catch that truck. Oh man, they're absolutely sending it at the end of the straightaway. Oh, a little. All right, he gets back underway. All right, right now with a minute down, 6 minutes left to go, it is Carlos in that top spot with a 15.711 pace in that all-white truck. Coming over by that Swerk sign. Let's take a quick lap around with your leader. Let's see where he is sorted out at. Making his way over the triple, making that triple look easy as he makes his way down that tabletop section. Over that off-camber tricky section. Gets it a little wrong, but gets it back underway. Coming down the straightaway, that is your leader right now. He comes up on you, give him a little room. Right now in that number 2 spot, though, is going to be David Higgins with a 14.729. Hunter in the 3, Kevin in the 4, Richard in the 5, Gama in the 6, and Jeff rounding out number 7 here. Looks like David might just be out early. Unfortunate. As he was in that number 2 spot when he went out. That's going to give a huge lead now to Carlos. He was the closest on the track, had about a 6-second gap, but 1 through 3 between Carlos and Kevin. Those two are separated by 18 seconds, absolutely trying to check out. Oh man, I believe Jeff might be out as well. Let's see where he is on the track here. Right now, closest battle on the track is going to be between Kevin and Hunter. Those two separated by only about a 1.5 seconds. Let's see where they're at on the track. Looks like Jeff might be just calling it quits with this truck. Unfortunate once again. With 3 minutes down, 4 minutes left to go. Hunter now taking over that number 2 spot from Kevin, but Kevin firing right back, taking over his number 2 spot, losing it for only about 2 seconds and gets it right back. Addison all over that orange truck, getting some back underway. I believe that may just be your leader. Oh, man. Oh, no, it is not. See, I knew I'd get confused between these two white trucks. Waits for him. Nice piece of driving right there. Really nice driver etiquette. As these drivers make their way around. Oh, man, a little bit of a pit maneuver move on your leader right there. I believe somebody might be stuck in that pit lane, but gets it back underway. I got a little scary. I saw a little pit maneuver go down. Ryan, is that truck dead over there? Oh, no, it is not. I believe that might just be David making his way back out, looking to burn some laps again. One leaving the park. Marshall all over it, though. Gets him back underway. Right now, though, it is all Carlos leading strong with a 15.726, a 46-second gap on the field, looking to check out early in round number 1. Has that truck absolutely hooked up, making a crazy amount of time through that triple section. Looks like that is the most troublesome section for these trucks as you get a little bit of a parachute move going. And once they start to parachute, it is hard to control. As he airs it over one of our competitors there. Trouble over the triple. Trouble over the triple. One truck is coming. And you are all clear. Tom is looking to get all over that truck. Luckily, David starting to make some laps now. Making up some spots here. Even a couple laps can jump you up a few spots for the round. With 5 minutes down, 2 minutes left to go. It is still Carlos in that 1 spot, Hunter in the 2, Kevin in the 3, Gama in the 4, and David in that number 5. your leader, just looking to log laps at this point. This gap that he has is pretty massive. Oh man, almost shorts it just a little bit over that triple section, but gets himself back underway. As we come around with 550 down, 110 left to go. Coming out next is going to be our last race for the round of Pro Nitro Buggy. If you guys want to go ahead and get him started, we are going to be looking for Ryan, Derek, Levi, John, Seth, and Timothy. Those 6 drivers want to go ahead and start getting prepped for our race 8. But right now on the track, it is still race 7, 4Drive SCT. Showing us how it's done is Carlos. Still not much to say, over a minute now on the lead. Getting it a little bit wrong, but I don't think that's going to hurt him too much, as he's got a pretty sizable gap here from Hunter. Closest battle on the track is going to be between Hunter and Kevin. Those two separated by only about 6.5 on the clock.
Ten, 9.
With 10 seconds
8,
left to go.
7.
This is going to be
6,
one of your last laps
5,
here. Make them count
4,
as they come around here.
3, 2, 1.
Oh man, Orange Truck just getting it a little wrong as he makes his way through.
Kevin
I
Thompson
believe
done.
that was Kevin. Kevin, you are done. That's going to catch him at the line. Just barely. That mistake is all it
David
took.
done.
David, you are done. Just waiting on Gama, Hunter, and Carlos. Those 3 are your last 3 finishes. This should be your last 3 trucks as they make their way around here.
Carlos Rivera done.
Carlos, you are done. Just waiting on Hunter and Gama.
Hunter Stumbaugh done.
Still waiting on one truck as he makes his way around here.
All drivers are finished.
And that is
Gama
it.
Lozado done.
Taking it down in demanding fashion is Carlos with a 15.726. Laying it down even for truck time, or I should say even buggy times, that's pretty quick. But with a 4-wheel-drive SCT with a 15.726 pace, followed by Hunter in the 2, Kevin in the 3, Gama in the 4, and David in that 5 spot.
The race is completed.
You all right? Oh, shit. Coming out now is going to be race number 8, Pro Nitro Buggy with 2 truggies mixed in there. We're going to score 3 separate classes. It's pretty much an all or nothing nitro class here. We got some open nitro truggies, some pro nitro buggies, and some sportsman nitro buggies. How about that?
Seth Mr. Death
All
Roulette.
sorts of nitro classes going on in this one. All will be scored separately. We'll have 3 different races on the track here, so points can keep themselves in order. But points still matter between these 1 and 2 spots,
Timothy
so these
Brisbane.
guys still have somebody to compete against here.
John Shaw.
One I definitely want to keep an eye on is Timothy.
Levi Carter.
After his TQ run at the Pro-Am, his truck has been looking good. I caught a little bit of that live stream when he was out there. Really getting that truck dialed in. Here he's even got some new horsepower going in. I believe it is a Samurai engine in one of the new buggies. So going to be good to see him ripping with that thing too. But we are just waiting on Ryan and Derek to make their way around here. Still looking for a few marshals out there. Going to need one over by the Techno sign, possibly 2 more in the middle. It looks like Derek is getting himself underway. And just looking for Ryan now. I'll give Ryan a few minutes here, though, as I believe he was marshaling the last race. All right, just waiting for Ryan to make his way out there, and Derek is on his way up here. Hopefully Ryan will be out here soon, so we can get this show underway. Still waiting on 2 more marshals out there too. Gonna need 1 for that middle section and 1 on that far left side over by that techno sign.
Ryan Milland.
Ryan is checked in. Now just waiting on Derek. I believe Derek is out there.
Derek Body.
And everybody is checked in. I'll let you guys log about 1 more lap here, and then I'll call it in for a fuel up. All right, drivers, next time by, come in for a fuel up. Come in for a fuel up next time by. As these drivers go ahead and get them fueled up. Take it easy on this first lap, as I will probably go live on the first one to cross. As everybody goes ahead and gets fueled up here. All right, I got 4, looking for 2 more as these drivers make their way out. All right, drivers, this is going to be a 7-minute race. We're going to be going live in less than 5. And we are underway. Ryan going to be leading us off as these drivers start to make their way around here. Addison, you want to give me a little help in that far left corner? Right now, with 50 seconds down, it is all Seth in that open nitro truggy, followed by Timothy. Those two separated by only about a second and a half. Jumping down to our pro nitro buggy class, we got Ryan taking over that number 1 spot with a 17.709. I believe that is our fastest pace of the day, followed by Derek in that number 2. Jumping down to our sportsman nitro buggy division, we got John up in that number 1 spot, followed by Levi in the 2. Closest battle on the track right now is between Timothy and Seth. Those two going neck and neck, only separated by about 3 seconds on the clock. Timothy trying to hold his title for that nitro truggy. That thing looking absolutely dialed out there as he makes his way through that off-camber section, through the double-double. Let's take a lap around with your leader of our nitro truggy division. As he comes through that triple section, that is still your leader for Open Nitro Truggy, coming up over that tabletop, drop down, coming through that tricky off camber, cuts it real close to that pipe. That's how you get it done through that section, taking it smooth. Gets a little wobbly coming over the double-double, but gets a little whip action, gets himself back underway. Still with a 16.715 pace, still going to hold strong over Seth for that number 2. Right now for Pro Nitro Buggy, it is Ryan, and all Ryan with 17.712. Dropping only a few seconds back on his pace, but when you're running that fast, it is hard to hold consistent. Let's see where he is on the track. I believe that is your Red Wing buggy coming through that off-camber section through the double-double. Just barely clipping over that double-double. Coming down the straightaway now. He is running some real solid laps as he comes through that Swark section. That buggy looks like it has plenty of grip. He rips the throttle and it just gets on going. Coming now over the triple. Nice and smooth through that tabletop. Drop down. Slamming on the brakes as he gets himself through that double-double section. Oh, man, gives a little bump out to one of our drivers right there. Tell him he's got no time to wait. Oh, I believe we got a flame out over on the left side of the track. Oh, man, looks like Timothy may have flamed out as well. 2 flameouts early on here. That's going to allow Seth to move up now to that number 1 spot. Man, one of those truggies sounding real loud out there. Oh, man, that was Seth out as well. All sorts of flameouts going on. As Seth coming down, I was wondering, it sounded like a truggy got pretty loud out there. That's going to leave only 3 drivers live. That's going to leave Ryan live, Derek live, and Levi. Fortunately, Seth, Timothy, and John are all out for Nitro. We'll see if they can get back underway here as they try to get those cars started again. Right now, it is all Ryan in that top spot. Still with a 17.714 pace. Don't count on Derek. He's on a 16.720 pace. Still a pretty solid time, but Ryan just setting down an absolute heater run right now for Pro Nitro Buggy. Levi still holding strong for that number 1 spot for Sportsman Nitro Buggy, looking to lock himself up early TQ here.
Two minutes left.
Looks like Timothy got it back underway. As long as he can log some laps here, that is all he's going to need for round 1 TQ, but I believe Seth might actually just have his truck back and going again. Oh, I take that back. It looks like he might be packing it up, unfortunately. Fortunate luck for Seth there. Looks like we got John back out there as well. Everybody getting him kickstarted again. Let's see how everything rounds out with 5:30 down, 1:30 left to go. This is our Nitro Buggy and Truggy divisions going down here. With 6 minutes down, 1 minute left to go. It is all Timothy for that number 1 spot for Open Nitro Truggy. Getting himself back underway, keeping himself in the dogfight. With Ryan leading out our Pro Nitro Buggy division. Still with a 17-lap pace, still holding strong on that 17. Trying to run some clean, consistent laps. That's all he needs now. With Derek with a 16.722 in that too. Levi taking over that number 1 spot now for our Sportsman Nitro Buggy division. The 13.707, I believe he has just been logging laps out there, keeping wheels to the ground, getting himself back underway. And John in that number 2. Oh, man, I hope. I thought Ryan broke right there. Looks like he's just going to let some people get by. Getting me a little nervous there. We'll
10,
see where that sorts him. If
9,
that keeps him on
8,
that 17-lap pace,
7,
it's going to be close
6,
as they come across the line
5,
here.
4.
He might
3,
just barely make it.
2, 1. Ryan Nolan done.
As I say that, he pulls it off early, doesn't go across the line for one more, leading himself out with a 16.7 flat, keeping some left in the tank there. But right now, we are still waiting for Timothy, Derek, Levi, and John. Keep on going, drivers. You are still live. You will be done when you cross the line, though.
John Shaw done. Levi Carter done.
Levi, you are done. John, you are done.
Derek
Just
Body
waiting
done.
on Derek and Timothy. Derek, you're done. Just waiting on Tim now as he makes his way over.
All drivers are finished.
And
Timothy
that is our Nitro Buggy and Pro Truggy division as we go through here. Taking our top spot for Open Nitro Truggy is Timothy with a 12.716. Seth unfortunately out early, looking to strike back in round two. Ryan taking over the number one spot with a 16-7 flat, just barely not coming across the line. I think he's saving some in the tank for round two, with Derek in number two with a 16-7-19. And for our Sportsman Nitro Buggy division, we got Levi in the one and John in the two. That is going to wrap up our round one for our round three of 4 point series. We're going to go ahead and try to get started at 12:15, drivers, 12:15. That's going to give everybody about 25 minutes. We're going to go ahead and shut down the track, blow off the track, put a little water on it, get the track in a prime condition once again, and give everybody a little bit of time or break in between. Huge shout out to all of our track maintenance crew out there, keeping the track fresh, prime, in plenty of traction. That is what we like to see. Keeping the dust down, keeping the racing conditions great. So thank you very much to all of my track crew helping me out today. It is a huge help. Couldn't be done without you. It is now 12 o'clock. We are going to be starting in 15 minutes. We're going to be looking for race one of Spec Slash. I'm getting those rounds resorted. We're going to get the track nice and watered. Got the sprinklers on it right now. Should give us plenty of time to get them back underway. Track's going to need about 10 minutes of dry time, so you should have some prime traction by the time we're out there.
Currently up, race number 1. The race starts in less than 5.
All right, drivers, we're going to be starting in about 10 minutes here, letting the track dry up quite a bit. Track is looking good right now, drying up. I see just a few small puddles, but by the time we get out there, it's going to be looking absolutely fire on that track. But race 1 is going to be Spec Slash. I'm looking for Kevin, Aaron, Brandon, Lennon, Andy, and Hayden in about 10 minutes here, so 10 minutes of time. For marshals, we're going to be looking for Ryan, Derek, Levi, Timothy, John, and Seth to go ahead and marshal for race 1. Once again, that is going to be in about 10 minutes time. Not sure if I said rounds are resorted. So if you guys want to go ahead and check live RC, everybody's up on there for qualifier number 2. We're going to be getting started here in about 5 minutes time. It's now 12:11. I'm trying to get started by about 12:15. So if some of those spec slash drivers and novice drivers want to start making their way out there, I'll be looking for Kevin, Aaron, Brandon, Lennon, Andy, and Hayden. All right, it is now 12:16. I am still looking for all my drivers for Spec Slash and Novice. That is going to be Kevin, Aaron, Brandon, Lennon, Andy, and Hayden. If you guys want to start making your way out to the track, going to be looking for marshals from Pro Nitro Buggy, Open Nitro Truggy, and Sportsman Nitro Buggy. That is going to be Ryan, Derek, Levi, Timothy, John, and Seth.
Lennon Roulette. Aaron Ogle.
I didn't know that. Still looking for Kevin, Brandon, and Hayden.
Kevin Thompson. Hayden Stumbaugh.
All right, just looking for Brandon and a few marshals out there for our Nitro division. We should have 6 marshals out there, so that should be enough for these 6 guys out here. As we start to make our way around now, we're just looking for Brandon. Brandon's going to be the last one to check in. But I am still looking for my marshals. Once again, it is going to be Ryan, Derek, Levi, Timothy, John, and Seth. If you are already out there, thank you very much. I'll go ahead and give Brandon about a minute, maybe a minute and a half here. Give him a little bit of a grace period. See if he can make himself out for race 1 for round number 2 of Spec Slash. Probably going to need about 2 more marshals, both on the left side of the track. Going to need one over by the Techno sign and one at the end of the straightaway. You all right, Ryan? Little slick over there. All right, just still looking for about 2 more marshals. And Brandon, if you are out there, you are up for Spec Slash. Now we can get this round on going for round number 2. Just giving these guys a minute as they go ahead and put a little dirt on the steps so they're a little less slick out there. Don't want anybody breaking an ankle by any means. All right, last call for Brandon. Brandon, if you're out there, this is the last call for you for race number 1, Spec Slash. As it looks like we are going to be pretty solid on marshals here. Thank you guys so much for the help. Go ahead and give Seth a minute here. All right, we are all good. All right, drivers, this is going to be race number 1, Spec Slash qualifier number 2 underway here. We're going to be going live in less than 5. Yeah, Seth, you want to take this end of the straightaway? Awesome, thank you. All right, drivers, we are underway here. Oh man, one driver leaving the park early gets himself back underway though. Right now, it looks like the time to beat from last round is going to be Kevin Thompson with 11.720 for our Spec Slash division. Let's see where we were for our novice. Let me go ahead and pull that up from last round. The time to beat in novice was a 12.719 set by Lennon. We'll see how everything rounds out as these drivers start to make their way around. Anything can happen. With 1 minute down, 6 minutes left to go. Right now, it is Aaron Ogle leading the way with an 11.7 flat pace. Looking to reset TQ over Kevin right now. Kevin had a nice TQ of an 11.720 in the first round. Got about a 20-second gap on that TQ time. Looking to keep it clean and consistent as he makes his way around here. Bit of trouble for Lennon as he gets it back underway, though. Still holding that top spot right now with a 12.730 last time by. That will reset TQ, but as long as he can hold that number 1 spot, that's all he needs to do, as he was the number 1 car for round 1. Getting it done in round 1 and round 2 is how you get it done. But right now, it is a minute 50 down, 5 minutes left to go. Now, Kevin Thompson taking over that number 1 spot with 11.720, looking to best his time by about 3/10 last time by. That will be enough to reset TQ, but once again, kind of in that same spot, wants to hold himself in that number 1 spot to try to lock up TQ. Unfortunately, it looks like Andy may be out for this round. Had a decent run in round 1, so it should keep him in contention for that novice division. But right now, it is all Lennon leading out that novice with 11.711 pace. And Kevin leading out in Spec Slash with an 11.730, dropping back just a little bit last time by. It's tough to say as these times are so volatile. Pretty long laps for some of these Spec Slash guys as they make their way around, though. Aaron Ogle actually taking over that number 1 spot now with an 11.727. Chasing a TQ time of an 11.720. Needs about 7 seconds on the clock to make it happen. Trying to take away that domination from Kevin in round number 1. Let's see if we can take a lap with both of our leaders for each class. This should be Lennon in the clear body, yellow wing coming down. Gets a little swirly coming on the straightaway towards the end of the straightaway, towards the Swerk sign now. Coming up on Hayden. Oh man, Hayden just getting a little too wide, but Marshall gets him back underway. Lennon airing it out over the double single right there, playing it safe as he comes up and down that tabletop through that off-camber section. Looking like a pretty solid lap as he makes his way through the double-double. Almost jinxed him there as he rolls it over, but gets it back on the wheels. That is going to be his hot lap of the race with a 33-1. Right now, though, it is Kevin back to the top of the board with a 38-4 last time by, an 11-7-28. Aaron with a bit of a long lap, which is going to put him in that number 2 spot. Those two separated by only about 6.5 right now. It is still anybody's race with 4:15 down, 2:45 left to go. Let's take a lap with your Spec Slash leader. That is currently Kevin in the black, white, and red. Let's see how he rounds out for points here. Let me go ahead and pull up the points. Right now, though, it is all Kevin in that number 1 spot. A little bit of a long lap for him last time by as he comes across an 11-7-29, but still holding strong in that number 1 spot. Still not enough to reset TQ, but all he has to do is stay in that number 1 spot to secure himself that top spot for Spec Slash. Right now, running for our number 1 spot for Novice, it is Lennon in that clear body. Gets himself back underway. Bit of trouble in the triple. Trouble in the triple. All clear, all clear. Lennon with a bit of a front flip through that double single section, but gets himself back underway. With 5:30 down, minute 30 left to go. This is race number 1. Race number 2 coming out next is going to be Eric, Luke, Brian, Camden, Andy, David, Carlos, and Richard. That is Sportsman E-Truggy. Drivers, if you're in race 2, keep it easy on the straightaway. Camden is all over it. Thank you very much. But that is going to be Sportsman E-Truggy. We are looking for race 2 with 6 minutes down, 1 minute left to go.
1 minute left.
Right now, with 6:40 down, 20 seconds left to go, it is still Kevin on top of the board with 11-7-28, keeping pretty consistent on that pace right now. Looking to lock up TQ here for our Spec Slash division. Aaron in that number 2. I believe Aaron might be on a bit of a long lap here.
2.
Or actually might be out. And that is it, drivers. Keep on going until I say you're done.
Andy Phipps done.
All right. All drivers are going to be done when they cross the line. Keep on going, drivers. We are still waiting on Hayden, Lennon, Aaron, and Kevin. I believe Aaron is out, so
Hayden's
just waiting on those 3 drivers as they make their way around here. All right, still one more driver to finish as he comes around for Spec Slash. That is Kevin making his way down the straightaway. All drivers are finished. And that is your race drivers. That was race 1, Spec Slash mixed in with Novice. Kevin Thompson going to lock down that TQ spot with an 11-7-20 from round number 1. Lennon going to reset TQ in his class with a 12-7-26, taking over that top spot for Novice, followed by Hayden and Andy.
The race is completed.
And that is going to finish up our race number 1 of round 2. Coming out now is going to be Sportsman E-Truggy. We are looking for Eric, Luke, Brian, Camden, Andy, David, Carlos, and Richard. I believe one of you guys just said you're not gonna make it out there, so I'll go ahead and just make sure I check that off.
Carlos Rivera, Brian Gerber, Eric Rodden, David McGee, Luke McGee, Andy Phipps.
All right, just waiting on Camden. I believe Richard said he was out, so everybody's looking good. Just looking for my marshals from race number 1. Little trouble over in the corner. Looks like Marshall is all over it. Thank you very much. All right, all stop on the straightaway. All stop on the straightaway. Just looking for Camden, and that is Camden across the line. If you haven't taken a lap yet, just go ahead and take a lap, Camden, as we get our drivers, or I should say our marshals out there. Still looking for about one more marshal in the middle, if we can get one on the cone on the left side, or the bucket, I should say. All right, everybody is checked in. Looks like Timothy's going to take that spot. Thank you very much. All right, drivers, we are looking good on marshals. TB is Eric on a 16.724. Pretty hard time to beat there, but we'll see how everything sorts out at the end of this race. It's going to be race number 2 of Sports Meet Truggy. We're going to be starting in less than 5. And we are underway here, drivers. This is a 7-minute race. Make sure you space yourself out. That's what I like to see. Everybody giving themselves some time. That's the way to do it. Give yourself some room to race. Nice spacing right there, guys. Good job. But Carlos looking to set down a pretty solid time after that. I believe he had an unfortunate break in round 1 after being on that TQ time. That is your all-white truck coming down the straightaway. Looks like he's got that truck dialed in today. Looking pretty solid. Give these guys about a minute, see how everything sorts out here. As they make their way around, Eric is going to take over that top spot right now with a 16.727, just barely missing out his TQ time by 2 seconds, but holding that top spot still. Just like a repeat from race number 1. He wants to hold that top spot from round 1 to round 2 to secure that overall spot, allowing nobody room to even contend for that TQ. But I'll tell you what, don't count out Carlos just yet. As Carlos now takes over that number 1 spot with a 16.724, 0.72 tenths ahead of your current TQ right now. Making a hard charge in this round number 2. As he comes across that left side of the track, almost getting caught up with a truck up on the end of the straightaway, coming through that triple section. If that all-white truck comes up on you, make sure you give him some room. Bit of trouble with that double as we got a few trucks coming your way. Marshall all over it. Nice marshalling right there. Right now, though, it looks like David is actually to the top of the board with a 15.704 pace. Just as I say that, though, Carlos back to the top of the board with a 15.705. Times of switching between these three. Closest battle on the track is between Brian and David. Looks like Eric is going to drop down a little bit early. He set a pretty strong time in round 1. We'll see how everything sorts out here. With Eric being down in the list just a little early, that's going to give a little bit of room to Carlos if he can close that gap. He's currently on a 15.701 pace in that all-white truck coming around that drop-down tabletop section. Coming through that tricky off-camber, coming through that double-double now. Just barely squeaks by between two trucks getting caught into each other. Still 15.701. He is close. He only needs a few seconds for that top spot to take it away from Eric. Deny him those ever so needed points. I believe TQ gives you just a few extra points, and those are huge in this point series. But how about David stepping on up to the plate at number 2, only a second behind Carlos, putting all sorts of pressure on him right now. Those two drivers trying to catch that TQ time. But the battle even between 3 and 4, between Brian and Eric, is still going strong. Those two separated by only about a second and a half. So 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 separated by only a second and a half on the clock as they start to make their way around. Let's see if Carlos can step it on up to a 16-lap pace. He needs just a little bit of time here to try to lock up that TQ. Getting a little swirly coming onto the straightaway. Shooting inside. Camden giving him plenty of room. Nice driving right there. Carlos now stepping on up to that 16-lap pace. That's what he's looking for as he comes across that triple section. He needs to try to find about 3 seconds to shave off here with 3 minutes left to go to secure that TQ spot. Take it away from Eric. Eric still right now is your current TQ with a 16.724, but Carlos, every lap time by, now dropping down to a 16.726, only 2.5 seconds back from your TQ time. He is out there just ripping laps. That is your all-white truck, white wheels, white wing, coming over that triple section now. As he comes up that tabletop, running clean and consistent laps. Shooting it tight over that off-camber section. Just barely clipping the pipe, but manages not to get into the pipe. Coming on the straightaway now. Still shaving off just a little bit of time each time by. That was half a second. With 4:45 down, 2:15 left to go. David sniffing on Carlos's back bumper with a 15.701. If he can find just a little bit of pace, he might just take over that number 1 spot away from Carlos. Might even, with a little bit of extra time, just be able to take that TQ spot as well. Those top 3 spots can be anyone's right now based on how this race is going. Carlos dropping it down now to a 7:25.9, getting closer and closer, only a second off of that TQ time. Needs just about a second with a 1:45 left to go, running out of laps to do it as he makes his way around over that triple, past that Reedy sign, down the drop down through the off-camber section. Coming through the double-double, he's got a couple lap cars. That is your leader. If he comes up on you, give him a little room. That is your all-white truck. Shaving a few tenths off that time by. He only needs about 8 tenths on the clock. Oh, man, almost getting caught up with traffic right there, but gets himself back underway. Coming over the triple now. Oh, man, somebody coming across almost gets caught up. It's going to be close all the way to the end with a minute left to go. Time is running out. Now's the time to step up the pace. Now's the time to do it. Dropping back to a 7:26.5. About a second and a half between these two. He's going to need to find that time with 45 seconds left to go. Pushing everything that truck has. David right now is right on the back bumper, only 9 tenths behind your leader. Throwing down some pretty solid laps here. Those two can find just only maybe 2.5 seconds. They will secure TQ over Eric in that round 1. How about Carlos with a 26.5 last time by with a 16.725.0, only 1/10 off your TQ as he comes across that triple now. Coming up once again past that Reedy sign. Gunning it down that drop down. Carlos is hunting. He smells blood in the water as he comes down the straightaway now.
3.
With another 26.8. That is going to be good enough if he can hold it for this lap as he comes around here. You are going to be done when you cross the line. He needs a solid lap here to secure that TQ spot. Everybody is still live. Keep on going here.
Andy Phipps done.
Andy, you're the only one done. Everybody else is still live.
Camden Nolan done. Brian Gerber done.
Oh,
Eric
man,
done.
Carlos going a little wide. I think he just barely missed the line. Marshall all over it. He is still live.
Carlos Rivera done.
Oh, man. And just
Luke
like
done.
that, things are changing. The last corner is all it took. Just pulled a little bit too much
All drivers
throttle.
are finished. David McGee done.
And just like that, Eric is going to secure that number 1 TQ spot on the very last corner. Carlos just giving it a little bit too much throttle as he came out. David going to take over that number 1 spot, though. Carlos in the 2, Brian in the 3, Luke in the 4, Eric in the 5, Camden in the 6, and Andy in the 7. That's how fast racing can change, folks. What a good round between those two, though.
The race is completed.
Coming out now is going to be race 3, Pro E-Truggy. We are looking for Jim, Derek, and Timothy. Need those 3 out there. Should have plenty of marshals from last race.
Jim Kwiatkowski. Timothy Brisbane. Derek Body.
Man, oh man, after watching that round number 2 of E-Truggy, it is going to be a show to watch in the mains. All 3 drivers right now are checked in for our Pro E-Truggy. We are just looking for our marshals so we can go ahead and get this started. Need 1 marshal at the end of the straightaway, and we should be all good, I believe. Carlos, you want to take that bucket on the left side? Awesome, thank you. All right, drivers, this is going to be race 2, or I should say race 3, qual number 2. TQ time to beat is Jim with a 16-7-12. It was a good fight between these 3. TQ time might just reset this round. All 3 of these drivers were killing it last round. So we'll see what happens after 7 minutes here. Race will be going live in less than 5. And we are underway. Jim shooting off with all sorts of power. Getting it just a little wrong coming over that techno sign. Not the lap he was looking to start off on, but keeping it calm as he knows there's still plenty of racing left. Plenty of mistakes were made between these 3 drivers in that first round, so anything can happen this round between these 3. Heard all 3 of these drivers are making some secret changes in the pits, so we'll see how everything rounds out here as they make their way around for lap number 1. Timothy looking to take over that number 1 spot right now with a 15-7-04, but I'll tell you what, Jim's time of a 16-7-12 is a pretty strong time to beat. Got about, it looks, half a lap for that TQ time right now. With 130 down, 530 left to go. Derek Bodie actually moving up to the top of the board, but just like that, Timothy taking over that number 1 spot now with a 16-7-09, looking to reset TQ by 3 seconds. Derek also looking to reset with a 16-7-10, only 2/10 of a second behind Timothy. 1 and 2, these 2 separated by just barely anything on the track. Both of them fighting for that TQ spot right now. Timothy at this point just, or I should say Jim, I take that back, trying to hope that these 2 make a mistake so he can secure that round 1 TQ. But right now, it is all Derek with a 16-7-05, getting faster every lap time by. With a 25-7 last time, that's his hot lap of the race. That is your white and blue buggy coming over that triple section. As he comes down that drop down, that Truggy is looking pretty dialed, pretty locked in. Bit of trouble for Jim over the triple. Marshall, you all right over there? All right, all good. That's what we like to hear. Timothy with a new hot lap of the race with a 25-1, stepping up his pace to a 16-7-02. putting 10 seconds on that TQ time. All he needs is to keep it clean and consistent now. Looking to just log laps at this point. Oh man, just barely catching it. Getting all sorts of swirly, gets it back underway. Gets caught on the pipe again. Trying to get back on the track. As he gets himself back underway, that's the time that Derek needed right there with last time by with a 25.0. Almost reaching into the 24-second range now. That's going to shake some things up as right now, Jim is still looking pretty good with a 16.712. Timothy with a bit of a mistake that time by, so that's going to put these times really close once again. We'll see how it sorts out as they come by. Derek with a 16.709 looking to reset TQ by 3 seconds, but Timothy looking to also reset TQ with a 16.712. It is still anybody's race as we come around. Timothy with a bit of a mistake coming before that triple. As Derek will get by. Those two separated on the track by only about a second. They are neck and neck between these two, both on track and on the clock. It is still all Derek right now on top of the board with a 4-second gap on TQ. Need to just keep it clean here. That has been the story of the TQ, it seems so far. Just as I say that, almost gives him the announcer curse, shorts it just a little bit, feeling the pressure, knowing he's got only about a 4-second gap. It's what he told me last time. I just have to talk about him and he makes mistakes. But we'll see how he does coming through that Swerk section, through the drop down, through the double. Coming through that triple section now. Looking pretty good as he comes through that tabletop section drop down, carrying all sorts of speed. Off the off camera, gets a little sideways, but gets it back underway. Through the double-double, gets a little swirly, but gets it back. Pretty solid lap from him there with a 25.5. Chipping away at that TQ time with a 16.706 right now.
Two minutes left.
Bit of trouble for Jim over that triple once again, but 2 minutes to go. You heard the announcer. It is all Derek with a 16.704, looking to reset TQ by about 8 seconds. He keeps on chipping away, might even be hunting for that 17 lap pace, trying to throw it down before the main, showing him what's up as he comes off through that tricky double-double section. Almost gets it wrong, hits those front wheels, but powers out of it. Ever so slightly closer to that 17 lap pace as he is 530 down, 130 left to go. That is your white truck. Oh man, getting a little wide, almost clipping that pole. I believe he had a little bit of unfortunate luck with his buggy. Said it was pulling one way, but managed to get it back underway. I'll tell you what, he is looking good for a 17-lap pace. He is throwing down some heaters right now. Last time by with a 25.3. 16.701 is your time with Timothy left in that 2 spot with a 16.713. He is only about 8/10 behind Jim's pace right now. He needs about 8/10 on the clock, and he can probably secure the number 2 spot, putting Jim to the back of the pack for the main. Not what he wanted to see, as he had an early mistake early on. But right now, it is all Derek. 16.7 flat now. Knocking at that 17-lap pace. He is getting closer and closer with 30 seconds left to go. Gets a bit too hard on the tabletop. Those are the seconds he desperately needed for that 17-second time, but as long as he can keep it wheels down, he is looking good to lock up TQ here in round number 2. Taking it away from Jim after his 16.712 pace in round number 1. Coming around now, though, with 10 seconds left to go. Timothy stepping up his pace just a little bit with a 7.15. He's going to need a whole bunch of time here, trying to push it on this last lap here. Keep on going, drivers. You're all still live. You are going to be done once you cross the line. Derek, you are done. Almost getting it with a 24.9, running his hot lap on the very last lap, trying to push for it, but just couldn't get it done with a 16.701. Reset TQ. Timothy, you are done. Just waiting on Jim to cross the line as he makes his way around through that double-double section. And he's your last driver to finish.
All drivers are finished.
And all drivers are
Jim
finished.
Kwiatkowski
Derek
done.
taking it down with a 16.701. Gonna reset TQ from Jim's 16.712 pace. Timothy in the 2, and Jim rounding out the field in number 3.
The race is completed.
Coming out now, though, it is going to be race 4 of Sportsman E-Buggy. We are looking for Jeff, Jim, Eric, Brian, Kevin, Richard, Hunter, Gama, and David. If all you could make it out there, this is going to be the one race, so I'm going to need some extra volunteer help. So if anybody wants to help us out, volunteer marshal for this race. It's one of the few races I need any sort of volunteer help I can get. Need about maybe 4, maybe
David
5 volunteer marshals.
Kevin Thompson. Richard Maroney. Gama Rosado. Brian Gerber. Jim Kwiatkowski. Eric Rodden.
All right, just waiting for Jeff and Hunter. I'm going to need all the volunteer marshal help I can get out there. We have all of our marshals from that previous race. I'm still looking for a few more on the right side of the track. There is a car upside down on that tabletop section. Take it easy over the triple coming up on that tabletop. He is still upside down. Tim looking to grab it. Got him back underway. Thank you very much.
Hunter Stumbaugh.
Still going to need 3 to 4 more marshals as these guys make their way out here. Only driver I'm looking for is going to be Jeff Atkins. Let's keep this program going strong. Just need a few volunteers. We were looking good on marshals all day long, keeping a good pace going. I know everybody wants to get out of here at a pretty solid time tonight.
Jeff Atkins.
All right, Jeff is locked in, all stop on the straightaway. I'm still looking for marshals on the right side of the track. We're going to need about probably 3 more marshals, 1 up on that tabletop section, 1 over by the A main sign, and 1 on that bucket in the middle. All right, looks like Derek is maybe going to take that middle section. Still going to need 1 over by the techno sign and 1 over on that tabletop. Still going to need about 2 more volunteers out here, and we can get this show on the road. Don't want to leave these guys without marshals because there is plenty of drivers in this race. Still need 2 more marshals out there. I know there's 2 of y'all out there that want to marshal for us. Just need those volunteers and we can get this show on the road. Looks like we got 1. Thank you very much. Just waiting for 1 more. If you just want to take that right side in the middle. Yep. Just need 1 over by the techno sign and we will be good to go. 1 volunteer will save the day here. I know we got 1 that wants to be the hero today for the techno sign for marshalling. Sure. All right. Seth is saying he's going to have it on lock. Said he's got his running shoes on today. So believe we're going to get both of those sections. All right, drivers, TQ time to beat is going to be Hank Moneymaker with a 15.706. That is a time you're going to be chasing going into race number 4. This is qual number 2 of Sportsman Meat Buggy. 7 minutes, going to be starting in less than 5. And we are underway here, drivers. Space yourself out. Give yourself plenty of room. Long race ahead of us here. As we start to make our way around here, looks like Brandon might be helping us out. Thank you very much, man. Much appreciated. Oh, man, all sorts of carnage coming down that tabletop. Give yourself room, guys. Don't want to get bunched up too early on here. As we come across the line, all sorts of positions changing right now. We'll let these guys get in for about a minute, see how everything starts out. Oh, man, all sorts of carnage with that blue buggy. Getting caught up, hit a little pit maneuver, and then gets hit again. Right now, though, it is all Brian Gerber to the top of the board with a 15.714. But just like that, Hunter stepping up to a 15.719 now. 1 through 5 for Sportsman E-Buggy. These guys are only separated by about 5 seconds. Can't even keep up. These guys are changing positions every time they cross the line. Bit of trouble over the triple. All clear, all clear. With 130 down, 530 left to go, taking a look at our 40-plus E-Buggy division. Looks like Jim is going to be leading us out with a 15.704. I believe that is good enough for TQ reset. Let's take a look here. Yes, it is. The time to beat from last round was a 9-lap pace, so still plenty of room to make up for that, as I believe both drivers were out early on. Huge 5-pack of drivers coming through that triple section. One airing it out for the triple, managed to get a little jump pass action in. How about Eric Roden, though, stepping up to the top of the board for Sportsman E-Buggy with a 15.722 pace. That is a pretty solid time. That is going to bump him up all the way up to that 4th spot. Biggest mover of the race right now, though, is going to go to David. He's looking at a 7th overall finish. That's going to put him up about 9 spots. Trouble over the triple. Trouble over the triple. All clear, all clear. Marshall gets right out of the way. Nice marshalling right there. Bit of a long lap for Jim here as he makes his way around. Let's see where that sorts him with Jim and Jeff. Those two battling for that 40-plus E-Buggy TQ. Bit of a long lap there for Jim, but he's still going to hold that top spot with a 14.701. Still good enough for that TQ time. Eric still moving up spots. Now with a 15.717 pace. All sorts of buggies coming out of the straightaway. Oh, man, gets the inside. Everybody being and banging, trying to figure out who's where. Let me see if I can give you guys a little help here, figure out where the leader's at. Orange buggy stuck underneath the pipe. Tim is all over it, though. Your leader should be coming across the line here soon. I believe that is Eric. Yes, it is coming across the line in that flow yellow white wing. If he comes up on you, give him a little bit of room. He is currently your leader. Nice courteous driving right there. Closest battle on the track is going to be between Brian and Kevin. Those two separated by only about 1.5 seconds last time by. But how about David stepping up to the plate now? Oh, man, it is switching positions left and right. Biggest move of the race now going to David. Going from 16th all the way to 8th. Putting in a solid round 2 here to secure him a main spot. If he can hold his pace, that will put him in the show as of currently. With 4 minutes down, 2:50 left to go. This is race number 4 of Sportsman E-Buggy. Coming out next is going to be race 5, Sportsman E-Buggy. We're going to be looking for Hank, Seth, John, Jonathan, David, Michael, Luke, Addison, and Daniel. But right now, the focus is race number 4 of Sportsman E-Buggy. It is all Jeff trying to put on a bit of a clinic here for 40+. He's rocking a 15.722 pace. That would put him about 4th in this race for Sportsman E-Buggy. But right now, it is all Eric in that Sportsman e-buggy class with a 15.729, just barely hanging on by a thread for that 15-lap pace. Brian in the 2, David in the 3, Kevin in the 4, Hunter in the 5, Richard in the 6, and Gama in that number 7, rounding out the field. With 5 minutes down, 2 minutes left to go. Closest battle on the track is still going to go to David and Kevin. These two have been switching spots all race long. Kevin, or I should say David, needs any spots he can get, though, as those 2 spots right now are for that A main transfer for 8 and 9. I believe we will be taking top 8 with 2 bumps. So we'll see how everything sorts out here. Right now it is 5:45 down, 1:15 left to go. It is still all Eric to the top of the board, but how about Brian moving up last time by with a 27.7? He's trying to make some moves up on a field. Oh man, carnage coming through that. Be careful through that double section. Marshall all over it. Thank you very much. Just like that, though, all I gotta say is Brian's knocking and Eric throws down a heater of a 26.6, trying to extend that lead ever so slightly over Brian, not letting him make up any ground. I believe that was your leader up on that tabletop gainer. Ron coming down the step down. That's going to be the time that Brian needs to find as your leader comes through that double section. We'll see where that puts him on the clock with 35 seconds left to go. Just like that, Brian taking over that number 1 spot now for Sportsman e-buggy with a 15.726, but he's on a bit of a long lap here that might move Eric right back up. Oh man, Eric taking over that number 1 spot now.
Three, 2, 1.
And just like that, you heard the announcer. Everybody is still live. Keep on going. Eric is still holding strong. Eric, you are done with a 14.701, just barely missing out on that 15-lap pace.
Brian Gerber done.
Hunter, you are done. Everybody else is still live. Brian, you are done. Just waiting on Jim,
David,
Jeff,
done.
David, Kevin, and Gama. All right, just waiting on Jim, Jeff,
done.
Kevin, and
Gama
Gama.
Rosado done.
All right, Jeff and Kevin are the only 2 left to finish here.
Jeff Atkins done.
Oh, it looks like Kevin is out, unfortunately. So that is going to round out our race. Taking down 40-plus e-buggy for a reset on TQ. It's going to be Jim K with a 15.715. Jeff in
All
that 2
drivers
spot.
are finished. The race is completed.
But taking down our top spot for race 4 is going to be Eric with a 14.701, followed by Brian, David, Kevin, Hunter, Gama, and Richard. Coming out now is going to be race 5, Sportsman e-buggy. We're looking for Hank, Seth, John, Jonathan, David, Michael, Luke, Addison, and Daniel.
David McGee. Luke McGee. Hank Moneymaker. John Shaw.
Should have plenty of marshals from last race, so we should be good to go. Bit of trouble in the middle. Marshall is all over it. Thank you very much. As these guys make their way out, be careful, marshals. There's lots of drivers already out there ripping laps. Don't want anybody getting hit on the straightaway. It hurts. Don't
Jonathan
do it.
Freeland.
That's how we do it. All of my marshals already out there before we get everybody checked in. Still looking for Seth, Michael, Addison, and Daniel to cross the line.
Addison Keaton. That darn Yankee. That darn Yankee. Seth Mr. Death Roulette.
All right, now we're just waiting for Daniel. We can get the show on the road. All stop on the straightaway. All stop on the straightaway. Daniel's done? All right. Thank you, thank you. Okay, looks like we got everybody checked in. I'll let everybody get over there to the corner. TQ time to beat is Hank Moneymaker, looking like he had a 15.706. That is going to be your time to beat. This is going to be race number 5 of Sportsman E-Buggy. We're going to be live in less than 5. And we are underway for a 7-minute long Sportsman E-Buggy race. Pretty strong time set by Hank, but I believe a lot of drivers were looking into that 16 lap pace range. So we'll see how everything sorts out as he makes his way around here. A lot of fast drivers in this class. Hank getting it a little wrong coming over that triple section, but lands wheels down, still keeps himself in contention right now. Oh man, just throws a little bit too much power. Getting it wrong. Gets himself back underway. All sorts of carnage early on. There's still plenty of time left in this race. Space yourself out and pace out. Give these guys a minute to sort it out and see where everybody's at. As everybody comes around for their first laps. Looks like Luke is the #1 spot right now. Just like that, I take that back. Hank is actually on top of the board with a 15.712. Orders are changing. Everybody's looking for spots this round, trying to make sure they are secured in the A main show of Sportsman. Don't want to play that bump game. One of these drivers getting it a little wrong. Marshall all over it in that left side of the track. Tough spot to be stuck in right there. Hank to the top of the board with a 15.718. Trouble over the triple. Trouble over the triple. All clear, all clear. Oh man, one hit in the beam. Unfortunately makes his way out of the park. That beam is brutal. Get that triple just a little bit too wide and you will smoke that beam. I believe that may have been our leader. We'll see where that sorts everything out here. Seth Rowlett moving to the top of the board now with a 15.716. Luke moving on up now to that #2 spot. He ran his fast lap of the race of a 29.9. Looking to make some moves here. Moving himself up all the way from the 7th spot, I believe. Yes, it is. But right now, it is all Seth with a 15.716 as he makes his way down the straightaway. I believe he is this buggy with the clear body yellow wing. Making his way around here. Looking to secure himself in that A main. Your running order, though, is Seth. Tight battle for second between Luke, Hank, and Jonathan. Those three separated by only about 2.5 seconds. John in that 5, David in the 6, Addison in the 7, Michael in the 8th. I believe Michael might be out early, unfortunately. And Daniel is out before it even started. So right now, though, Seth with a bit of a long lap. That's going to drop him all the way down to that #3. Hank now moving on up to that #1 spot. After that hard hit onto that beam, that buggy still holding strong. That is not an easy hit to take. Going to be checking stuff after this race for sure. With 3:30 down, 3:30 left to go. How about Jonathan Freeland moving up to that #3 spot now? He's looking to make some moves here. Looks like that TQ time is going to be pretty strong from Hank with a 15.706. That's going to be a hard time to beat. James flipping over before the race even starts. Just getting it out of his system early. But right now it is 4 minutes down, 3 minutes left to go. It is all Hank Moneymaker with a 15.711. How about that? That is your leader in the green with white wing. If he comes up on you, give him a little bit of room. Let me rephrase that. I realize there is 2 buggies out there with that exact description. His buggy has a little bit of a teeth scheme on the front. Bit of trouble for one of our drivers coming out of the straightaway. Marshall gets him back underway. Luckily, two wheels starts him out though. With 4:30 down, 2:30 left to go. Hank now stepping up to a 15.705, looking to reset TQ after that hard hit. Maybe that hard hit banged his shocks into the right orientation in the front. Now he's throwing down some heaters. Might just want to keep it like that now. With 5 minutes down, 2 minutes left to go.
2 minutes left.
Coming up next is going to be race number 6 of Pro E-Buggy. I'm going to be looking for Ryan, Chad, Rob, Tom, Carlos, James, Jim, Shane, and Derek. With 5:15 down, 1:45 left to go. It is all Hank on a 15.712. Throwing down a bit of a hot lap that time around. Moving him on up to a 15.703 now, looking to reset TQ by about 3 seconds. Gets it a bit backwards, but drives it underway. Seth moving on up back to that number 2 spot. Jonathan not too far out of the fight, only 4.5 seconds back from Seth. But so far, it looks like the only person really moving around on the track is Luke. He is currently in that 10th overall spot. That might just push him to BQ. He needs just a little bit of time to get himself out of that B sort or the BQ spot. I hear that's one spot Tom Bishop is notorious with, is that BQ spot. But right now, it is 6 minutes down, 1 minute left to go. Looks like Chad might be giving some live advice up on the stand, telling these guys the fast lines with these last couple laps they're out there. With only 30 seconds left to go, now's the time to make the moves. Luke stepping on up now. He's on a 14.715. He is currently 9th right now. Just needs that little bit of extra time to secure himself that A main spot. I believe it is 8 in bump 2. It's currently got him scoring in that 9 spot. He needs just a little bit of time with 10 seconds left to go. How about Seth and Jonathan? Those two separated by only about 2/10. That is for position on the track right now.
3, 2, 1.
That is time. Keep on going till the computer or myself says you're done. Keep on going, drivers. Seth, you were still live. Keep on going.
Hank Moneymaker done.
Hank, you are done. Only driver done. Everybody else is still live.
David McGee done.
David, you are done.
Addison
Everybody
Keelan
else
done.
will be done when you cross the line. Addison, you are done. Just waiting on Seth, Jonathan, John, and
McGee
Luke.
done.
Luke, you are done.
Jonathan Freeland done.
Jonathan,
Seth,
you are
Mr.
done.
Death
Seth,
Roulette
you are
done.
done. And
All drivers are
John,
finished.
you are done.
Shaw
Everybody
done.
is finished. Taking it down is Hank Moneymaker with a 15.709. Not good enough to reset TQ, but puts himself in the top spot for both rounds. So he is going to hold that overall TQ spot for Sportsman E-Buggy, followed by Seth in the 2, Jonathan in the 3, John in the 4, Luke in the 5, David in the 6, and Addison in that number 7 spot, rounding us out here.
The race is completed.
Coming out now is going to be race number 6, Pro E-Buggy.
Tom Bishop. Rob Gleason. Jim Kwiatkowski. Ryan Noland. Stinky. JT Keaton. Derek Body. CTP Matt Jones.
All right, just looking for Carlos to cross the line. It's the only driver we are waiting on. Carlos, are you out there? No, Carlos. All right. Looks like everybody's checked in. How we looking on Marshalls? Looking pretty good on Marshalls here. All right, drivers. TQ time to beat is Ryan Nolan with a 17.714 pace. Going to be a pretty hard time to beat, so make sure you space yourself out. It's going to be a 7-minute race, so plenty of time to make moves. Going to be starting in less than 5. And we are underway for a Pro E-Buggy. These are the guys to watch to see how it's done. Let's see how everything sorts out here. As we come around, how about Ryan Nolan? First time by with a 24.4. Ripping that time. Shane Coffey in the 2. I believe he didn't make it the first round out, but he is looking to send it out in this round. We got him up on a new tire. I believe he is on the double bar this time around. That is my favorite tire, my tire of choice at this track. And his buggy is actually looking really good out there right now. We'll see where that sorts him out. Right now, to the top of the board, it is Ryan Nolan with a 17.706. Rob Gleason right behind him, 9/1000ths of a second. Derek Bodie only 0.6 behind that. Oh my goodness, 1 through 6. These guys separated by only 2 seconds between 1 through 6. It is still anybody's race. This is the race to watch to see who is going to secure round 1, or I should say round 2 TQ. The only two to do it so far is Ryan and Rob. Those two on a reset. As we start to make our way around here. With 139 down, 520 left to go. We'll see how everything sorts out. It is changing every time by. Nobody making mistakes. That's what I like to see. Everybody's driving quick. Plenty of traction out there. Right now, it is all Ryan to the top of the board. Rob Gleason in the 2 with a 7.12 pace, followed by Chad Cup in the 7.12 pace. Shane Coffey in the 17.714. 1 through 4 separated by only about 4 seconds on the clock for pace. All it takes is a few blown corners, and that's it. Those spots are gone. And just like as I say that, Chad getting it a little bit wrong through that tabletop section. Doing a little endo coming over onto the straightaway now. Sliding over that top section. But let's take a lap around with your leader of Ryan Nolan. Let's see where he is working his way through the field. That is your white buggy with some brown streaks down the side of it, making his way onto the straightaway. If he comes up on you, give him a little bit of room. But just like that, bit of a long lap for Ryan. Shane Coffey moving on up to that number 1 spot, looking to reset TQ on a 17.712. That is your blue and white associated coming through that triple section. That is your leader. Give him a little room if he comes up on you. Coming through that tricky off camber. Oh man, almost getting caught on the pipe as he comes onto the straightaway. Those double bars must be working good for him as he comes down. He is only 0.4 ahead of TQ right now, looking to reset that time. But that buggy is looking hooked up right now. Tons of power as he shoots out of the corner onto that triple. Coming up the tabletop down to the drop down through that tricky off camber section. Just barely clearing it. Giving a little correction over the double-double he goes. Onto the straightaway now. Pretty solid lap, chipping away at that time. 25.2 last time by. But don't count Ryan out just yet. He's only 2 seconds back from your leader. Biggest mover of the race, though, looks like it is going to be Shane Coffey all the way from the 7th spot, all the way up to that TQ pace right now. Let's see where everything sorts out as we come around here. With 3:55 down, 3:05 left to go. The battle for that number 2 spot between Gleason, Ryan, Jones, and Cup. Oh my God, switching every lap. How about Matt Jones up to that number 2 spot now? Running a 17.716, not letting Shane get away just yet. It is still anybody's race as we come around. That TQ time, Shane is only ahead by 2/1000ths right now. He's got to put down some solid laps with 2:30 left to go here. keep himself with that TQ time. Oh man, almost getting it wrong. Gets it on 2 wheels, but gets it back underway with a huge whip. Saves that double section. But how about Gleason moving on up through the board? Made a bit of a mistake early on, but gets himself back underway. Rob Gleason now taking over that number 1 spot with a 17.716, but Chad Cup shooting back in that S-Works to the 17.715 now. It is still anybody's race. These guys all hunting for that TQ spot of a 7.14. 3 drivers only 3 seconds away. That is all it takes for that top spot for Pro E-Buggy with 5:10 down, 150 left to go. It is all Chad to the top of the board in that pink and white Sworks as he works his way through that double-double section. Coming around now onto the straightaway. Looks like a bit of a long lap for Chad. All it took was just a few seconds. That's going to move Rob Gleason up to the top of the board with a 7:15.9. He's about a second, maybe a couple tenths on top of that. That is your white, orange, and gray buggy if he comes up on you through that triple section. Make sure you give him a little room. Stuffs it coming over the triple. Terrible spot to get caught in. Marshall's trying to get all over it. Caution in the triple. All clear, all clear. That was your leader. Gonna be a tough time to make up from that. He was looking good, but that's gonna drop him way down on the board as, let's see, it looks like Chad might take over that number 1 spot with a 17.718 with 6 minutes down, 1 minute left to go.
1 minute left.
Just like that, Rob Gleason moving down to that number 3 spot. Still a pretty solid time, but I know he was hunting for that TQ. His buggy was looking good. Matt Jones getting a little bit wrong over that triple. Marshall all over it though. Caught up in a tough spot. Chad Cup, though, 17.717, only 3 seconds off of TQ, trying to make up that time. All he needs is 1 or 2 good laps here. With 30 seconds left to go, it is still Chad on top of the board. Rob in the 2, Shane in the 3, Ryan Nolan in the 4. Those 3 separated by only 1 second on the clock. Shane moving on up now to that number 2 spot. Every position counts. That could be the difference between winning and losing this main. It will get competitive between all these drivers. Your running order is looking like Chad. Rob now moving on up to that number 2. Shane in the 3. Ryan in the 4. Matt Jones in the 5. Derek in the 6. Tom in 7. James in 8.
3.
And Jim and Carlos
2,
out early.
1.
And that is time. Keep on going. I believe we may have had one that... Oh, yeah. Marshall gets him back underway. That was Chad getting caught. Just like we saw Carlos getting caught. Chad, you are still live. Keep on going. That's going to move things around here. Let's see how everything sorts out. Tom is the only one done. Everybody is still live. You are done when you cross the line.
CTP Matt Jones done. Derek Body done.
Matt, you are done. Derek, you are done. Shane, you are done. So waiting on Ryan, Chad,
JT
and Rob.
done.
James, you are done. Waiting on Rob and Chad.
Bad Chad done.
No. Chad, you are done. Just waiting on Rob now as he makes his way around.
All drivers are finished.
And all drivers are finished. Taking it down is Shane Coffey with a 24.9 fast lap on his last lap, pushing it. He ran a 17.722. Not good enough for TQ, but that will put him in the number 2 spot for the main. Rob Gleason in that 2, though, with a 17.724. And Chad in the 3 with a 17.725. Rounding out our field is Ryan in the 4, Matt Jones in the 5, Derek in the 6, Tom in the 7, and James in the number 8. Good set of racing right there. Everybody was battling for TQ, but just made some small bobbles, and that's all it will take in Pro E-Buggy. These guys know how to get it done.
The race is completed.
But coming out now is going to be race number 7 of 4-wheel drive SCT. We are looking for Carlos, Hunter, Kevin, Gama, David, Richard, and Jeff. Should have plenty of marshals from last race.
David Higgins.
Thank you to all my marshals getting out there. That last race, we had a little bit of unfortunate luck. I think Chad caught the Carlos curse, got caught on that last corner once again, and that's all it took. He was closing in on that TQ and dropped him down. Looked like 2 spots, getting caught almost at the line. Unfortunate luck right there. His car was looking good. It's going to be an interesting main for sure. Lots of fast drivers. All it takes is that one mistake. But that's what we like to see. Close racing makes for some good battles and great announcing right there. As everybody's starting to make their way out to the track, still looking for Carlos, Kevin, Gama, Richard, and Jeff.
Kevin Thompson.
All right, we're still looking for Carlos, Gama, Richard, and Jeff to make their way out to the track. How we looking on Marshall's out there? Marshall's looking pretty solid. Maybe if we can get one more on the left side. Carlos is out. All right. No worries. You had a pretty solid time of a 15.726, so it looks like it might hold depending on how everything goes. That truck looked good. So with Carlos out, we're just looking for Gama, Richard, and Jeff. If you guys are out there, please cross the line. We were looking really solid on Marshall, so we're just waiting on everybody to check in here. Let these guys get another lap or two. But right now, it looks like TQ time to beat is Carlos with a 15.726, rocking that all-white OG scheme.
Jeff Atkins.
Getting it done. And a lot of his classes today had a little bit of unfortunate luck early on, but managed to secure some round 2 TQs and rocking right along. All right, just looking for Gama and Richard. If you guys are out there, please cross the line. I see 5 trucks, but 4 people are checked in.
Gama Rosado.
All right, looks like Gama is checked in, just waiting on, I believe Richard might be out, he said. And Carlos said he is out. Give one last call to Richard if he is out there. If not, we'll go ahead and get this show on the road. I'll stop on the straightaway. Let this last truck go ahead and get over to the corner. But right now, it's looking like this is going to be race 7 of 4-wheel drive SCT. TQ time to beat once again is Carlos on a 15.726. Space yourself out. You only got 5 drivers out there, so still plenty of room for people to race in battle. We're going to be going live in less than 5. And we are underway here for our 7-minute race of 4-wheel drive SCT. This is Qual 2. Oh man, guys just sending it at the end of the straightaway. Might need to put Rob over here in some riot gear with the way they're sending it in this corner. Let these guys get a minute in, sort everything out, see how everything goes. Right now, it is Hunter taking over that top spot right now with a 13.712. But don't not count out Kevin just yet. Kevin knocking right on that time, only 6 1,000ths behind. What do you think, Rob? We'll set you up with a little catcher's mitt at the end. All right, with a minute 15 down, 5:40 left to go. It is Kevin now taking over that number 1 spot with a 13.708, stepping up his pace last time by, running his hot lap of a 32.5. How about that? As these guys start to make their way around, Right now, it is looking like Carlos's TQ of a 15.726 looks stronger and stronger the more I look at it. Kevin stepping on up to a 14, but he's going to need to find a whole lot of time here. I think that biggest time save that Carlos was making, he was one of the few trucks that could consistently make that triple. He's got the aerodynamics on that thing tuned in right. That seems to be one of the trickiest sections on the track for these trucks. But just as I say that, somebody making the triple pretty consistent right there. Tell you what, it gets a little scary with the parachute effect, but if you can do it right, you make up a whole bunch of time. Right now, though, it is all Kevin. Hunter in the 2, David in the 3. Those two separated by only about 2/10 on the clock. Oh, man, somebody almost going for a backflip. Trying to go for some style points coming over the triple. Ryan just waiting to see if any crashes happen. All clear over the triple, all clear. Right now, though, it is all Kevin Thompson to the top of the board with a 13.7 flat. Hunter pretty close by with a 13.703. See if we can take a lap with our leader. I believe that is your leader in that all green truck as he makes his way around. Bit of a long lap for him here. That wasn't even your leader. So where is Kevin? Kevin caught up somewhere here. Oh man, just as I say that, I believe Kevin might be out. Depending on where he is, I'm not sure. Unless he missed a lap here, we will see. Oh man, think he might have stopped counting. Unfortunate luck for Kevin. He was in that top spot. Right now, though, Hunter moving up to the top of the board now with a 13.702. David in the 2 with a 13.710. Richard in the 3 with a 12.734. Hunter running his new hot lap of the race in that all-white truck. Taking some tips on Carlos on the all-white scheme. I think that's how we get it done. Just got to run the white bodies. As he makes his way over the triple. Almost gets it wrong. Gets a little swirly coming over the triple, but manages to clear it and get it underway. With 4:15 down, 2:45 left to go. This is race 7 4 drive SCT. Coming out next is going to be Pro Nitro Truggy and Buggy as well. I'm going to be looking for Ryan, Derek, Levi, Timothy, John, and Seth. And I believe we have Shane making an appearance in Nitro. Told me he was dropping in, so I'll make sure I'll poke a lot of fun at him as he goes out there. Gets a little swirly with that thing. Man, I got a sharp look just by saying that, so we'll see what happens. But right now, with 5 minutes down, 2 minutes left to go, it is all Hunter on a 14.729, stepping himself back on up to that 14-lap pace. Exactly what he's looking for, but biggest move of the race going to David. He's looking to put himself in that number 3 spot with a 13.702 time. Trying to move a few spots up on the grid there. Oh man, almost a crazy drift at the end of the straightaway. That was pretty cool. Got to get some style points for that one. Tom all over it, another truck. Tom is once again all over it. Gets him back underway. With 5:45 down, 1:15 left to go. It is still Hunter leading us out, but David closing in on that gap ever so slightly, 3.5 seconds back. Trying to catch a little bit of time on Hunter. That will bump him up another spot going into the main. Sometimes all it takes is that one spot. With 6 minutes down, 1 minute left to go. Hunter with a bit of a long lap. David was up to the top spot for about half a second, but Hunter going to steal it right back. Both of these drivers on a bit of a long lap last time by. That's going to drop both of them down to a 13-lap pace. That gap is still 3.5 seconds. With 6:30 down, 30 seconds left to go. Unfortunate that Kevin was out early. He was on a good run. Might have put him number 2 overall. We'll see how everything sorts out, though. Hopefully, he can get his transponder back in going good. Believe we may have had one leave the arena as I see Ryan climbing back in. Trouble over the triple, trouble over the triple. Roll the triple.
3.
All clear, all clear.
2, 1.
And everybody is still live. Keep on going until I say you're done. Hunter on the edge of the 14-lap pace, trying to hunt the 14 if he can get it. He's on a 7 flat right now. He's going to need one solid lap here.
Hunter Stumbot done.
Bit of a long
David
lap, so
Higgins
that's
done.
going to finish him out. Hunter, you are done. David, you are done. Waiting on Gamma, Jeff, and Richard. All 3 drivers are still live. We still have 3 drivers live out on the track. As each driver start to make their way around. All drivers will be finished when they cross the line.
Richard Maroney done.
Richard, you are done. Just waiting on Gamma and Jeff.
Gamma Rosado done.
Gamma, you are done. Just waiting on Jeff now.
All drivers
Fast
are
truck
finished.
to finish.
Jeff Atkins done.
And you are done. That is race 7 for Drive LCT. Taking the win is Hunter with a 13.703. Gonna miss out on that TQ pace. Really strong pace set by Carlos in round 1 with a 15.726. But David in that number 2, Richard in the 3, Gamma in the 4, and Jeff in the 5. Coming
race is
out now
completed.
is gonna be race number 8. This is a mixture class of all sorts of nitro classes. We are looking at Open Nitro Truggy, Pro Nitro Buggy, and Sportsman Nitro Buggy for these 3 classes right now. Believe we had a few flameouts early on in round 1. We had a pretty loud buggy. Heard Seth wanted to do the little cat delete mid-race. That truck sounded like it was absolutely ripping down the
Seth, Mr.
straightaway with no
Double
exhaust on it, but looks like he got it fixed under control now. Plenty of time to move around here. Like I said,
Derek
there was
Gotti.
plenty of flameouts in round 1, plenty of mistakes. So spots can change going out here. Marshall's coming on
Levi
out quick.
Carter.
Thank you very much, Marshalls.
John
You guys
Shaw.
have been on top of it all day. That's what we'd like to see.
Timothy Brisbane.
Heads up over the triple. Heads up over the triple. All clear, all clear. All right, we're just waiting on Ryan Nolan. That is the only one we are waiting on. I also forgot we got to throw Shane in this race as well. Just took a peek outside the door and forgot. Just as I was talking all that trash up in the booth. Forgot he's even racing. But he told me no worries though. He's going to lay it down out there. That's what I hear. As these 2 drivers get their stuff started. Gamma, do you want to take that left spot over there?
Ryan Noland.
All right, we're just waiting for Shane. As Shane starts to make his way out there. Kevin, did that transponder come unplugged on you in the truck? I was saying, did that transponder come unplugged on you in the truck? Is it still too low? All right, looks like I got to turn it up just a little bit to hear it over these nitros. All right. Sounds good now. All right. Just waiting for Shane to check himself in here. There he is. I'll go ahead and drag him in.
Stinky.
All right, drivers. Next time by, please come in for fuel. Come in for fuel next time by. Let's try to hold them in the pits for a second, let these guys catch up, and we'll send everybody out near about the same time, and then we'll get started on the next lap by. If you're one of the first ones out, please take it easy. As these guys start to get themselves underway, get them all fueled up for this 7-minute race. TQ time to beat is looking like a 16.7 flat from Ryan Noland. I'll have to check what the other times are in this race. I believe they are going to be all over the place, though, as a lot of people flamed out in round 1. Looks like we're getting Tim rebooted here. And it looks like we got another buggy at the end. Just waiting on everybody to go ahead. If you guys want to take one more lap, feel free. Get everybody in the same pace. Shane coming in for a quick refuel. All right, everybody is underway here. So this is going to be a 7-minute race here, guys. I'm going to be starting in less than 5. And we are underway here for race number 7. It is Open Nitro Truggy, Pro Nitro Buggy, and Sportsman Nitro Buggy. We'll see how everything sorts out here. Ryan, if you want to go ahead and jump the pipe, just to make sure you don't get cut off on any time. There we go. Everybody is underway. Everybody is crossed the line. We'll give these guys about a minute to sort out and see how everything goes. As we come around, things are going to change. Let me go ahead and take a look at these times, see where everybody was sorted. So it looks like the TQ time to beat for Pro Nitro Buggy was Ryan with a 16.7 flat. For our Pro Nitro Buggy division, looking at Open Nitro Truggy, I believe that goes to Timothy with a 12.716, which he is smashing out of the water right now with a 16.71 pace, really solid pace for Open Nitro Truggy. For Sportsman Nitro Buggy division, looks like we had... I believe it was Levi here. Yes, it was Levi with a 13.711. So John looking to reset all 3 classes, all on a reset right now. But taking a look at some of our classes, we got Timothy in that number 1 spot with a 17.722, ripping out there with that truck. Must have changed something coming into the pits, because that truck looks fast, looks good, looks easy to drive as he makes his way onto the straightaway. Coming around now, back-to-back 25s. He is currently your fastest driver. Would reset TQ in all 3 classes. Oh man, just as I say that, I gave him the announcer's curse. Gets it a little wrong. Jeff is all over it as he makes his way back onto the triple. Taking a look at our Pro Nitro Buggy class, we got Ryan Nolan on a reset with a 17.725. Derek in the 2 with a 16.724. And Shane in the 3 with a 15.714. Giving a little love over to our Sportsman Nitro Buggy division. We got John in that number 1 spot on a reset with a 15.709. Levi in the 2 with a 13.733, just a little bit behind his TQ in round 1. But John looking really strong in that Sportsman Nitro Buggy. Carlos just barely hitting a little matrix move coming onto the straightaway. Right now, the battle on the track to watch is between Derek and Shane. Those two separated by only about 1.5 seconds on the track. Let's take a lap around with your leaders for some of these classes. I'll catch whoever comes by first. As we come around, Ryan Noland is the first one of your leaders to come by in that Red Wing Nitro Buggy. He is on a 16.706 Not good enough for a reset, but pretty close to it as he makes his way over that triple section. Down that drop down, looking good. Car is suctioned to the track right now. Must have those tires absolutely prepped and looking good as he makes his way onto the straightaway now. That is your leader for Pro Nitro Buggy. Let's see where everybody else is. I believe this is Timothy coming across the line for Open Nitro Truggy. 25-1 last time by with a 16.706 pace. Looking to absolutely smash round 1 TQ. He is many laps ahead. Bit of trouble in the front. As Gama is all over it. Bit of a tough spot to get stuck in. Bit of a blind spot, but gets him back underway. Let's see where John Shaw is on the track. Let's see if we can catch him next time by. Giving a little love to our Sportsman Nitro Buggy division. That is your leader, John Shaw, in that blue, white buggy, white wing, white rims coming over that triple section now. There's actually two of them out there. I just realized that. Shane and John running a very similar scheme between these two, coming off that off-camera section now. As he comes through that double-double. Has a nice landing, gets it a little wide coming on the straightaway, but gets himself powered down to the ground. Shane Coffey now moving on up to that number 2 spot, looking to take away that number 2 from Derek. But I don't believe that will be good enough for that number 2. So right now he's got to find some time to try to beat Derek's time from round number 1. With 5 minutes down, 150 left to go. Everybody on a reset right now. Ryan Nolan matching his pace, but just like that, 2/10 quicker. He's on the verge of a 17-lap run, getting faster and faster as that buggy goes along. Like I like to mention, with these nitro cars, they get better as the race goes along. They typically set them a little stiffer, a little heavier. As these oils break in for these long mains, the cars just get better and better. So you start to see these paces pick up as time goes along. Oh man, somebody getting a little wrong coming out of the straightaway. Wanted to go through that section again. Gives room for Timothy. Oh man, Derek taking it back from Timothy. Those two swapping right now. Oh no, Shane unfortunately is out. Unfortunate for Shane right there. Might have had a flame out. If it makes you feel any better, you'll still be top 3. But he was running good. That car was looking solid. As they start to come around, though, might try to get him back underway. Right now, it is 6:30 down, 30 seconds left to go. It is still Timothy to the top of the board with Open Nitro Truggy. His pace has not changed much. He is on a 16.705 in that all-blue truck. Derek actually moving on up. I believe he might have actually jumped the lap, so let me go ahead and correct that. All right, that's sorted a little better now. But right now, Ryan on a reset with a 17.724 for his class. 723 now. John Shaw on a reset as well for Sportsman Nitro Buggy. Keep on going, drivers. Everybody is still live. These are going to be some long laps. Oh, no. Unfortunately, Tim flaming out right before the line. He was still on a 16-lap pace, so I think that's still good enough for TQ. Carlos giving a little love over the line.
Done.
Managed to still finish on a 16-lap pace. Either way, though, I think Seth was out for Nitro Truggy. Everybody is still live. Keep on going until I say you're done, drivers. Ryan, you are still live. You're on a 17-lap run. You're on your victory lap for TQ.
Derek Body done.
Derek, you are done.
John Shaw done.
John Shaw, you are done. Just waiting on Ryan and Levi. Shane and Seth, you guys are out.
Levi Carter done.
And just waiting on Ryan.
All drivers are finished.
And that is going to wrap up round number 2, qualifier number 2 for our round 3 of 4 summer/spring point series. Timothy going to reset TQ for Open Nitro Truggy with a 16.717, followed by Seth. Ryan going to reset TQ with a 17 lap run, only one to do it today on a 17.730. Derek in the 2, Shane out early in the 3, and John going to reset TQ for Sportsman Nitro Buggy with a 15.722 with Levi in the 2 spot.
The race is completed.
That is going to wrap up our qualifier number 2. I'm going to go ahead and try to get these mains out there. We will probably start right around. Looking like we're going to have a 2:30 start. That gives everybody about 40 minutes. We're going to go ahead and get the track prepped, blow off the track, give it a nice water, really let it soak in. Maybe give everybody a little bit of time to get some lunch because we'll have 40 minutes. So if you want to grab a quick bite to eat, now's the time to do it. Charge some batteries, maybe even check some stuff over for the mains. And I'll go ahead and get the mains sorted and let everybody know when they're resorted. And we'll get going into the mains. Once again, drivers, our time for starting next round is going to be 2:30. 2:30. I'm probably just going to give it like 15 minutes before we do a little track prep. Just going to let people get a couple practice laps in, and then we'll do some track prep. Thank you very much. I appreciate it, though. All the help is appreciated. Once again, practice is only going to be open for about 20 minutes. So if you guys want to go try a thing or two, you have 20 minutes to do it. We're going to shut down the track at 2:15 sharp to give us about 15 minutes for track prep. Maybe even a little earlier than that, depending on how much water we want to put out there. So if you want some laps, now's the time to do it.
The race is completed. 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 The race is completed.
All right, we're going to be shut. Test, test. Test, test. Test, test. Hello? Test, test. Test, test. Test, test. All right. All right, drivers, we're going to be shutting down the track here in about 5 to 6 minutes so we can start some track maintenance. That way there we can blow off the track, get some water on the track. So if you guys want to try any last minute changes, you have about 5 minutes to do so, and track will be closed down until the mains.
Aaron Ogle. Aaron Ogle. Aaron Ogle.
Alrighty, drivers, mains are posted, mains are posted. Look at what particular race you're in, because some of them are different than what you were running in qualifying. Just make sure that you're looking at the mains, not Q3. Look at the mains, not the qualifiers. Race number 1 is still going to be Spec Slash. Race 2 will be Sportsman E-Buggy B main, as well as your 40 plus drivers. Race number 3 will be Pro E Truggy. Race 4 will be four-wheel drive circuit course A main. Race 5 will be Sportsman A main. Race 6 will be Pro E-Buggy A main. Race 7 will be Sportsman E-Truggy A main. And Race 8 will be Pro Nitro Buggy A main. Again, it's all on live time. Go on there and look, see what race you're in. Just make sure you're ready. We're going to kick it off at 2:30. That gives you 20 minutes. Track is now closed. Track is now closed. Better? Better? Test. 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 Test.
All right, it is now 2:25. We are looking to go live here in about 5 minutes. If these drivers from the Spec/A main mixed in with novice want to start making their way out, I'm looking for Kevin, Aaron, Brandon, Lennon, Andy, and Hayden. I'm going to need all my marshals from race 8. That is going to be Ryan, Derek, Shane, Timothy, Seth, John, and Levi for Pro Nitro Buggy. But once again, Spec/ and Novice A main, looking for Kevin, Aaron, and Brandon. And we are looking for Lennon, Andy, and Hayden. All right, drivers, please start making your way out for Spec Slash and Novice. We're still looking for Kevin, Aaron, Brandon, Lennon, Andy, and Hayden. I gave everybody an extra few minutes here, but we're going to be looking for our drivers from Pro Nitro Buggy. It's going to be Ryan, Derek, Shane, Timothy, Seth, John, and Levi to Marshall. Race number 1. This is going to be our first race for Spec Slash and Novice. Mic check, mic check. All right, sounding good. All right, I am still looking for my drivers for Spec Slash and Novice. We're still looking for Kevin, Aaron, Brandon, Lennon, Andy, and Hayden. If those drivers could start making their way out now, get everybody all checked in for our race 1 action. Still looking for my marshals from Pro Nitro Buggy, looking for Ryan, Derek, Shane, Timothy, Seth, John, and Levi.
Hayden Stumbaugh. Andy Phipps. Kevin Thompson.
All right, we are still looking for Aaron, Brandon, and Lennon. Those are the only 3 drivers we are waiting for as marshals start to make their way out there now. We're still looking for those marshals. Going to be a good set of racing as these mains come out. Everybody's been out there looking pretty good. Heard there's a couple of changes going down in between rounds. Lots of good battles that are going to go on for these mains. There's a couple of races I want to keep in mind between Pro E-Buggy. I think is going to be one of the shows to watch. Sportsman E-Buggy is a pretty good toss-up as well. Even some of the Nitro guys were looking pretty quick. All right, we are just waiting for Brandon. Everybody else is checked in. I'm still looking for a few marshals out there. I need all my marshals from Pro Nitro Buggy. If you're not out there, please start making your way out. I'm still looking for Ryan, Derek, Shane, Timothy, Seth, John, and Levi. I'm going to call an all stop on the straightaway, all stop on the straightaway. Going to give Brandon about a minute and a half here. Brandon, if you are out there, you are up for Spec Slash. If we can go ahead and start getting these guys lined up, I'm going to go ahead and start novice first. So, Lennon, you are the #1 spot on the board if you want to go ahead and get lined up down at the end right here. Andy, you're going to be in 2. Hayden in that 3 spot. And for our Spec Slash, Kevin is going to take that #1 spot, followed by Aaron into 2. And I'll give Brandon about another minute here. If he is not out here, we're going to go ahead and get started here. Lennon, you want to go ahead and back up to that #1 spot if you don't mind? Thank you very much. Keep you guys a little close. All right, looks good enough to me. As long as you guys space yourself out, keep everything clean. All right, looks like Brandon is not going to make this one. How we looking on marshals out there? Shane, you want to take this corner over here at the start of the straightaway, and Ryan, if you want to take his cone, probably be able to cover that middle spot. Thank you very much. Okay, drivers, this is going to be an 8-minute main. This is a mixture between Spec Slash and Novice. It's an 8-minute race, plenty of race time ahead of us. We're going to be starting in less than 5. And we are underway. Our novice drivers are underway here. Oh man, all sorts of carnage going early on. Both Slash guys getting caught up in that first corner section. Shane all over it as he gets the marshal going. Bit of a bump coming in. I believe that may have been Aaron in that ride coming over that triple section. Trouble in the triple section, trouble in the triple. Ryan is getting all over it as he makes his way over to that triple. Tough spot to be caught in between that double single right there. Still plenty of racing left, still plenty of time to make up here. As we go on by, it looks like Lennon is going to be the first one by in that clear body yellow wing as he makes his way by. Coming through that S section, looking to check out early as he's on a 12.823 pace, coming over that double single, playing it safe, playing it smart. Our Spec Slash guys are still neck and neck. These two trucks are coming around between Kevin and Aaron. These guys have been battling all day long as they are coming through that triple section. Aaron looks like he's going to double single, try to make up some time right on the back bumper over on that drop down tabletop as he comes through that tricky off-camber section through the top tabletop, through the double now. That is your 1 and 2 driver for Spec Slash. Looks like Aaron just getting it a little wrong as he comes onto the straightaway. As a buggy looks to pass him on the outside. Oh man, sending in hard on the left side, manages to keep it wheels down. Just gets over that double. Closing up the gap every time he comes over some of these jumps. Your leader getting caught up now. That is Kevin. Hits a little reverse right there. Gets it back underway. But that's going to allow Aaron back into that 1 spot. Right now, taking a look back to novice, it is Lennon in that clear body yellow wing. That is your leader as he makes his way onto the start of that triple section. Coming through double single. Gets a little wide. Gets him back underway. Gets right up next to the marshal. Nice close and personal. But down he goes off that tabletop. Through that off-camber section now. Up onto the tabletop once again. He's looking to check out early here, as he is the guy to be in novice with a 15.830. Hot lap of the race is going to Lennon with a 31.1. Hot lap of the race for Spec Slash is going to be a 38.7 from Aaron. Aaron got a slight hot lap advantage. He's 2 neck and neck, 1 and 2, switching and swapping as they come down the tabletop. Your leader gets it wrong. Here comes Aaron. I believe that is Aaron in that green truck. Oh man, gets caught up with a buggy upside down. But gets it back underway, gets a little jump pass. Oh man, gives us a little pit maneuver coming onto the straightaway now as these two come down at the end of the straightaway. Here they go. 1 and 2. These trucks are the battle to watch on these track between the red truck of Kevin and the green truck of Aaron. These two have been neck and neck for 3 minutes straight with 5 minutes left to go. Still plenty of time here as we go along. Looks like a little bit of a gap starting to develop just a little bit as he goes for a little tumble down that tabletop section, but gets it back underway, wheels down. Oh man, Aaron waiting as he almost gets caught up with a marshal. but gets it back underway. Kevin and Aaron, these two neck and neck once again, coming around for this next lap. Oh man, Aaron sending it, getting a little wrong. That's going to allow Kevin to get by for that number 1 spot. That is your red, white, and black truck. That's the thing with these spec slashes. You can make up a ton of time by clearing these jumps, but get it wrong once, and that's all it takes. As he comes through that double single, looks like he gets caught up in the triple. That is a tough spot to be in. Ryan is all over it, but that's going to give a huge lead to Kevin Thompson for that number 1 spot. As they come around now, Lennon looking to just check out in the novice class. Let's take a peek back to see where everybody's at. That is still your clear buggy with yellow wing in that number 1 spot. Andy Phipps in the 2 and Hayden in the 3. All three of these drivers spread out, hitting a little bit of a wheelie, it looks like, with that buggy. Your leader in Slash. Oh man, looks like we had a Slash with a little body problem. Got no body on there. Wanted to lose that extra weight apparently. Gets himself back underway though. Oh man, Ryan over in the double right there. Gets it back underway. I must say, when they have a body, they are hard to fly, but even more so without a body, they are even trickier. Right now, your leader, Kevin Thompson, in that spec slash, looking to check out. He's got about a 14.5-second lead on Aaron in that number 2 spot. Hopefully Aaron can close the gap. He shaved off a whole lot of weight off the top of that truck. May just be the secret ingredient he needs to reel in that number 1 spot. Oh man, bit of a bump out pass. Getting taken out by buggies on the straightaway. Believe he may be caught on the straightaway somewhere. Oh, I take that back. He's back underway. Right now though, it is 5:30 down, 2:30 left to go. Looks like we are spreading across pretty far across these racers. Kevin still in that number 1 spot. Aaron in the 2. For a spec slash, taking a look back at novice. Lennon in that number 1 spot. Checked out early, and he's been gone ever since. Right now, it is Andy in the 2 and Hayden in the 3. Oh, man, going nosediving over by that Sork sign. Somehow gets it back on the wheels.
2 minutes left.
Hitting a little bit of a jump pass to the wide section. Gets himself back underway. With 6 minutes down, 2 minutes left to go. Bit of a long lap from your leader, Kevin Thompson, but right now he is holding a almost 26-second lead. Looking to check out. Bit of trouble in that triple section. Then the no-body slash, I like to call it, as he makes his way down that tabletop. Kevin racing for bragging rights at this point. If he can put a lap on Aaron. As they make their way around now with 6:45 down, 1:15 left to go. Oh, man, bit of trouble for Aaron. Here comes Kevin trying to make up that lap on Aaron.
1 minute left.
Looks like Aaron may have lost that ability to make some of these jumps. That truck, aerodynamic package-wise, I'd take that back. He proved me wrong just hitting that double single like it was nothing. As he comes around with 45 seconds left to go. It is still Lennon on top of the board. Andy in the 2, Hayden in the 3. And moving back to our spec slash class, it is Kevin in that number 1 and Aaron in the 2. But coming out next is going to be race 2, Sportsman E-Buggy. We're going to be looking for Luke, Kevin, Michael, Richard, Hunter, Addison, Daniel, Gamma, Jeff, and Jim. That is going to be a stacked race. We're going to be playing for bump spots, so there's going to be a whole lot of beating and banging in that race. But right now, our attention is on race 1 for spec slash and novice. Looks like everybody is pretty sorted out now. As we come around with 5 seconds left to go, is Lennon gonna take home the gold as he goes, flips over at the start of the straightaway, not gonna get his victory lap, unfortunately, but he comes across for the win. It is Lennon in that number 1 spot for novice. All drivers are still live. Keep on going. Aaron, you are done. Just waiting on Kevin, Andy, and Hayden. Hayden, you are done. Just waiting on Andy and Kevin now.
Done.
Kevin, you are done. And Andy, you are done.
Andy Phipps done.
That will round out spec slash and novice A main race number 1. Good racing, guys.
The race is completed.
As we move on now to race number 2, it is Sportsman E-Buggy. We are looking at Jeff Atkins, Jim, Luke McGee, Kevin Thompson, Michael Hogan, Richard Hunter, Addison Keaton, Daniel, and Gama. It is going to be a stacked race. These drivers are looking to make the bump to the show for a main Sportsman E-Buggy. Who is going to make it happen during this race? There was lots of good battles in round 1 and round 2. Lots of these drivers trying to throw it down, making some changes in the pits as they come out for the main. We'll go ahead and let these drivers get checked in. I'm probably going to need about a marshal or 2 volunteer. But outside of that, we should be good to go. We had 6 drivers last race. Should have a pretty decent amount of marshals out there.
Hunter Stumbaugh. Jim Kwiatkowski. Richard Maroney.
Oh man, almost taking out the marshal at the end of the straightaway. Luckily, hit a little matrix move, jumped over the buggy right at the end.
Gama Rosado.
As everybody gets checked in, we are still looking for Jeff, Kevin, Michael, and Addison. Those 4 still need to get checked
Addison
in.
Keaton.
Good to see Kevin out here back with his buggy. Said he may not run it, but good to see him. He wants to make that bump happen. He's in that number 2. He could do it. We are still looking for 3 drivers. Still looking for Jeff, Kevin, and Michael. Heads up over the triple, roll the triple. There is still a buggy upside down. I still need my marshals out there from last race and probably another volunteer or 2. All clear over the triple now. Still looking for Kevin, Michael, and it looks like Jeff is starting to make his way out there. So waiting on 3 drivers, but right now, more than anything, I need my marshals out there from last race and probably an extra volunteer or 2. That way there we can keep this show going. Get everybody out of here at a decent time. All right, looks like everybody's checked in. Jeff is making his way out there, just waiting on Michael now. Michael, if you're out there, please cross the line. All right, guys, still looking for my marshals from last race. I should have had plenty of marshals. We had 6 people in the last race. May need a volunteer or 2, but we should be good. I'm going to need a lot of help for this race, though, as we have a lot of cars. It's going to be a lot of action as we go into this B-Main Sportsman E-Buggy. People are going to be racing for bumps, so there's going to be all sorts of bumping and banging going on in this race. All right, guys, as we get our order out there, Jeff is going to be taking that number 1 spot, Jim in the 2. And for our Sportsman E-Buggy, it is going to be Luke in the 3, Kevin in the 4, Michael in the 5, Richard in the 6, Hunter in the 7, Addison in the 8, Daniel in the 9, and Gama rounding out that 10 spot. We are still looking for about 2 marshals in the middle. If we can get any help, that would be much appreciated. We're going to need 2 for the middle. It's going to be a crammed race here. Looks like we're getting everybody sorted out. Seth going to give us a little help here. All right, we are still looking for 2 marshals in the middle. We can get this underway. I know we have 2 willing volunteers that are going to help us get this race started. Once again, I don't want to call out names, but if you were in race 1 of Spec / or Novice, that would be Kevin, Lennon, Aaron, Andy, Brandon, and Hayden. If you guys race / race, please make sure you are out there for marshaling. Kevin is out there. Okay, I got you. Perfect. All right, looks like Carlos is going to give us some help. All right, Carlos, if you want to grab that far right over by the double-double, and we should be good. All right, we got 1 car that's a little close for 1 and 2. What do we got going on here? A little bit of a dispute. All right, looks like we got it back underway. All right, this is going to be race 2 of Sportsman E-Buggy mixed in with some 40-plus guys. It is going to be a packed race. This is for the bump to the show for Sportsman A-Main E-Buggy. Let's take it easy in the first few corners. We're going to be going live in less than 5. And we are underway for our B main Sportsman e-buggy. All sorts of carnage going on at the end of the straightaway. I wanted to keep it clean through the first corner, but it looks like not too much trouble as we make our way around here. Let's see how everything sorts out here. Let's see who the first one across the line is. Oh man, little bit of carnage going on in that tabletop. Everybody trying to make moves happen early on. It's a long race. 8 minutes is a long time. Jim looking to cruise out early on for that 40 plus. But right now, it is Luke dropping all the way from the 9 spot. How about that? Up to that number 1 spot in his Sportsman e-buggy. He is trying to make it happen. Make the show to the A main. The road to the show starts here. As we come around, though, it is Jim and Jeff in that 40-plus e-buggy leading us out. But right now, it is all Luke, Kevin, and Hunter, top 3. Those two, or I should say those 3 separated by only about 4 seconds on the clock. Your 1, 2, and 3 coming down the straightaway by the Swork sign. Your leader is in this white wing, white body, white rims. That seems to be the trend between these cars. As he comes across the triple, 2 and 3 in tow. That is your blue buggy and orange buggy. Right behind, putting some pressure on. It looks like one of them may have caught the beam. I believe that might have been Kevin catching the beam. That's going to allow both Hunter and Daniel to get by. Your leader, though, Luke, as he makes his way on the end of the straightaway by the Swork sign once again. Let's see how he settles out. Trying to get a little bit of a lead going. He's got about a 4.5 second lead. It gets it wrong, but gets it back underway. Marshals himself over the pipe as he comes over that triple section. Coming up that tabletop, Kevin closing that gap pretty quick. That is your orange buggy in that number 2, trying to get the lead back from Luke as he makes his way through the double-double. Here we go down the straightaway. This is your 1, 2, and I believe 3 right in tow. Yes, it is. That is Daniel. Oh, man, number 2 of Kevin almost getting it wrong, but gets himself back underway, clipping that wooden board up on that left side. 1, 2, and 3 as they battle by the N2RC sign. Coming over the triple now. Coming down that drop down. This is the battle to watch on the track as they make their way through that tabletop section, going through the double-double. Number 2, Kevin getting it wrong, trying to get himself back underway. Carlos gives him a little push, but that's going to allow Daniel to move up now to that number 2 spot. Where is our leader? Oh, man. Looks like Kevin getting the wing of Daniel. He's not going to be happy with that move as they are coming around now. Oh, just as I say that, I believe that was Kevin getting it wrong. Hit a little bit of an endo. Unfortunately, puts him on his lid. Where is our leader now? Our leader is coming down the straightaway, looking to walk away with this if he can. He's got about a 4.5 second lead over Daniel. But Daniel right now trying to get some clean track ahead of him. That is your yellow wheel, orange and purple body as he makes his way through the field. Oh, man, almost gets caught up with lap traffic, but gets himself wheels down. That is your number 2 car coming through that back triple section. Give him a little room if he comes up on you. He gets by. There it is. Right now, hot lap of the race, though, is going to go to Jim in that 40-plus e-buggy with a 27 flat. He's looking pretty good right now. Trouble in the triple. Trouble in the triple. Roll the triple. Roll the triple. All clear. I believe that was Kevin. May have broken his buggy. Unfortunately, that was a hard hit. As he gets it back underway here. Where is your leader in second place? Let's see if we can catch up with him next time by the line. Coming down the straightaway now. That is... Oh, that's actually Hunter. I take that back. Very similar scheme. So where is your leader? Just crossing the line now. That is Luke on that left side section by the Swork sign. Daniel in tow in number 2. The gap is now 5.5 seconds between these two. Right now, Richard in that 3. Really long lap here for Richard. Where is Richard? I believe Richard actually might be out, unfortunately. I take that back. He is back in. There he is as he crosses the line in that 3 spot. Pretty big gap between 1 and 2. These two looking to check out to make the bump between Luke and Daniel. Now it's just for bragging rights at this point between 1 and 2. These two separated by 5.5 seconds. That gap staying pretty consistent. Oh, man, somebody catching that beam. That was a hard hit. I heard that all the way in the booth. Looks like Tim is going to get all over that. That one pole over there, we tried to put a mattress on it, but it just does not help. That is a hard, solid beam as they come through now. Where is our leader? Oh man, second place getting a little caught up. Looks like we got a few cars between first and second, but those two with 5:15 down, 2:45 left to go. They are looking to take those bump spots. As long as they can keep it consistent, that's all they need to do. They have about a 25-second gap between 2 and 3. So top 2 will bump. Taking a look back at our 40-plus e-buggy class. Let's give the 40-plus guys a little love here. It looks like Jim is up at that top spot, running a really solid pace right now. He's on a 17.806, the fastest driver of this race, even across the Sportsman e-buggy guys, with Jeff in tow in that number 2. But right now, with 5:45 down, 2:15 left to go, it is still all Luke and Daniel just leading the show. The gap increasing just ever so slightly, but those two working together, trying to get away from Richard.
2 minutes left.
Trying to secure themselves those 2 bump spots into the A main show. Coming up next, though, is going to be Pro E-Trucky. We are looking for Derek, Jim, and Timothy. Those 3 drivers I expect to start getting ready. But right now, our attention is on Race 2, Sportsman e-buggy B main. Not much to talk about outside of Luke and Daniel. These two have been throwing down all race as they start to make their way around. It looks like Daniel's actually starting to make up quite a bit of room now. That gap was 6.5 last time by. Now it's only 5 seconds. Just as I say that, gave him the announcer's curse. Gets a little caught up, caught on the pipe. Trying to get it off the pipe, doing everything he can, wiggling the wheels, putting the power to the ground, gets it back underway. But that little bit of time he gained is gone now as they start to make their way around. Luke just trying to take a nice stroll home, trying to make sure he gets himself in that number 1 spot for that bump up.
1 minute left.
With 1 minute left to go, your running order for Sportsman e-buggy looks like Luke, Daniel, Richard, Kevin, Hunter, Gamma, and Addison. And it looks like for 40-plus e-buggy, we got Jim and Jeff between those two. Oh, man, looks like we got a broken buggy in the middle. Unfortunate luck. I believe that may have been Jeff. But where is our leader with 30 seconds left to go? Let me see if I can find him on the track here. He is coming down the straightaway with a clean track ahead of him. He's got about 3 to 4 corners. Oh, man, and Marshall taking a little bit of a tumble. Gets his wheel back underway. That's full effort marshalling right there. With 15 seconds left to go, not much is changing other than Daniel trying to close that gap, but that gap has consistently been right around 5 seconds here. So as we come around now,
2, 1.
2 seconds left to go. You are done when you cross the line as they come down the straightaway.
Peach is done.
Daniel, you are done. You are caught at the
Richard
line.
Maroney done.
Richard, you are done.
Addison Keaton done.
Addison, you are
Kwiatkowski
done.
done.
Jim, you are done. Just waiting on Jeff, Luke, Hunter, Kevin, and Gamma.
Hunter Stumbaugh done.
Hunter, you are done. Just waiting on those 4 buggies as they start to make their way around. I believe Jeff was out early. So just waiting on 3 buggies now as they start to make their way around.
Kevin Thompson done. Luke McGee done.
And 1 more to finish. Carlos. All right. Just want to make
Ron
sure.
Rosado done.
All right, and that is the race drivers. Jim taking it down for 40-plus e-buggy with a 17.809, fastest driver on the track. But it looks like Luke is going to take that number 1 spot and the bump up, including Daniel in that bump up game. Those two going to bump up to the A main, the show, the Sportsman A sort, followed by Richard, Hunter,
All drivers are
Kevin,
finished.
Gamma, and Addison.
The race is completed.
But coming out now is going to be race 3 as we finish these bumps here. Coming out now is going to be Pro E-Trucky. This is probably one of our lightest classes of the weekend between Derek, Jim, and Timothy. It's going to be a 10-minute race, a long race. All weekend long, I should say all day
Jim
long,
Kwiatkowski.
these 3 have been battling back and forth. Times have been close. Despite there being only 3 of them, it's been some of the best racing we've seen all day between these 3. We should have plenty of marshals out there for this next race.
Timothy Brisbane. Derek Body. Derek Body. Timothy Brisbane.
All right, give me 1 second, guys. Just finishing bump ups here for last race. All right, Luke and Daniel, you guys are in the A main show, but we're going to get this Pro E-Truggy underway here.
Jim Kwiatkowski.
Next time you come by, you are going to be checked in. I'm going to call an all stop on the straightaway, all stop on the straightaway. But in our number one spot, we have Derek Bodie rocking that OG Truggy scheme. Bit of a different body style. Like I said, I say it every time. I give him bonus points for the original body style. Running in that number 2 spot is going to be Jim, and running in the 3 is going to be Timothy. This is going to be a 10-minute long race. We are looking good on marshals here. This is going to be one of the battles to watch for the weekend. Go ahead and let Timothy get a little farther back right there. All right, sweet. All right. As we get underway, though, this is going to be a 10-minute main. Maybe. Trying to get them all sorted. Got to find that perfect spot. There we go. Up on that jump. All right, drivers. It's going to be a 10-minute main for Pro E-Truggy. We're going to be going live in less than 5. And we are underway. Derek Bodie leading us off in that white and blue Truggy. Timothy throwing some style points early on, giving us a nice whip for the fans there. Oh, man. Looks like Timothy got into the back. He's going to wait. Nice driver etiquette right there as he lets Tim back by. But that's exactly what Derek wanted. He wanted that early lead early on. Let these two battle, dogfight between each other, and take off early. Looking to check out early here. Oh, just as I say that, once again, give him the announcer's curse. Getting it wrong over the Swork section. Oh, Timothy getting it wrong now. It is still, right now, Derek Bodie in that blue and white truck. Making his way around. Let's see how everything rounds out, where the gaps are. Fast lap of the race is going to go to Derek Bodie early on with a 28.5. Jim in tow as he comes around now. He's been one trucky I've been watching all weekend long. If he can string some good laps together, he is a menace out there with that truck. That truck does look fast. Comes around now. This is Derek leading us off in that blue and white by the Swark sign. Looks like Tim is making up a little bit of time here on our second place driver of Jim. These two battling for that number 2 spot as they come around here. Oh man, looks like Jim getting it wrong. That's going to allow Timothy now to move on up to that number 2 spot. Once again, Derek just checking out. He's just trying to build that gap more and more. Every time he comes around, he's gaining about a second or 2. We'll see what it is this time by. It's 8.5 right now. What is it next time by? It's 9.5 now. Gained a second that time by. Clean and consistent laps is all he needs to do now. Derek looking to hit the famous see ya, trying to check out early on here with that OG Truggy body. As these two make their way around. Oh man, our leader getting it wrong over that double section. Not a ton of time, but gets it wrong again. Caught on the pipes, spins it around. That's going to close up the gap quite a bit between Tim and Jim. That's exactly what they're looking for. Getting it wrong over the triple. Gets himself back underway, but every time he makes that mistake, just like that, that gap is gone. It was 10 seconds. Now it looks like it's maybe 3 at best. As he starts to make his way around now, that's 1, 2, and 3 as they make their way down the straightaway. Oh man, almost getting it wrong at the end of the straightaway. Here comes Tim though, making a hard charge last time by with a 25-4. Oh man, whipping it. Our leader getting it wrong, making all sorts of mistakes. That's going to allow Tim up to that number 1 spot now. Tim sliding now up the tabletop. Derek back to that number 1. This is the racing we've been seeing between these three all day long. 1, 2, and 3 separated by less than 2 seconds on the clock. Coming down the straightaway now. 1 and 2 drag racing as they come down the straightaway. 1 and 2 toe to toe. Clean driving. Just gives him a little wheel tap. Lets him know he's there. Trying to make that inside move work. On the power hard. Almost gets by. Hits him again as they're coming around. Tim all over the back bumper like Velcro on the back of that Truggy right now as they make their way down the straightaway. Hits him again. Keeps letting him know he's there. When is he going to make that pass happen? He is all over him as they come around. Derek coming on the left side of the pipe, almost getting it wrong. But Jim just lurking. These two, if they get collected together, that's all he's going to need to take over that number 1 spot. Tim getting a little wrong, comes a little hard over the tabletop. Marshall gets him back underway. Here comes Jim, though. Oh, man, Derek getting a little wrong. Here comes Jim laying down some solid laps as he makes his way in that 2 spot. Almost gets the end of the straightaway wrong. Coming through that Swark section, gets a little slidey, but gets it back underway. Tim is not going to let it go that easy. He is pushing hard. Almost makes the inside pass happen. Oh, man, I believe one of our Truggies just left the park. How about that over that tabletop? Oh, no, Derek is out. It looks like he broke the left side of that truck. Unfortunate luck for our leader of Derek Bodie. That's going to allow Jim and Timothy. These two are going to battle now. Trying to race what he's got left in the truck. Oh, man. Still going strong with 3 wheels. That wheel just along for the ride at this point as he comes around now. Still making it work. Oh, man. Oh, Jim upside down. That's going to allow Timothy that little bit of a gap that he is looking for. Last time by, it was 3 seconds. Now it's 5.5. Jim's going to have to put the hammer down, try to catch up with 5:15 down, 4:45 left to go. Oh, our leader getting it upside down. Here comes Jim. That little bit of a gap. Once again, we see how fast it shrinks with Derek, and just like that, Jim is all over the back of Tim, making his way around. Derek going to let both of these guys through. Nice driving right there. 1 and 2 working through that Swark section as they come down that drop down through the double. Oh, man, all sorts of power coming in from both of these drivers. Have some huge motors in here. These Truggies are fast. You got to try to hang on to them. Nice section right there from Jim. Looks like he made up quite a bit of time on Tim. Let's see how it sorts out. Cross the line. Last time it was a 1.5 seconds. Now it's about 3. I take that back. Looks like Jim falling just a little bit behind for 1 and 2. It is still anybody's race with 6 minutes down, 3:50 left to go. As they come through that triple section, through the drop down. Tim, nice line right there. Gets it sideways, but keeps it under control with a nice little whip. Coming on in the straightaway now with all sorts of power. Hammering down. As he comes through, gets in a little bit of that dust, saves it. That dust can be killer. These low bar tires that they run on these trucks, all it takes is a little bit of dust and you are out. As they come around now. Jim hoping just for that one small mistake. That's all he needs to capitalize for that number 1 spot. Tim giving it all sorts of power as he makes his way coming on the straightaway. Jim with a mistake, gets it upside down. Unfortunate for our number 2 place of Jim. Marshall gets him back underway, but that's going to be a huge lead for Timothy. Let's see what it is. Last time by, it is 12 seconds, but he is looking to check out with 7 minutes down, 3 minutes left to go. Still plenty of time in this race. Anything can happen. But right now, Tim just looking to cruise home with some easy, consistent laps. Oh, man. Jim doing all sorts of cartwheels over in that drop down over there. Oh, man. Our leader getting it a little wrong, but gets it back underway. Looks like we may have a Marshall down in the center. Hopefully everything is all right. It looks like he's rolling around in the dirt. Got himself back up. Man, he is good to go. Right now it is Timothy in that top spot with a 19-second lead. That gap is gone now. That 3 seconds was a thing of the past. Now it's almost 19 between these two. Looking to walk away with this E-Truggy. After his performance in Sportsman Nitro Truggy, he was looking good in Pro-Am, trying to continue that momentum as he makes his way out for round 3 of 4 for Pro E-Truggy A main. With 8:15 down and 1:45 left to go. And they make their way around now. Only a minute 30 left. Time is ticking away, and that's all it's going to take. At this point, it looks like Tim is just trying to get that extra lap on Jim. Jim doing everything he can to try to keep away. At this point, you're racing for bragging rights. Who's going to take that top spot? With 8:15 down, 1:10 to go. These two drivers still pretty solid gap between the two, just logging laps at this point. Looking at our next race ahead, we are looking for race 4 of 4-wheel drive SCT. We're going to be looking for Carlos, Hunter, David, Kevin, Richard, Gama, and Jeff for our short course class. Unfortunate luck for our leader, Derek, early on. He was looking good in that truck and just got it just a little wrong. Caught that side, and that's all it can take. It can change just like that. With 30 seconds left, Timothy looking to go maybe one more for his victory lap. With 30 seconds left, he might just make another lap here. He's going to try to push for it. Gets it a little wrong. Oh, man, gets it stuck on the pipe. Oh, man, that's a long, long time. Here comes Jim. It might be too little too late, though. As we only have 10 seconds left, he's only got a few corners ahead of him. As long as he can try to keep it wheels down, he is trying to take home that win. As he makes his way around with 3 seconds to go.
1.
Sends it upside down. Here comes Jim, but like I said, I think it's too little too late. Kept the battle tight.
Brisbane done.
Timothy's going to come across for that win. Little close for comfort, but Jim in that second spot.
All
And
drivers are
Derek
finished.
in the 3.
Jim Quiet's
Taking it down, though, is going to be Timothy for that Pro Truggy A main with a 22:10.05 pace, followed by Jim with a 22:10.12. Pretty close at the end. But coming out now is going to be race
is completed.
number 4 of 4-wheel drive SCT. Once again, we are looking for Carlos, Hunter, David, Kevin, Richard, Gama, and
David
Jeff.
Higgins.
We're going to need a whole lot of Marshall help. This has been the one race all day we've struggled with as we have 3 drivers. So any volunteers out there, we are going to need you now. But outside of that, we should have the rest of these races covered. We have plenty of good races coming up. Our following races
Carlos
past this
Rivera.
race, this is going to be a good one. But looking ahead, we've got Sportsman E-Buggy, A main. A lot of fast drivers in there, followed by
Hunter
Pro
Samba.
E-Buggy. All of those drivers in the top 5 have been neck and neck between those races. And we got Sportsman E-Truggy, which is a pretty packed class today. And then finishing off is our Nitro main. We got a lot of Nitro drivers with different classes, so good to see some variety across those Nitros. But right now, I am going to need a lot of help in the marshalling department. That is what I'm going to need most right now.
Gama Rosado. Richard Maroney.
All right, we are just looking for Kevin and Jeff. Those two need to go ahead and check. Looks like Jeff's getting his truck started. And I believe we're just waiting on Kevin. And then we're going to need some marshals out there. Looks like we got a decent amount of marshals in the middle. Probably going to need about 2 more marshals on the left side of the track. One at the end of the straightaway and one over by the techno sign. If you guys want to split up in the middle and send one of you up to that tabletop, that'd be much appreciated. Let you guys sort that out, whoever wants to do the tabletop. But I'm still looking for 2 marshals at the end of the straightaway and one over by the techno sign. As Jeff makes his way out. Kevin, if you are out there, could you please run it across the line?
Jeff Atkins.
No, Kevin? Okay, perfect. All right, looks like we got everybody checked in. Well, I'm going to need 2 more volunteer marshals at the end of the straightaway. Like I said, these are the 2 races we are struggling with. But we should be able to get everybody out there now. Let's go ahead and get them lined up, though. We're going to be looking for Carlos in that number 1 spot. Hunter in the 2. David in the 3. Richard in the 4. Gamma in the 5. And Jeff running out the field in that number 6 spot. Still need about 2 volunteers at the left side of the track. If we can get some volunteer help. Oh man, how about this? We got 2 individuals here that aren't even racing. They're helping us out. Much appreciated, guys. Thank you very much. Looking to get in on the action. That's what I like to see. Derek, do you want to send one of you guys up to that tabletop? And then we can split the difference in the middle? Just that way there we got a little bit of tabletop coverage. All right, Timothy is on his way up there. All right, drivers, this is going to be race 4, 4-wheel drive SCTA main. We have a 10-minute main ahead of us. It is a long race, so please take it easy in the first couple of corners. We're going to be going live in less than 5. And we are underway here for our 4-wheel drive main. One of these drivers getting caught up early on. Oh man, all sorts of being and banging, but looks like everybody gets it sorted out. Somehow nobody on the lid yet. That's one thing these trucks are good for. They can roll right back over. They got that body shell that helps them roll. Bit of trouble over the triple. Timothy is all over it. Right now, still got one by the bucket. Manages to jump his way back on the track. Stuck in that triple section. You got plenty of time, Derek. Gets it back underway. All clear, all clear. Right now it is Carlos in that all-white truck. Followed by Richard in the 2. David in the 3. Those 2 not letting Carlos get away early. Oh man, that triple section. That has been the killer section all weekend long. Carlos is one of the very few that has done it consistently, and that has been the difference. Oh man, getting a little wide as he comes around, passes on the outside for one of our lap cars right there. Oh man, our leader getting it wrong. There goes Richard in that number 2, taking over that top spot away from Carlos in that all-white truck. But just like that, Richard flips it over, gives it right back to Carlos. Oh man, Carlos has got some serious horsepower in that thing. As he comes around now, looking to build a little bit of a gap with 130 down, 830 left to go. Right now, David up to the number 2 it scores him as. Let's see where he is. That is right. David up to that number 2 with his hot lap of a 27.0. These 2 and 3, the bright green and dark green, that is for your number 2 spot. Those 2 battling while Carlos gets it a little bit wrong coming over the triple, but he's still got a bit of a gap on these 2. Oh man, going for the triple. I believe that was Richard in the dark green truck. As they make their way around now. Your leader is in that all-white truck. If he comes up on you, make sure you give him a little bit of room. Oh man, pulling a little dirt spin action at the end of the straightaway, but gets it back underway. Where is Carlos? Carlos is coming down that tabletop now. Bit of trouble in the triple. Roll it through the triple. Roll it through the triple. All clear, all clear. Derek got it. On lock. You are clear, Derek. You got plenty of time. All clear in the triple. Our leader getting it wrong at the end of the straightaway. That's going to allow David to close up that gap just a little bit. Last time by was 6.5, but that might be about 3 seconds this time by. As these two come around, four-wheel drive, SCT. This is your A main right now. Still a lot of racing ahead of us. Carlos still leading the way with a 20:10:08 pace. That's a long time for these trucks to be running. I believe they might be on 2S, so we'll see how time plays a factor in this. As they come around, though, they should be able to make this event with 3:30 down, 6:30 to go. Will fade make a difference? Will Carlos be able to clear some of these big jumps? That has been his strong suit all weekend long. As long as he can keep it consistent, that's all he needs to do. But David is not letting up. That is your all bright green truck coming down the straightaway now, past that Swerk sign. Hitting a little bit of a slide coming up the hill. With Richard in tow in the 3 and Hunter in 4. That is 3 and 4 as they come past that Swerk sign. That is for that top 3 spot. All these points matter as we are on a best 2 of 4 series right now. So just the difference between 4th and 3rd could be the difference from you podiuming as we make our way around now. The gap between 1 and 2 of Carlos and David, 6.5 seconds. Looks like we might have a dead truck at the end of the straightaway. I believe that might be Jeff. Pulling it off early, unfortunate. Jeff's been having tough luck all day long. Oh man, I believe that might have been Hunter or Richard. I think it was Hunter battling for that 3. Both of them trying to send that triple. Getting it a little wrong. Trouble on the straightaway, but gets it back underway. That is David. That's going to allow Carlos to get that little bit of a lead he is looking for. He already had a gap of about 6.5, but this time by him might be more than 10. Oh man, absolutely sending it into the wall at the end of the straightaway. Almost taking out the Marshall in return. But looks like he is all good. Might have to get him some catcher's gear at the end of the straightaway with the way some of these cars are coming flying in. But right now, though, it is all Carlos in that number 1, getting it done, showing us how it's done in that all-white truck as he makes his way over that triple. Might get a little confusing as both of these white trucks run the same black wheels. Hopefully they don't get too crossed up here as they both look like they're running almost the same scheme coming down the straightaway. Don't get crossed up. Don't lose your truck. Oh, man, your leader getting it wrong at the straightaway, but gets it back underway. With 5:30 down, 4:30 left to go. Still, anything can happen in this race. Still a long race ahead of us. Let's see where David is. About a 17-second gap between 1 and 2. Closest battle on the track, though, is going to be between David and Hunter. Those two separated by about... looks like 15 seconds, so that is a pretty spread out time. So we'll see how everybody's going around here. See if we can catch a lap with your leader. That is your all-white truck over by the Swerk sign. Dropping that section nice and tight through that section as he goes through the double. Just takes the inside move on the other white truck. Comes through the triple section. Almost catches the beam. Whips it out, luckily, as he comes down that drop down through that tricky off-camber section. Through that double. Here we go. And he's back underway. With 6:30 down, 3:30 left to go. It is still anybody's race. Looks like we have quite a few people starting to line up for our race 5 of Sportsman E-Buggy. That is going to be a full house with 10 drivers. Lots of fast drivers in that. That is our A-main Sportsman E-Buggy heat. Lots of guys looking for points. I believe that is one of our most stacked classes for our point series. So it's really going to shake things up at the end of this race today, depending on how everybody finishes. New hot lap of the race going to Carlos last time by with a 28.4. Looking to really set down some solid laps here. Just extending that lead every time he goes by. Looks like Richard might be out early as well, so we only have 4 drivers left. Oh, I take that back. I believe he may have just had a long lap. Let's see where he's at. Right now, it is Carlos still leading the way in that all-white truck. David in the 2, Hunter in the 3, Gama in the 4, and Richard in the 5. With 7:45 down, 2:15 left to go, time's a ticking. All these gaps are pretty much set at this point. Pretty crazy gaps, not much to talk about as we come around now. Carlos looking to walk away with this thing. He set TQ early on with a 15:7:26, which is a pretty solid pace. He sat out round 2 and said, I don't need to run that round. I'm fast enough. That's what I've been hearing. But either way, we are looking at David in the 2, Hunter in the 3, Gama in the 4, and Richard not counting for whatever reason. Believe he may have his transponder not counting or missing laps, one of the two. I'll see if I can go ahead and correct it here. Oh man, looks like one of our drivers is unfortunately out. I believe that may have been Richard not counting. But right now it is Carlos in the 1, David in the 2, Hunter in the 3, and Gama in the number 4 with 9 minutes down, 1 minute left to go. Oh man, looks like one driver leaving the track.
1 minute left.
Over in the far start of the straightaway. Start of the straightaway, there's one driver stuck at the start of the straightaway still. He's stuck in the corner. Timothy running all the way across from the track. Kind of a tough spot. Gets him back underway. Really tough spot over in the corner there. Taking a slow roll down the straightaway as he gets himself back underway. With 30 seconds left to go. It is still all Carlos. Taking the lead early on, looking to extend it almost every lap, been making about 2 seconds every lap. He's got a 34-second gap on David right now. Looking to clean house in 4-wheel drive SCT with David in the 2, Hunter in the 3, and Gama in that number 4. Let's see if he can make one more lap. It is going to be close as he comes around.
2,
maybe coming for the victory lap. It's going to be close. Does not get it.
Carlos,
you are going to be done, Carlos, when you cross the line.
David Higgins done.
David, you are done. Just waiting on Hunter and Gama as they come around. Still 2 trucks to finish. I believe Gama might be done. Calling it quits. One more truck to finish. That is your white truck making his way around. Coming through that double-double now. As he comes across the line. And that is our final driver to finish. That was race 4, 4-wheel drive SCT A main. Carlos taking the win with a 20-1 in dominating fashion with David in the 2, Hunter in the 3, Gama in the 4, Richard in the 5, Jeff in the 6, completed. And Kevin in the 7. Right now, though, it is Sportsman E-Buggy A main. We are looking for Hank, Seth, John, Eric, Jonathan, David, Brian, David, Luke, and Daniel. Thank you to all the marshalling help from last race. It was much appreciated. I believe that is the last race we will probably need volunteers for, and we should be good to go. Marshalling outside of that has been stellar today.
Jonathan Freeland, David McGee, Luke McGee.
This is a packed main. Once again, a 10-car main out there for our Sportsman A main.
Brian Gerber.
Hank Moneymaker has been
David
looking
Higgins.
strong all day long. But I'll tell you what, Seth gets a good run going.
Peaches. Seth Mr. Death Roulette.
Looks like everybody is checked in, just waiting on Hank as our marshals start to get out there.
Hank Moneymaker.
We should have plenty of drivers from last race. We had 7 drivers with plenty of marshals. Right now, everybody is checked in. I'll let you guys make one more lap if you want to make one more, and then I will call an all-stop on the straightaway. But my marshals from last race, I'm still looking for Carlos, David, Hunter, Gama, Richard, Jeff, and Kevin to make their way out there. Just going to need about probably 2 marshals in the middle and 1 at the straightaway. as our marshals start to make their way out here. Thank you once again for all the volunteer help. You are the best. All right, just waiting for 2 more for the middle. We had plenty of drivers last race. Don't make me call you out by name. I don't want to do that. I don't want to be the bad guy. But please, if you are not out there, I'm still looking for Carlos, David, Hunter, Gamma, Richard, Jeff, and Kevin. If you're not out there, please start making your way out there for race number 5, Sportsman E-Buggy A Main. While we are waiting for those marshals, let's go ahead and get everybody lined up. We are looking for Hank Moneymaker in that number 1 spot, rocking that famous Rexy scheme. Seth in the 2, John in the 3, Eric in the 4, Jonathan in the 5, David in the 6, Brian Gerber in the 7, David in the 8, Luke in the 9, and Daniel in the 10 for your 2 bump up spots. We are still looking for those 2 marshals in the middle, guys. We had plenty of drivers from last race. Please make your way out if you have not marshaled. Once again, I don't want to call out names, but if you force my hand, I may just have to. I heard it do it from right outside. I think that was Chad, if I'm not mistaken. Looks like Tim is going to help us out. Thank you very much. Just going to need 1 more for that middle section. I hear Tom might want to help us for that middle section. Just need 1 more for that middle section, guys, and we can get everybody underway here. Come on, once again, guys, I know we had enough from last race. Even if you broke out, please make your way out to marshal. This is a packed race. I'm going to need all the marshaling help I can get. I do not want to start empty-handed here. We still need that 1 marshal on that right side. Let's keep this program going. Thank you very much once again. Looks like Gamma might have it locked up in the middle there. All right, drivers, this is going to be our 10-minute Sportsman E-Buggy A Main. Points are on the line. Everybody looking to make moves. Please keep it easy in the first few corners. This is a long race. It is a 10-minute long race. We are going to be going live in less than 5. And we are underway here. Hank Moneymaker taking our top spot, getting it caught up on the pipe, trying to get a little reverse going, but that's going to throw him all the way to the back of the pack. Lots of work he has to do early on. That's going to allow Seth to get that little bit of lead he needs. But right now, Hank has a lot of time to make up here. Lots of buggies to try to get through. Just as I say that, Seth's getting it a little wrong. All sorts of carnage going through. We'll see how everybody sorts out as we come across the line. Seth is still in that number 1. Eric in the 2. How about Brian Gerber and Luke McGee? Actually, our bump up, and Daniel right behind him. Our 2 bump ups into the top 5 in the first lap. Just like that, they are looking to come from the B main and maybe even make the A main podium. How about that? Nice driving from these 2 drivers here, making their way up through the field. As they come around now, it is all Seth Rowlett in that number 1 spot. Rocking, I believe, that clear body. Yes, it is in that yellow wing coming down the straightaway now. Eric in the 2 in tow right behind him. 3, 4, and 5 all super close. These drivers separated by only about 5.5 seconds between these 5 drivers. Whole crowd of cars coming up from behind him. Seth sending it, almost taking out Jeff. Unfortunately, left the tough break there for Seth as that sends him way, way back. We're going to see how everything sorts out now. Eric Roden taking over that number 1 spot now. Both Seth and Hank are favorites to win this race, falling down in the back of the pack, so it is going to sort things out. How about Daniel from the number 10 spot up to the 2, trying to chase down our leader right now? Maybe that little bit of extra track time in that B main is the key. Made his way up through the field with 145 down, 8:11 left to go. Oh man, all sorts of carnage going on behind him. Looks like Daniel in that number 2 in that purple, orange, and white wing. Trying to catch our leader right now of Eric. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 as they start to make their way through. All sorts of carnage going down. Let's see where everybody sorts out. Eric Roden in that fluorescent yellow buggy coming down the straightaway as we start to come down right now with a 22-10-22 pace with 2:30 down, 7:30 left to go. Still plenty of racing. Anything can happen. Still a super long race ahead of us. Where is Seth and Hank? Here they are coming past that Swerk sign, starting to make up some solid time as they are now moved up to that 3 and 4 spot, trying to make a charge for our 1 and 2. They've got about, it looks like, a quarter of a track ahead of them right now. But that gap can shrink pretty quick. These drivers are fast. They are going to have to be pushing these cars to stay ahead of these guys. Right now, though, it is all Eric in that fluorescent yellow buggy, showing us how it's done, keeping it clean. Oh, man, getting a little wide, but gets it underway. Doesn't have hot lap of the race. Hot lap of the race is actually going to go to John Shaw for a 26.4. But right now, Eric just keeping it consistent. That's sometimes all you need with all the carnage that happened early on. But I am very impressed with Daniel moving on up all the way from the 10 to the 2. Now trying to catch our leader still in that purple, orange, and yellow rimmed buggy as he comes past that double section. Seth is looking to close the gap, and Hank is right in tow. Those were your favorites going into this race. They were 1 and 2. Now they are 3 and 4, trying to catch these top 2 guys, trying to put all sorts of pressure on your number 2. Here comes Seth behind your number 2 driver, makes the inside pass. The over-under just happened at the end of the straightaway. Looks like Daniel holding it strong, not letting Seth by easily as he makes his way around. That is your 2 and 3 spot coming through that triple section between your clear buggy and that purple buggy. Coming over the triple now, trying to make it happen. Seth is all over him. Daniel doing everything he can, making that buggy as wide as he can. Your leader on his lid, 1, 2, and 3, just like that, are closed up. Here they come down the straightaway, 1, 2, and 3. Here comes Hank in the 4. That gap is now gone. Daniel make this pass on the inside for that number 1 spot. Now, Eric down to the 2. Seth getting it wrong in that number 3 spot. Here comes Daniel leading out the race. This is the first lap he's been out in that lead, trying to keep those nerves calm the best he can. Giving him the little announcer's curse as he gets it wrong. Seth gets it wrong, follows in tow. As Eric comes around in that fluorescent yellow buggy, taking back that number 1 spot. Daniel in the 2. Hank in that 3 now. The farthest he's been all race. Our leader getting it wrong, trying to get it back over the pipe, but that's going to close the gap between him and Daniel. Oh, man, our leader getting it wrong. There goes Daniel back to that number 1 spot, trying to hold it as they come across the line. Hank getting it wrong. He's back to the 4 spot now. Positions are changing all sorts as we come around now. Your leader is in that purple buggy. If you see him come up, oh man, getting caught up with traffic, pushes him, bounces out. Here comes 1 and 2. Your purple and fluorescent yellow buggy. If they come up on you, give them a little bit of room. This is your battle for the lead as they come around now through that double section. Seth in the 3 in tow. 1, 2, and 3 go over the triple. That purple buggy is your leader. Give him room if he comes through. Thank you very much for the room. Seth getting it a little caught up with one of our lap traffic drivers right there, but gets it back underway. As they come around now, 1 and 2, Daniel and Eric pass that Swerk sign with 5:45 down, 4:15 left to go. It is still anybody's race. Hank and Seth trying to battle it between these two, but they need to find time for this 1 and 2. They got to work together if they can catch up to these leaders. Right now, though, with 6 minutes down, 4 minutes left to go, Seth leaving. Seth out of the park for the 2nd time this race. Unfortunate luck. Where does that leave Hank? I believe Hank is upside on at the start of the straightaway. That's going to put him way out. Our attention is to these leaders, 1 and 2, battling between Daniel and Eric right now. Oh, man, they're getting caught up. Oh, man. Getting caught up. I'm not sure if somebody got taken out or not, but we'll see what happens as these two come up on each other. Right now, it is Eric and Daniel. Oh, man, makes the inside pass happen. Gets him right back for that number 1 spot. Miracles do happen all the way from the 10 spot back to the number 1 now over that triple as he comes through that section through the drop down, gets on two wheels, makes the inside pass happen. All sorts of being and banging as they're coming through. Oh man, gets caught up on the wing. Who wants that lead as they come down this straightaway, 1 and 2. Between Daniel and Eric. Oh man, Daniel shorting that jump, makes the inside pass happen once again in the same spot. With 7:20 down, 2:40 left to go. Our lead, or I believe that was Eric in the number 2. Getting it wrong. That's going to give that little bit of a gap to Daniel. That's the biggest gap he's had all race. How about Seth making a charge once again after leaving the park for the second time, making his way now to the number 3 spot in your clear buggy as he comes around now, trying to close the gap on Eric in the number 2. But I'll tell you what, Daniel is not too far ahead. Seth just has to try to get by if he can, trying to make anything work. Eric keeping that door slammed shut, trying to get through. As they come across that off-camber section, Seth getting a little wide, getting caught up on the pipe. That little bit of time he needed is slowly fading with 2 minutes left to go. Right now, though, it is all Daniel once again from the 10 spot to the 1. How about that? Over that triple, running a near flawless race with all sorts of good passes. Eric in the 2 in that fluorescent yellow buggy. Their race is not over with 1:30 left to go. All it can take is one mistake. Your leader almost making it just as I say that. Coming down the straightaway now is your leader in that purple and orange buggy. If he comes up on you, give him a little bit of room. Right now, though, oh man, Hank and Seth getting tangled once again. These two have been getting tangled with each other all race long. As they come around, it is still Daniel in that number 1 spot. Just like that, though, gets a little tricky off that off camber. Number 2 of Eric getting it a little wrong. As we come around now, we'll see how that sorts everything out. Daniel with a bit of a long lap with 1 minute left to go. Almost getting caught up, flips a buggy back over. Eric in the 2, Hank in the 3. How about that? Hank from out of nowhere back up to that number 3 spot with 45 seconds left to go, trying to check back into this party. How about Daniel leading out with a 5.5 second gap for first place? But right now, the battle is on for that number 2 spot between Hank and Eric. Daniel throwing down his hot lap of the race of a 26.7, trying to hold that lead the best he can as he comes around towards him. Those nerves, that pressure must be on as these two guys are only one mistake away. That is all it takes. With 20 seconds left to go, he's got to make one more. Just as I say that, makes a bit of a mistake coming up that tabletop. That gap is closing as Hank is closing in quick. Are these guys going to make one more? That is what is going to matter. With 8 seconds left, they might just barely make it by for one more. Our leader getting it wrong as he comes down to the straightaway.
3,
is Hank going to make
2,
it for one more?
1.
Yes, he does. He makes it by for one more. Here we go. 1 and 2. Hank getting it a little bit wrong as Daniel trying to keep it clean. Coming through that triple section. As he comes over the triple now, that gap extended with that little bit of a mistake Hank made. He had to push to make that last lap happen.
David McGee done.
Daniel just trying to keep it clean.
John Shaw done.
Roll himself to the win as he comes across the double section.
Done.
And coming across the line for the win. Daniel from the 10 spot all the way to the
All
number 1. What a race right there.
Done.
Hank in the 2, Eric in the 3, Seth in the 4, Brian in the 5, David in the 6, John in the 7, and Luke rounding out our top 8. Whew, get a chance to breathe. That was one good race between everybody right there. Everybody swapping spots. Nobody wanted to hold that lead, but like I said, miracles do happen. Daniel taking it down from that 10 spot. Nice drive right there.
The race is completed.
All right, drivers. This is one of our main events. Pro E-Buggy. These are the guys to watch. These are the ones that get it done. These are some of the fastest drivers on this track right now. All sorts of battles have been going on.
Stinky.
But right now,
JT Keaton.
We are looking for
Bad
Ryan,
Chad.
Shane, Chad, Rob, Tom, Matthew, Carlos, Derek, James, and Jim. And there should be no shortage of marshals this race. I had
Tom Bishop,
10 drivers
Jim
last race, so
Kwiatkowski.
let's make sure we have plenty of marshals.
Rob Gleason. Ryan Nolan.
Fortunately, it looks like Carlos is not going to make this race, so we're just looking for Derek to check in. Got plenty of marshals. Thank you guys for making your way out there. That's what we'd like to see. All right, drivers, we are just looking for Derek to check in. All stop on the straightaway, all stop on the straightaway. All right, rounding out our order, Ryan Noland in the number 1 spot, looking strong all weekend long. Shane Coffey in the number 2. You're 2. All right, looks like we got it all figured out. Sweet. All right, Chad in the number 3, Rob in the 4, Tom in the 5, Matthew in the 6. Derek, if you are out there, you still need to cross the line, please. James following that, and Jim in the back, rounding out our field. Oh, looks like we might have had one stuck. Unfortunate. It looks like Derek is not going to make it. So right now our running order should be Ryan, Shane, Chad, Rob, Tom, Matthew, James, and Jim. I'll let you guys sort that out. I see 6 buggies out there and I should have 8 drivers. Oh, I see one behind the pole. Okay, perfect. All right, drivers, this is one of our main events. This is Pro E-Buggy A main. Rounding out our pole is Ryan Nolan from that number 1 spot. So let's see how everybody sorts out here. These guys have been beating and banging all race long. Who is going to take that top spot after this 10-minute main? We are going to be going live in less than 5. And we are underway here, drivers. Let's see, show them how it's done with these pro drivers here. These are some of the fastest drivers on this grid today. As we come around, our leader getting stuck. Addison trying to run through traffic to get him back underway. That's going to allow Shane up in that AE to take the top spot right now. Getting it a little wrong. Chad taking over that top spot now. These 2 drivers, oh man, getting it wrong. How about Chad in that Swarks buggy? He's been loving that thing. Telling me that's the new generation right there. That is your pink and white buggy as they come around. Our original TQ getting it wrong, getting collapsed by all sorts of buggies. Hank trying to do everything he can to get those buggies back underway, but that's going to give a huge gap. Oh man, our leader Chad Cup getting it wrong. That's going to allow Gleason to close the gap between 1 and 2. How about Tom Bishop making his way up through the field now? Let's see where he's at. He's up to the number 3 with Shane in tow. Those 2 AE teammates, 3 and 4, trying to hold it down for Team AE. But right now, it is all the Swarks of Chad Cup. That pink and white buggy coming over that triple section with Rob Gleason trailing not too far behind in the Techno in number 2. 1 through 4, you could put a blanket over these 4 as they come across that double section. Here they go down the straightaway. Let's see how everything starts out. Rob getting it wrong, but gets it back underway. That's going to allow Tom to close up that gap. Trying to take over that number 2 spot. Trying to play nice. Rob getting it wrong once again as he comes up that triple. Tries to do a little carousel move, but doesn't get it right. That's going to move Tom up to the number 2. And how about that? The age-old battle between Tom and Chad Cup. These 2 at every single track are neck and neck. And here we see it. The old guy's getting it done. Tom getting it a little wrong. Gets it back underway as he gets across the pipe. Right now, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Separated by only about 3.5 seconds on the clock. Chad hoping these guys can make just a little bit of a mistake, but right now he is looking really solid, running some really consistent laps. That is your pink and white buggy coming down the straightaway as he starts to make his way up on the field. If he comes up on you, give him a little room. That is your leader. Right now, though, it is all Chad Cup. How about Shane Coffey with the inside pass on Tom? Tom not happy, trying to get that lead back, but Shane is going to take over that number 2 spot with Rob Gleason right in tow. Oh, Tom getting it wrong. Rob trying to give him a push, but stuck on the pipe. Bad spot to be stuck in, as Rob is going to take over that number 3 spot now, giving Chad even more of a lead. Right now, it is all Chad Cup leading with that Swarks buggy. Shane getting it wrong. Twirling the wheels, trying to get Addison over there as quick as he can as he gets back underway. Coming over that triple now. Chad Cup still with a pretty sizable lead with 3 minutes down, 7 minutes left to go. Right now, it is Chad Cup getting it done pretty consistent, pretty clean. That's all he needs to do as these guys battle. Looks like Rob Gleason moving up onto the 2. Tom now up to the number 2. How about Ryan Nolan joining the fight? Coming upside down. Tom Bishop in the 2, Rob Gleason in the 3, Ryan in the 4, and Shane in the 5. 2 through 5 coming through that back triple section. 2, 3, 4, and 5. Well, Chad is looking to just check out. He is running clean and consistent laps. He is feeling good right now as he comes around now. Hot lap of the race going to Chad Cup. I believe that is a miscounted lap because I do not think Chad ran a 21-second lap. Who knows? Maybe that Storks power can get you into the 21s. But right now, he is still leading the way. Has about a half a track lead on 2 through 5. That is your battle right now. Tom Bishop trying to hold off a pressuring Rob Gleason. Rob Gleason hits the jump pass on that off-camber section. How about that? That is 2, 3, 4, and 5 as they make their way down the straightaway. That is your white and orange buggy of Rob Gleason, followed by Tom in tow, right close behind. Driver's going to let him by, showing him how it's done. Thank you very much for the courtesy as they make their way through. Tell you what, though, Ryan Nolan and Matthew Jones, don't count them out for these top spots just yet. I think the only spot that might be out of reach is this hard-charging Chad Cup. He is still on a 24-10-13 pace, but Rob right now starting to pick up his pace a little bit with a 25-2 last time by, but Tom not letting him get away, trying to hold that pressure. Ryan Nolan starting to make a charge for that number 2 spot with 440 down, 520 left to go. Right now, Chad is completely in the zone, absolutely ripping out there. He found something in that trailer, and he is out there showing them how it's done in that Storks buggy. All sorts of carnage behind him. Ryan Nolan back up to the number 2. Tom in the 3. Rob in the 4. Shane in the 5. And Matthew Jones in that 6. This battle for the number 2 spot is not over just yet. It's swapping almost every single lap as they come through. Rob looking for a way by Tom right now. Ryan starting to check a little bit of a gap for that number 2, but right now, Rob and Tom, even Shane moving up into the fight for the top 3. Oh man, Shane getting in the side of Rob, and that is going to put them way, way back. Shane waiting for him. Courteous move right there. But that is going to put them way back behind Tom. That's going to allow Matthew now to move up to that number 4 spot. So now almost putting him in that top 3 podium spot. We'll see how that sorts out. Right now, though, it is still Chad Cup with a 13-second lead. How about that in Pro E-Buggy? A 13-second gap is pure domination with that buggy. Right now, with 6 minutes down, 4 minutes left to go. He is just cruising laps at this point. Absolutely checking out across everybody. Let's see where our number 2 driver is. That is Ryan Nolan as he makes his way through that Storks section. 13.5 is the gap. It might be too little too late with 3:45 left to go. These drivers showing us how it's done right now. This battle not letting up between Tom and Rob. All race long, these two have been battling. Typically see them battling in the 40-plus class, but here we see it in the Pro E-Buggy. As they start to make their way around here. Chad Cup coming up behind them, trying to make a lap on the 2 of them. Addison getting Ryan as he gets back underway. Ryan getting it a little bit wrong, but that is still a pretty sizable gap right now. That's just going to allow Chad Cup to get farther and farther for that gap. Rob getting it wrong over that double. Giving a little bit of breathing room to Tom. Right now, Tom is in the hunt for Matthew for that 3 spot. Oh, man, Matthew getting it wrong. Does a little wheelie action. It's going to allow Tom to take that inside move, though, for that top 3. Where does that put everyone? Chad Cup coming up on these guys to put a lap on them right now. Racing for pure bragging rights. That buggy looks absolutely dialed out there. Stuck to the track. With 7:30 down, 2:30 left to go. Let's see how everybody sorts out. Tom now up, moving up to that number 3 spot. Getting it wrong at the end of the straightaway. Getting it wrong again. Blends wheels down, but just like that, that's how fast you can lose almost 2 spots. Rob looking for that inside move. Doesn't make it happen. Shoots it just a little short. Where is everybody on the track? Let's take a look with Ryan Noland. He was your favorite to beat, but he's looking at a 15-second deficit from Chad Cup right now.
2 minutes left.
With 2 minutes left to go. Right now, it is that pink and white buggy. That is Chad Cup checking out. Ryan Noland in the 2, trying to make up time, but it might just be too little too late, as he is looking at, like I said, a 15-second deficit. But right now, the closest battle on the track is still Tom and Rob. These two have been racing all race long. Who is going to eventually break free from each other here? Oh, man, Rob getting it wrong. Tom goes to the inside jump pass. Makes it back for that number 4 spot. Great battle between these two as they make their way around. Rob looking for the inside. Brakes hard. Make sure he doesn't get in the side of Tom. Coming around now. Almost makes it happen. Tom getting a little swirly. Here comes Rob, though, over that triple section. That is your battle for that 3 spot. Or that number 4, I should say. Oh, man. Makes the inside pass happen. Rob taking it back over. Tom sending it. Trying to make it happen. Oh, man. Getting caught up with Rob. I'm not sure who was at fault there.
1 minute
Let's
left.
see how it sorts out. Oh, man. Rob is pushing it now. Trying to get Tom in any way he can for that number 4 spot. As they come around that triple section. Trying to make the inside pass happen. Tom shuts the door. With 45 seconds left to go, we are running out of time. These drivers might make 2 more laps. Right now, not much is happening between Chad, Ryan, and Matthew. Those top 3 are separated by quite a bit. Right now, the battle on the track is still between Tom and Gleason. For that 4 spot here comes Gleason with almost making an inside pass move up that tabletop, down the drop down. With 20 seconds left, they are going to go 1 more lap this time around. As he comes around, hammer on the power over the double-double. Here we go, 1 more lap with 12 seconds to go. This is going to be the final lap between these two. Rob sending it, getting a little sideways, tries to whip it out, but he's going to try to close up that gap.
3, 2.
He is closing up quick,
1.
coming up on Tom over that triple section. Can he make something happen as he comes down that drop down? Oh, man,
CTP
Rob
Matt
getting
Jones
it
done.
wrong, losing
Back
just a
Chad done.
little bit of time he needed coming now over that double-double section. And that is all
Tom
she
Bishop
wrote
done.
for that number 4 spot.
Rob Gleason
All these
done.
points matter for this Pro E-Buggy. That was a great race. But right
JT
now,
Coogan done.
props to Chad Cup absolutely dominating out there with a 24:10:08
All drivers are
pace.
finished.
Had a 20-second lead on the field. How about bragging rights for that one? Ryan Noland in number 2, Matthew in the 3, Tom in the 4, Rob in the 5, Shane in the 6, and James rounding out the field in that number 7 spot.
The race is completed.
How about that for a race? That was a great race for our Pro E-Buggy A main. But right now, we're looking for Sportsman E-Trucky
Eric
A
Rodman.
main. We're looking
Carlos
for
Riddell.
Eric, David, Carlos, Brian, Luke, Camden, Andy, and Richard.
Andy Phipps. David McGee. Brian Gerber. Luke McGee.
All right, right now we are still looking for Camden and Richard as our marshals start to make their way out. We are still looking for marshals from Pro E-Buggy A main. That is going to be Chad, Ryan, Matthew, Tom, Rob, Shane, James, Jim, Carlos, and Derek.
Camden
You guys
Nolan.
can start making your way out for the marshalling spots. Right now, our running order, all stop on the straightaway. It's looking like Eric is going to be in that number 1 spot. David in the 2. Carlos in the 3. Brian Gerber in the 4. Luke in the 5. Camden in the 6. Andy in the 7. And I believe Richard may be out. Running in that number 8, rounding out the field. Looks like as Camden's starting to make his way around here. Looking pretty solid on marshals. Thank you for all the marshalling help. All right, Camden in that number 6, and he's going to let him pull right in there. Okay, drivers, we are looking good right now. This is going to be race 7 of Sportsman E Truggy A Main. This is going to be a long race ahead of us. Eric taking over that top spot, looking to secure it. We'll see what happens after this 10-minute race. We're going to be going live in less than 5. And we are underway here for Sportsman E Truggy A Main. Oh, man, all sorts of carnage at the end of the straightaway. One more riding up the wall actually gets it back underway. I believe our leader actually getting caught up over that double section. Let's see where that puts everybody. Coming over that triple now. All sorts of power being put down with these Truggies. That is the most difficult part of them. How can I get the power down to the ground? As we come around now, who is going to be the top spot? It is looking like David in that number 1 spot right now. Oh, man, doing a pirouette as he comes through that spork section. But manages to get it back on the wheels. Carlos in the 2 in that all-white truck. That has been one truck to watch out for all day. He's had some pretty solid runs going, just needed one to go his way right now. And this is what it's happening. Makes a jump pass happen over that off camber, but gets it wrong going into the next corner. Getting caught on the pipe, but still salvages a 2nd place spot as he comes back onto the straightaway now. With 1 minute down, 9 minutes left to go. Trouble on the straightaway. Trouble on the straightaway. Marshall is all over it. Right now, though, it is still David in that number 1 spot. That is your blue and black Truggy who is in tow. That might just be Brian, I believe, with the white truck and yellow rims. Eric right behind him in that fluorescent yellow, and Carlos in the 4. David clicking off some pretty good laps here. Last time by with a 27.4. As they slide around little by little. Coming around now. Let's see where everybody is at. Your leader already coming up on some lap traffic as he makes his way through. 1, 2, 3, and 4 are still pretty close. Your leader gaining wrong, but gets it back on the wheels. Coming down the straightaway now. Rocking a 22, 10, 24 pace. Only driver on that 22 pace, but losing little bits of time as he's sliding out some of these corners. Coming out now. Oh, man, Eric giving a little check, little love to Brian right there. As our marshal gets him back underway. Oh, man, that may have just been your leader. I think it was. Marshall getting him back on his wheels, but that's going to allow Eric to move on up now to that number 1 spot in that fluorescent yellow Truggy, where he wanted to be after his TQ performance. But they're not going to let him get away easily. As David and Carlos are all over the back of him. These two battling for that 2nd spot. Carlos going to sneak in the number 2 spot now. David dropping back to the number 3 as they come up that tabletop drop down now. Your leader is that fluorescent yellow truck. You got 2 more coming up on you, Camden. That is 2 and 3 as they come up at the end of the straightaway. Oh, man, Carlos getting a little wrong. David doesn't want to collect them. That is 2 and 3 coming up on Camden right now. Oh, man. Looks like Carlos just got caught just a little bit. Not too bad. Looks about a 1.5 seconds, but that is the little bit of a time save that Eric needs. Eric gets caught up with one of our lap cars. Marshall is trying to get him back going. Gets him back underway. Throws him back on the straightaway in that number 2. Oh, man, where is that going to put everybody? I believe that is going to move David back up to that number 1 spot. Carlos in the 2. Trying to chase down David any way he can. As they start to make their way around off that off-camber section. The battle heating up once again for that top spot between David and Carlos. David throwing down a heater last lap, a 27 flat. That's his fastest lap of the race. As he starts to make his way through that triple section, Carlos is not letting him get away easy. About maybe a corner and a half at best for these two drivers right now. Coming through that off-camera section, we start making our way through that double-double. Here we go. This battle is heating up once again. Great battles all day long across all these races. Oh, our leader getting it wrong. Rolls back onto the track. Is going to wait. Going to let Carlos pass. Nice courteous driving right there. Oh, just as I say that, our leader is broke. That front left wheel is hanging on. Unfortunate luck. Just one bad landing is all it took. And just like that, David is out. That is so unfortunate for David. He was having a great run there. But right now, it is all Carlos in at number 1. Where is the rest of the field? Brian in that 2, now taking over that number 2 spot. Getting it wrong, but gets it back underway. The gap between 1 and 2 with 5 minutes down, 5 minutes left to go is 6 seconds. Eric in the 3, about another 6.5 seconds behind that. So 1, 2, and 3 pretty spread out right now. Luke rocking that number 4 spot. Camden in the 5. Everybody looking to make some good points here in this E-Truggy A main. As we come around with 5:30 down, 4:30 left to go, it is all Carlos up in that number 1 spot in that all-white Truggy. Let's take a lap around with your leader as he comes through that double-double section. Coming down the straightaway now with a 26.8, his fastest lap of the race. Really starting to feel the pressure ease off as he's getting clear track ahead of him. He's got over half a track ahead of him of clear space. He knows what he can do with it. He just needs to check out and cruise home to victory. As he comes around now, that tricky off-camera section. Through the double-double. And here he goes onto the straightaway now. Closest battle on the track is going to be between Brian and Eric. Those two separated by only about 4 seconds on the clock. Might be a little more. I believe Eric may have made a little bit of a mistake. We'll see next time by. As Eric starts to make his way around in that fluorescent green truck. Yes, it is. That was about a 4-second mistake. So right now, these three are pretty spread out. 1, 2, and 3 separated by about 20 seconds. About 10 seconds between the three of them. Luke in the 4 and Camden rounding out our number 5 spot. But we have 6:45 down, 3:15 left to go. Coming up next is going to be our Pro Nitro Buggy. That is going to be our last race of the day. We are looking for Ryan, Derek, Shane, Timothy, Seth, John, and Levi. As these drivers start to get their engines warmed up, I can already hear a few nitros starting to make their way up. Right now, it is all Carlos up on top of the board. That gap closing pretty quick between him and Brian. Only a 7-second gap last time by. We'll see how everything sorts out here. Just like that, though, Brian and Eric neck and neck, 2 and 3. As they come through that double section, that is for your number 2 spot. Once again, all these spots matter. Every point will count right at the end, so any spot is huge if we can get that points locked in, secured as they make their way through that center section through the double-double. Hitting a little whip right there from Brian. Looks like Eric was looking for that inside move, but in turn gets stuck on the pipe trying to get himself back underway. Marshall getting him back out there.
2 minutes left.
But with 2 minutes left, those mistakes are critical. As we come around now with Carlos in that number 1 spot. Throwing down his new hot lap with a 26.2 last time by. Pretty solid lap right there. Not trying to leave anything to chance. Trying to throw down some solid laps. Get himself a pretty sizable lead just in case anything happens. With a 14-second gap on Brian. With Eric in tow only 5 seconds back. I think that is going to be the battle to watch with a minute 30 left to go. Can Eric close in that gap? Our TQ driver make his way back up to second. Salvage this run out. Oh, man, just like that, Carlos is out. I don't think Carlos made it battery-wise. Might hit LiPo cutoff. That was our leader with a pretty sizable gap, and just like that, Brian moving on up to that number 1 spot. That's going to heat things right back up. Your number one is now that white truck with yellow fluorescent
1
rims.
minute left.
Eric is right behind him in tow with a minute left to go. Eric knows what's on the line for that number one spot. He's got to push it with 50 seconds left. They might make 2 more laps. Oh man, your leader getting it wrong. Here comes Eric in that fluorescent truck. And just like I said, anything can happen. 1 and 2 down the straightaway once again. Here we go. Between Brian and Eric. 40 seconds left. They are going to make 2 more laps. Here they go as they come across that double section. Through the triple now. Eric trying to make anything work. Using all the power he's got in that truggy. Making a pretty nice move right there. Oh man, our leader getting a little swirly. Eric gives him a little love tap. Makes the inside move happen. Oh man, these two are caught up now. Oh man, we're going to put them right together. Don't know who came out on top. Looks like, I believe that it's going to be Eric. Yes, it is in that number one. Oh, making the inside move happen is Brian in that all white. And the over-under happens again. These two tapping back and forth.
1.
This is for your number one spot. Who's going to make the mistake? Brian getting that double wrong. Going to try to push everything he's got to catch on to Eric here. Oh, man, getting the
Carlos
triple
Rivera
wrong.
done.
As Eric starts to come around, trying to take that win from TQ. Going slow, just taunting him at this point. As he comes around for the win.
Eric Rodden done.
Eric is going to take down
All
that
drivers
number
are
one
finished.
spot with Brian in
Brian
the
Ferber
2.
done.
Luke in the 3. Carlos, unfortunately, out. Just a few laps away from victory in that number 4. And Camden, David, and Andy are out early in that 5, 6, and 7.
The race is completed.
And that's going to round out our Sportsman E-Truggy A main. Coming up now, though, it's going to be our last race of the day. This is going to be Pro Nitro Buggy A main. We are looking for Timothy, Seth, Ryan, Derek, Shane, John, and Levi. Let these guys get all checked in here.
Seth Mr. Death Roulette. Timothy Brisbane. Derek Body.
Right
Levi
now
Carter.
coming out, we have a couple different bit of Nitro classes. This might be one that might be a little tough to commentate, as we have 3 classes out here right now. We've got Open Nitro Truggy, Pro Nitro Buggy, and Sportsman Nitro Buggy. We decided to put all the Nitros in one class today to make one big class. Get these cars ripping out here. And I'll tell you what, Nitros when they're working are the funnest car on the track, but when they're not, it is sometimes a hassle. So I give these guys a lot of props for making it happen. Right now, I hear a lot of smack talk coming from Shane. He said he's going to dominate this round in that AE car. Gonna turn herself up just a little bit. These Nitros are loud, but we'll get them back underway here. I'm going to need all my marshals from last race. I know I had plenty of marshals from Sportsman E-Truggy. We had 8 drivers out there. I actually take that back. We had 7. 7 should cover us for this race. I'm looking for Eric, Brian, Luke, Carlos, Camden, David, and Andy. We are still looking for marshals on the end of the straightaway here, and we are also looking for one in the middle.
Ryan Noland.
Once again, we are still looking for Eric, Brian, Luke, Carlos, Camden, David, Andy. If you guys are out there already, thank you very much. If not, please make your way out there to go ahead and marshal. Still waiting for Shane and John to cross. Let these guys get their engines warmed up as we are still waiting for those two marshals. I believe we have a flame out over on the left side of the track. I believe that is Shane. All right, still waiting for Shane to check in and John to check in. Hank, is there any way you want to give us a little help on one of these corners?
Stinky.
All right, Shane is checked, just waiting on John. All right, all we need is one marshal at the end of the straightaway, and we will be all good. Carlos, do you want to go ahead and take that left bucket over there? Yep. Thank you very much. All right. Is John out there? I don't know if he's going to make it. Is John out there? No go? All right, no go from John. All right, drivers, if you want to start pulling them into pit lane, start getting them wrapped up. Hank, you are the man. Thank you very much for marshaling the end of the straightaway. I'll provide back some crazy setup help for the help today. All right, start pulling them into the pit lane, getting them suited up, and we'll start getting everybody out there. All right, what I'm going to go ahead and do is start our Pro Nitro buggy off in front as they are the fastest drivers. Shane, are we starting them from pit lane? No? All right, I thought you were giving me that signal. Just wanted to make sure. All right, drivers, start making them way out to the track. But right now, it is looking like Ryan Noland is going to start off in that number 1 spot. Derek Bodie in the 2, and Shane in that 3 spot. As these drivers start to make their way out. You're number 1. Hopefully that's what you're asking. It's hard to hear in here. Ryan Noland in the 1, Derek in the 2, Shane in the 3, and then we'll go ahead and put the open nitro truggy behind that. That is going to be Tim in the 1, Seth in the 2. And rounding out our field is going to be Levi in the back in Sportsman Nitro Buggy. I believe John is not going to make it. Tim is going to be starting in the number 4. All right, as we start to fuel them up. All right, drivers, start to fuel them up, fuel them up, fuel them up. Ring them out, ring them out, ring them out. Down and quiet. And we are underway. Here we go for our Nitro main. This is a 20-minute main as they start to make their way around. Ryan leading us off in that Pro Nitro buggy class. Tim in the truck making some serious moves early on here. Just as I say that, getting it wrong, coming over that triple section, going to lose up all that time he just made up early on. Right now, though, Ryan has been the one to beat with that red wing, green body, and looks like he's got a little white in the front of that buggy. His buggy's been looking great all day long. Gets it a little wide. That's going to allow Shane to close up that gap. Ryan's going to let him by. As we come around, that is 1 and 2 for your Pro Nitro Buggy class. Our two Truggies in the mid pack right now between Seth and Tim. They've been battling all weekend long as well between these two. Tim looking to take that top spot back away. But right now, it is all Shane and Ryan. These two, AE versus, I believe, either a Techno or X-Ray. I'm not sure what he is running. But right now, it is AE on top of the board, making that Nitro Buggy do some crazy stuff. Had a little help early on. That buggy is looking good, though. As he starts to make his way around, gets caught in the pipe. Ryan going to get back by now for that number 1 spot. But right now, Shane dropping back to the number 2. Not too big of a time loss. He is still right there. Anything can happen. Timothy moving on up to the number 1 spot, getting past Seth last time by for that Nitro Truggy race, I should say. Oh, man, Seth getting a little caught up with, I believe that was Derek Bodie. Where is Levi? Levi is caught up, I believe, at the end of the straightaway. Marshall going to get back underway. Almost gets caught up with the leaders right there. Lucky we didn't get caught up there. Hank is all over it. But right now, 1 and 2 for your Pro Nitro Buggy. Coming over that back triple section. This is a long race. We got 2 minutes down, 18 minutes left to go. Question is, how are we going to do fuel strategies? Most of these cars can make about anywhere from 8 to 10 minutes. 10 minutes, you will be pushing it. It can happen, but it's tough. I believe most of these guys might take about an 8-minute strategy. Ryan getting caught up, long lap for Ryan last time by. That's going to allow Shane a pretty hefty lead in that blue and white AE buggy as he makes his way up that tabletop and down. Those droop settings look like they're working magic for that buggy right now as he starts to make his way around. Coming onto the straightaway now. Little whip action, almost gets it wrong in that hole, but gets it back underway. Let's take a look over to our Open Nitro Truggy class. It is all Tim right now, rocking by the Swark sign in that blue truck off his Pro-Am TQ. Looking good right now, carrying that momentum to our round 3 of 4 point series. With 3 minutes down, 17 minutes left to go. Right now, it is all Shane Coffee. Ryan getting it wrong. Tim getting caught up on him. Gets it back underway. Shane is your leader in that blue and white buggy. Give him a little room if he comes up on you. Gets it back underway. Looks like Ryan and Tim getting caught up in the back section of the track. All sorts of spots switching around here. But gaps are starting to form. Shane Coffee has about a 7-second lead over Ryan. Derek trailing about 20 seconds behind those two. Levi just logging laps out there in that Sportsman Nitro Buggy class, as John was unfortunately out early. And Timothy in that 1 spot Ford Nitro Truck. Seth leading behind by about 20 seconds. So right now, gaps are spread far apart. Let's see how everything sorts out with 4 minutes down, 15:50 left to go. Still plenty of time left in this race. Anything can happen. All it takes is one flame out, and that's it. Tim throwing down his hot lap of the race of a 25-0 last time by. Pretty solid lap, especially with that Truggy. Right now, though, it is all Shane Coffee with a 46:20:11 pace, throwing down some serious lap times right now. Where is Ryan? Ryan is already 20 seconds back. He has a lot of time to try to make up on Shane. Shane already trying to take a lap on our number 2 position. But right now, Shane's buggy looking really solid. His buggy's looking good as he makes his way down that drop-down section. Tons of grip. Do that off camber. Even pushing Seth as he starts to make his way through the field. Nice inside pass Almost gets it wrong, gets caught up with another buggy, but gets it back underway. I believe that was Levi. Huge whip coming over by that Sork sign. Keeps it on the wheels. That buggy was just about sideways when I looked at it. Pretty awesome view up from the booth right now. Oh man, Shane saving it on 2 wheels, but drives it right into the wall by having to save it like that. Right now it is 5:30 down, 14:10 left to go. Pretty soon these drivers are going to have to start thinking about pits. Depends on what strategy they're going on, but if I had to guess, they're going to be right around 7 minutes. I see some of our pit guys in the pit lane starting to fuel some of those bottles up. So who is going to make the call? Who is it going to be? Who is going to be the first one in the pits? As they start to come around now. With 6:10 down, 13:40 left to go. Looks like some fuel might be being called in. Pits are going to get busy. Here we go. Who's going to be the first one in? I'll call it as I see it. As we start to come around now. No pitch just yet. I have a feeling it might just be Tim this time by. No, it is not. So right now with 6:30 down, 13:20 left to go. Oh man, who is that upside down? That is Shane. Shane is flamed out. Shane is flamed out. That was our leader for Pro Nitro Buggy. If we can get him back and started underway, he had about a lap lead. Here we go. What's going to happen here? Chad running back, trying to get him back underway. Drivers coming in for pits. Pit lane getting busy. Here comes Tim in for the pit. Quick pit from Tom Bishop. Here we go. He's fueling it. Ryan back underway. Oh no, Tim flamed out in the pit lane. Trying to get everybody back. Shane is back now. Where is that going to sort everything? It's going to get real interesting next time we cross the line. I believe this might be the battle on the track coming through that double section back through that triple. That little bit of a gap. I believe that extra lap that Shane had might be the difference here. As these drivers are coming in for their pits, here goes Addison. Pin for Seth with that fuel gun. In and out. Gets it back underway. Believe she may have flamed out right there. Yes, he did. Lots of flameouts in this pit lane. Trying to get him started once again. But where is Shane? Shane is 5.5 seconds back, so I was right. That last lap is all it took. So right now, there's a 5.5 second gap between 1 and 2. Ryan Noland in that red wing taking over that top spot, but Shane in the 2 in that blue and white buggy. This race is not over yet because we are 8 minutes down, 11:50 left to go. Still a pretty close gap between these two. That extra lap that Shane had might just save the race right here. But like I said, all it takes is one flame out. That is how Nitro is. Trying to make some solid laps. Ryan looks like he may be waiting for Shane, getting him back underway. Looking to make it interesting. Yes, he is. That is 1 and 2 down the straightaway right now. Trying to keep this race interesting between these two. Just as he does that, Ryan gets it wrong. Shane's going to wait up for him, making sure he doesn't flame out again this time around. But that is your 1 and 2 battle coming back through that triple section. Oh man, that looks like Levi might have been stuck. Seth trying to get it back underway on the straightaway. Huge dust cloud coming on. Right now, 1 and 2 between Ryan and Shane coming down the straightaway right now. Those two separated by only 1.5 seconds. That is your red wing buggy followed by the blue and white buggy. Almost getting it wrong. 2-wheeling it. Whips it back. As they come through that triple section, starting to make their way through some of this field. Oh man, makes that inside pass happen as he shoots out a little wide, keeping it interesting. Oh man, we have another flame out. Here we go. Oh, Shane getting a little swirly. Ryan's going to try to wait up for him just a little bit. Where is Shane though? Shane is right behind him, about 1.5 corners back. Oh man, stuffs it into that inside pipe. Carlos going to jump on that car the best he can. Gets it back underway. With 10 minutes down, 10 minutes left to go. How are fuel stops going to take a play in this? Ryan getting it back underway, but Shane's going to get by coming down the straightaway for that 1 spot. So this is still the race to watch between this 1 and 2. These two drivers battling neck and neck with 10 minutes down, 10 minutes left to go. This could be the difference of a fuel guy. Little trouble over the triple, but guns it hard coming down that tabletop section. Oh man, Shane getting caught up. Ryan's gonna hit the little jump pass as they come down the straightaway. Now you're 1 and 2 still battling strong. Hits another jump pass and almost 2 corners later. Shane getting in dust but powers out. Traffic gonna let him by. Thank you very much for the courtesy. Let's take a look back at some of our other racers real quick as we look at Tim in that open nitro truggy. He's on a 43-20 flat pace. He's looking to be about a minute and a half ahead of Seth after that unfortunate flame out in that pit. That huge gap open right up. And looking at Levi right now, Levi is on a 33-20-09 pace. Out there logging laps with some of these pro guys. But right now it is all Ryan Nolan in that Red Wing buggy. Shane trying to put on any sort of pressure he can. Flame out in the back. I believe that may have been either Levi or Derek. Those two running a similar scheme. I think that was Levi as we try to get him back underway. Oh man, Shane getting it wrong over the triple. Seth's going to give him a little love tap, but gets him back underway. There we go. Shane trying to hold it together to catch Ryan. That gap has stretched to about 6.5 seconds. Ryan getting it a little wrong, but Shane is going to need more time if he wants to make it happen. That time can be saved in the pits, but you need a quick fuel stop as he starts to come over that triple section. With 12 minutes down, 7:50 left to go. That is still your closest battle on the track. As these drivers start to make their way around, they're going to be coming in for their second round of fuel stops until the end. So this one fuel stop could be the make or break here. Hitting a little whip coming over that Swark sign. Now down through that center section, the S section, up over the triple. Here we go now. Oh man, trouble at the end of the straightaway. Hank trying to get him collected. I believe once again that was Levi flaming out again. Unfortunate luck for Levi. Trying to keep him going. Trouble for Shane. Hank gonna try to jump on top of that buggy, gets him back and going again. Where is Ryan though? Ryan, oh man, just as I say his name, almost rolls it coming onto the straightaway. Little more than a quarter of a track between these two, 1 and 2 of Ryan and Shane. Shane getting it wrong again. I believe Shane just flamed out once again. Any hopes of trying to catch Ryan might just be gone just like that as he tries to get back underway. His buggy was looking good, but tries to get him back. Pit lane is getting busy. Just as I say that, Ryan flamed out now. Hang on a minute. Race isn't over just yet. How about that for timing? Chad doing everything he can to get Shane back on going. Who's going to be the first one out? That's all that matters. First one out is going to be the one in the lead. These two trying to get their cars started. Here goes, I believe that was Shane. Shane is the first one out. I don't believe Ryan made that next lap. So right now, Shane should technically be the one in that lead spot. We'll see. I still don't see Ryan out of the pits yet. Where is Ryan? Trying to get him back underway. Looks like they're trying to start it with everything they can. Here comes Shane across the line. Where does that put him? Oh man, Shane with a long lap. That's actually going to put Derek ahead of him. And Derek is now ahead by about 10, maybe 15 seconds on Shane. Because these drivers did not make it across that lap, so they had to go almost another full lap around. So Derek crossing the line. Shane coming across now. The gap separated now is only 6 seconds between 1 and 2. Ryan is back underway, but he has a lot of time to make up with 5:15 left to go. I believe Ryan might have lost about a lap and a half, maybe 2 at most. A lot of time to try to make up here, hoping for any sorts of mistakes from these two drivers. But right now, it is all Derek Bodie in that number 1 spot. Proving consistency is key in this Pro Nitro buggy race. That is your white buggy making his way through the S section up by the Rock Racing sign over the triple. with a hard charging Shane Coffey with 4:45 left to go. Here comes Shane though. Shane is closing that gap between these two. Oh man, Shane getting it wrong, wheeling, but gets it back underway. Right now, Shane is chasing. He is all over the back of Derek now. That gap was 6 seconds 2 laps ago. Now it's only about a second as these two go over the triple. Derek's going to try to block him in any way he can, but Shane has a fast buggy, gets stuffed in the pipe, trying to steer it. Getting it wrong again, but gets it back underway. Marshals himself out of a tough spot. With 15:50 down, 4:10 left to go. These drivers shouldn't have any more pit stops ahead of them unless they are going for a long pit strategy. Where is Ryan, though? Let's see how far back Ryan. Ryan has a 43-second gap to make up on these two drivers after the super, super long flame out. His buggy looks good, but is that going to be enough time with 3:45 left to go? That is a lot of time to make up in 4 minutes. Derek getting it wrong. Shane with a little jump pass down by the end of the straightaway, and there goes Shane. Shane moving on up to that number 1 spot. Don't count him out just yet, and Derek taking it back over with the over-under. Derek trying to give him a little bump pass, but doesn't make it happen. Taking a look back at some of our other classes, we got Timothy in that open nitro truggy looking to absolutely check out on Seth here. He's got about a 2-minute lead on Seth. He has been just logging laps. I've been keeping an eye on him all race. Logging laps, keeping it consistent. That's all you need to do. Looks like Levi is out early. So right now, our only 2 classes on the track are our open nitro truggy and pro nitro buggy. Our sportsmen are not going to make it through unless we can get Levi on back out there. I'll tell you what, though, Derek is keeping it interesting. He's only 3 seconds back from Shane right now. All he needs is 1 or 2 mistakes, and now we'll close that gap with 2:45 left to go. Oh, man, Seth stuffing it into the wood board right there. Luck. Looks like we lost the mic last time by, so I don't know how long I was muted for, but let's see if we can catch back up with Shane Coffey. Shane Coffey right now is still in that top spot, followed by Derek in the 2, Ryan in the 3. Right now, it is Shane and Derek, those two battling only 2 seconds apart. 1 mistake is all it will take with 2 minutes left to go. Derek not letting up easily. Here comes Ryan, though, trying to get his lap back. Ryan's going to need this lap and then some. Gets it a little wrong as he sends it just a little far. Can't get past Derek. Derek now hoping for any little mistake out of Shane with 1:45 left to go. That is still for your top spot of Pro Nitro Buggy. As we start to make our way around, your leader is in that blue and white wing, white rims. And following into the all-white buggy, that is Derek. Keeping it close right now. Those two separated last time by were 3.5. Let's see what it is this time by as Derek starts to make his way around. 3.9. It's still pretty close with 1:15 left to go. 3.5 seconds is only 1 mistake, and that's it. That gap is gone. With 19 minutes down, 1 minute left to go, this is your Pro Nitro Buggy and Truggy main. Here we go with 1 minute left to go. Let's see if Derek can make anything happen. He's pushing the rails on that buggy as he starts to make his way around now. 5.5 last time by. With 45 seconds left to go, they probably should go for 2 more laps. Ryan trying to make up any time he can, but it might be just a little too late. Oh, just as I say that, Derek gets it wrong through that S section and gets it wrong once again coming through that triple, losing a little bit of time. Shane just trying to drive home the victory at this point with 26 seconds left to go. I don't know if Derek will make it for 1 more. It's going to be close. Right now, if Shane can get by, he is probably looking to lock up this win for our Pro Nitro Buggy division. With 10 seconds left to go, here comes Shane. This time by. I believe he is going to be the last one to make it by.
3.
As we have 3
2,
seconds left.
1.
And that is time, drivers. You are done when you cross the
Derek
line.
Body done.
Here comes Derek, and here comes Tim.
Timothy Brisbane done.
Derek, you are done. Tim, you are done. Just looking for Seth, Shane, and Ryan.
Ryan Nolan done.
Ryan, you are done. Just waiting on Seth and Shane. Shane on his victory lap right now.
Stinky done.
Shane, you are done, and I believe Seth is out early. So that is going to wrap up Race 8 of Pro Nitro Buggy mixed in with some open Nitro Truggies.
The race is completed.
That right there is going to round up our round 3 of 4 for our point series. We are currently taking best 2 of 4, so if this is your first time here, make sure you come out to our next event. It is posted up on our Facebook. It is posted up on the Rock Racing page, on our calendar, and any other areas. But once again, thank you very much for joining us today. It was a pleasure to have everybody here. Great racing today. Looked like the weather was a little bad early on, but managed to get it back underway. But right now, that was a great day of racing. If you have any questions for me, please make your way over onto the booth. If not, if any of you finished in the top 3 spots, please start making your way over to the podium as we are giving out podium plaques for our top 3 finishers for each class. So please, once again, if you finish top 3 in any given class, please start making your way over to podiums and so we can take pictures. Outside of that, thank you for joining us at Rock Racing. Be sure to check us out on Facebook on the official Rock Racing page or at rockracing.com. Any results will be live on live time. Just search up Rock Racing and you can find us up on there. But outside of that, everybody have a safe trip home and thank you for joining us. James, if you can make your way over to the podium and we can get some pictures done.
Trouble on the straightaways closed. Straightaways closed.
Test, test, 1, 2. All right, for any drivers still here, we are going to be having open practice for as long as we are still here. So practice is open and toggled. So if you want to take any laps, try some stuff after the mains, feel free.
Jeff Atkins. $30.4. $26.8. Jim Kwiatkowski. 36.5. 26.7. 26.8. 29.2. 27.2. 'JT Keaton. 35.8. 34.3. 29.8. 46.9. 27.4. 133 flat. 202.3. Twenty-nine point seven. 30.4. 26.5. 27.1. 27.1. 40.9. 26.4. 26.3. 26.8. 27.3. Jim Kwiatkowski. Richard Maroney. $30.2. $29.8. Bad chat. $30.6. 28.5. $29.7. 35.2.